Yeah, the best coach in SG.
Oh,
My heart.
in Potato we trust.
Hopefully we can bring you the glory that we didn't manage to get last season. We're all aiming for the same thing, so you can look forward to our new roster.
There are quite a lot of people. They just go into the game and play how they usually would. Just muscle memory, just all the experience. Doesn't really need a lot of strategy, those kind of stuff. Are you the kind of team also?
Maybe if we are going by the book, maybe we pull out some pocket picks, pocket strategy.
Okay, so they have pocket picks, they have hidden
Minisita?
picks. I don't know.
Minisita?
We will dig a bit further
Shall
off cam.
wait and find out.
We will
Shall
dig
wait
a
and
bit
find out.
off cam.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM. Hello, little friend.
Who the hell are you?
The one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Freedom. Playmates. Hand over the stone. Interesting proposal. But no. Get him. A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of anima, I
So Vanix, tell me more about your new members in Zion.
For example, like Azura and Sky. Sky had to change from EXP to tank, so it's quite hard for him. But actually, it's quite okay because EXP and tank has the same role. It's just that EXP need to clear lane. Then for Azura, he have to change from jungler to mage, which is quite hard for him also. So we train a lot. And I think we are doing quite well for the trainings.
So this year in MPL Season 4, we have the award for the most handsome player award.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, we're gonna have the most handsome player award. So the top contenders are Diablo, obviously. Maybe you're in third place, but a close second would be Supergirl. Are you? Do you think you have what it takes to beat him in terms of how you look and the handsomeness factor right there?
That's not up to me to decide. That's up to the girls to decide.
Ooh, okay.
So what are your commitments in life right now apart from MPL for you, Vanix?
For me, it's just studying for my final exam. So I think there will be a final exam for like during one of the MPL weeks.
For me, I'm still in national service. So
You're gonna lose your hair.
I'm gonna.
Thank you for serving our country.
Yeah, so I have time to kill. So I'm here and I'm back. Yeah, stronger. So yeah, that's my only commitment right now.
I see. Who is the player to look out for this season?
Maybe Zion. With
As the biggest threat?
Yeah, probably. But it's the team itself. None of the players scares me. It's just the team. Because of Potato coaching them, then yeah, it's kind of like a threat. For players, I don't think anyone threatens me. So yeah.
We also need to talk about Stellark because there's sync over there. So LI4, what do you feel about Stellark?
I'm kind of glad to see Sing come back into the scene again.
That's correct.
Because I think it's been a very long time since he has played MPL and we used to be very close together.
Actually, to be honest, I don't know much about that team. Only the main names like Bambi, Sing. I think only these two, right? It's like the more famous one in SG,
there's
MPL.
also,
and also?
There's also Fossa.
Oh yeah, Fossa, yeah.
Yeah, there's also Fossa.
So basically that team is all quite old basically.
I would believe that I can expect seeing BZ, randomly going overly aggressive at times. If it happens, what would you guys do?
We'll try to tone down his level of playing, right? Because it's a bit unmatched. And what we have here in the local scene, if you compare to other countries, the playstyle is very different.
Let's talk about other teams. What do you feel? Is there a player that you want to point out? You're scared of him, or is it like an admiration?
All the teams, I think, because we have played with them in rank or what, I feel that it's quite equal in the strength and weakness. It's just that it's just basically who trained the hardest for this season will win.
Okay, so BZ, of course you are from a different country. In Laos, is this the same case for you? Are your parents supportive?
No, my parents don't support me to playing this game. They just lock me in the room and don't let me play this. But I just try a lot to show them that I play this game. I'm good in this game, and they give me a chance to continue to study university here for playing MPLs. I also don't think about it I just arrived here 2 weeks. I didn't think about I will get in the MPL too fast like this. I'm still thinking I'm not ready for it, but yeah, I get in already. No choice, have to try it.
Yeah,
no choice.
No choice.
It's the era of change, a time where new teams fight old teams.
Every year is the same. This time is different.
We see old squad mates becoming competitors, and some becoming a new dark horse.
This year is going to be the hardest fight for us. Without a challenge, there's no way to elevate yourself and the league.
We will bring our best at every fight for the honor that we'll all try to attain.
RSG are the favourites, but we are evil. That will stop the track to the final.
Being a new team has never been our disadvantage. The old boys just need to remember, it's just another day for us.
This year, we will be the champions.
leave, you have school, you have other personal commitments as well. How big of a factor does that affect you guys when you guys go into games like this?
It's gonna be very tough for me because I literally just started my university like last week. I'm spending like way much more time studying than I think I should be if I want to really properly balance out these two different lives, you know. I can only hope that, you know, like moving forward, I'll be able to find the right balance for it.
How have you built that kind of resilience as a new team entering the scene, experiences from qualifiers and so on?
When we are qualifying, we are definitely like quite worried about will we be able to win it, because somehow we are a random team like nobody knows, and we are 5 men without any ex-MPL player. That's why we are very worried, because we are up against all the MPL team at 4 so we are not that confident during the qualifier. But when we managed to do it, then now we are training hard.
What do you feel about EVO when they beat you last season?
It's good to see like this kind of teams having a chance against like us and even RSG, because they took a game off RSG in the regular seasons.
What heroes does not complement your team fight synergy well? Wise likes to play like assassin heroes like Ling and Hayabusa and all that kind of stuff, but he doesn't do it because of how Venus plays. So it complements the play style, right?
For me, it's assassin hero as well.
You like
when I start using assassin hero, team fight not that good.
What I noticed is when he use Ling, Hayabusa, Lance, he's always the one engaging first, and yeah, we are usually not together. So it's like basically a solo play from him, and he usually dies first.
Who is the weakest player in the whole league?
I'll say Bambi.
Okay.
The best way to describe him is he's really toxic.
I see.
And there's a reason why that no one wants to team up with him. I just generally don't find him strong in mechanically, not as much as before.
One thing that we want to kind of highlight as well is your decision making, right? So why have you guys decided to pursue being a professional esports player?
I feel that it's a once in a lifetime thing. Not everyone gets to do this. Not everyone gets to present a team in Singapore. And for me, because I do have a full-time job, I'm also a last year student in NUS. So there's nothing, holding me back from pursuing what I want before we go to the 9 to 6 after we graduate. Right, so yeah.
Who will you pick to be the team that you want to go up against, and why would you want to beat them to win the grand finals?
The team I'm looking for is still Bambi, bro. It's only Bambi.
Only Bambi.
Yeah.
Okay. Target
Only
set.
Bambi. Okay, so we are really just gonna be looking for a Flash versus Omen team, right? That is the main thing that everyone should be looking out for. Who is the true experienced one? Who is the true old one?
So of course we have talked to quite a lot of other teams as well. We know that Bambi has received quite a lot of flack from other players in the league. So how does this affect you guys as a team? Does this make you stronger?
To us, it doesn't really matter because this kind of banters, it only works on those who are weak-minded, right? We simply, just pull you off and just carry on doing our own stuff. I mean, we are too old to be bothered by that.
Okay, perfect.
has the team changed since qualifiers, since getting into MPL and right now going into this, in terms of how you think, how you communicate, your strategies as a team and so on?
Qualifier in last year is all about like we always set a limit goals, right? Like for qualifier we say we just need to go qualifier. For the last season we just like okay, we have to get top 6, so next year we will be back again, then we can retry and get the top 2. So we slowly set our goals higher and higher, and in the meantime we bond a lot during the times lah.
Do you have a member that you want to point out, good or bad?
I think I want to point out LY4.
Daddy LY4.
Yeah, even though he just joined the team, I think he have bring a lot of knowledge and like all the skill.
Check. 1, 2. All right. Alrighty, and a very, very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Now, today is week 3, day 1 of another exciting episode right here on our amazing MPL SG Season 4. Now, we are midway through the regular season, and a few teams have shown that they have prepared meticulously to conquer the land of dawn right here in Singapore. Now, this week, we are changing things up as we have a live audience right here with us today. If you want to support your favorite teams up close, do check out our social media pages at MPL Singapore for details on how to get your tickets to next week's show. Now, fret not if you can't get tickets, and do not be disappointed because you can still support your favorite teams by watching it on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, or even TikTok, and give us your predictions on which teams will win today. Now, we do have our week 3, day 1 overall standings right behind me right now. So as you guys can see, our teams have started to distinguish themselves, but it is still anyone's game. And right now the standings are Slate Esports with 6-0 wins, currently at first spot. And we also have RSG SG and SMG SG. Now, in the middle bracket, we do have Zion tethering right here in between, just on the low of the upper brackets. And right below, we have Stellark SG. And then we have Team Flash with 2-4 wins, Revival with 2-5s, and Evil at the final spot. But right now, today, as we have mentioned, anything can happen. And this is our week 3, day 1 schedule for today. Now, as you can see, for match 1 right now that's about to happen, we have Revival and Evil that's about to commence in a few moments' time. Now, next up for match 2 at 1 p.m., we have Flash and Stellark going head-to-head. Now, match 3, which will be happening at 4 p.m., will be Zion versus RSG. And let's not forget, ending week 3, day 1, we have match 4, which will be Slate and Team SMG. Now, matches that we want to highlight for today, which are really exciting, would be Slate Esports versus SMG SG, as SMG SG has proven that they can contend with RSG, and how far will they fare against Slate Esports. Now, also, teams to look out for will be Team Flash versus Stellark SG, that's happening today as well. Will Team Flash be able to prove that they are the true veterans and show Stellark SG their worth? Stick around and we'll find out more. Now, right now, we'd like to take this opportunity to thank our amazing sponsor for making today possible. Now, MPL SG Season 4 is powered by Moontan Games, as well as Zenway Productions, and supported by Frank by OCBC, OSIM, and TikTok. Now, without further ado, I know everyone is super excited for the matchups today, so both online and offline, let's welcome our 2 teams for match 1, starting off with Revival. Welcome. And next up, for our community team champions from last season, seeking to prove their worth, introducing Evil. Fantastic. Now, both teams have been introduced and they're proceeding to their battle stations in a few moments' time. Now, we're going to head up to our amazing and wonderful casters to serenade us with their insights on this matchup. Take it away, guys. Alrighty, so now our both teams are currently at their battle stations and they're going head to head really soon. Now I'm going to throw my time over to our casters to serenade us with their insights on this matchup. Take it away, guys.
Alright, good morning guys. It's a beautiful Saturday. Welcome back to week 3 of MPL regular season. With me today, I'm Kintofu. With me I have Abstract and Scrubby Cheeks. How are you guys feeling today?
Well, I am definitely excited, especially when it comes down to today's games. I am just, well, flattered to be on the desk together with all of you guys. As a matter of fact, so flattered that I completely forgot about this.
The heat is on. The heat is on, definitely. So you gotta, take it off, sweat it out a little bit.
I've sweated enough. But now, I think that there's even more perspiration that I gotta do, because the first round that we're gonna be seeing today is gonna be Revival against Evil, which all of us believes is going to be one heck of a tough game, especially since both of these teams are evidently at the bottom, and both of them, or rather both of these teams, really have to duke it out to see who's going to be, well, the one that stays at the bottom, unfortunately.
Yep, that's right. Scrubby, how do you think the lineup is going to be today? I mean, both these teams, while granted they are at the bottom, they are still strong teams.
I think it's a very interesting matchup, right? Both of them at the bottom, which means they really have to give it their all. I think it's Revival's game to lose because they have won the last series in the last week. Evil, I'm not sure. They said they're going to come back strong, so let's take a look. Right now, I think we have the player stats, the team stats up for us.
Alright, so this is Team Evil. Let's start off with Coconut first. He has an average GPM of 568. Pretty decent so far. His average KDA will be at 2.55. Right, if following that we have Melon as well. He is going to have an average KP of 15.45%, along with average assists around 3 per game. So these stats are looking okay, right? I don't think they're doing too bad in this case. But let's take a look at JS. JS has an average KP of 14.15% with an average KD of 1.42, having a signature hero on the Esmeralda. Maybe something we'll be looking at today.
I think it just seems a little bit on the low side, and undoubtedly also because they haven't been winning their games as well. So let's see if they come back this round, this match today to up their KDA, to be able to up their participation, up their stats as well. I'm looking forward definitely to see them finally step up. It's going to be a tough one because their morale might be low. But let's see how they fight back. And right now, it's going to be the other team that they're facing against, Revival. Let's taking a look at the stats. Also, I think on the lower side, if you can see the KDAs, across about 2 to 3, which is not surprising because these are two teams currently sitting, unfortunately, at the bottom of MPL Singapore. But that being said, they still have a fighting chance. We're about halfway, just past the halfway mark as well. So this is the moment, if they want to change, for them to be able to start coming back.
That's right. I think there's a lot of things that they're going to try and contest with each other. One of them is probably going to be the pick of Esmeralda, right? If they allow Esmeralda through, who is going to get it, right? Are the players on the side of Evil or on the side of Revival? Which one of these will be the ones to get that hero? Because this is very essential for their survival, right? So it's interesting to see. I'm really excited. While this may not be so-called the touted showcase match of the day, it's definitely something that I'm very interested in watching.
I mean, all in all, both Revival as well as Evil, they have quite a name for themselves. When it comes down to Revival, they have shown themselves, in at least for this season, that they are definitely capable, taking one game off of Zion before. So honestly, they are not out of the game just yet. While for Evil, well, unfortunately, not quite much. The head-to-head for these two teams may tell us a little bit more, give us a little bit more answers as to how they play and how they fare against one another. With Revival currently at 7th of the leaderboard and Evil in the 8th of the leaderboards. Right now, it definitely seems as though the graph are bleeding a little bit more red than black though.
Yeah, I think what's just interesting is that Evil, they have a higher first objective rate, so they're actually able, I think in some of the games, to be able to keep up in the early parts of the game. Only towards the mid or late parts, they were unable to close it off against their opponents. So a little bit skewed there, but I think definitely they have a chance. Kin earlier mentioned as well that, you know, Esmeralda is a hotly contested pick. In this case, I think also Bauman is something that is going to be really contested, especially if they want to focus on getting these objectives.
Yep, definitely. Uniquely Singapore in that case, right? Balmont being this pick. I think it's a very easy strategy to pull off, right? That double red tree allows you to get a lot of objectives on hand as easily as possible. So I think definitely we might see some contest for Balmont as well as for Esmeralda. Let's see how that plays out.
I mean, all the days we have constantly been looking at Bauman as well as Esmeralda being picked up quite a lot of times, I would gotta say. So understandably, it's kind of like a pick now or don't pick them at all. Is like pick or ban most of the time. Perhaps the key to victory will give us a better idea as well. What are the main reasons that Evil can get a win? In this very case, they gotta have to center their engagements around QDX Love knowingly as being one of the main anchors of the team. They gotta have the leverage on enemies' focus on LY4 and of course not to overcome it on major team fights around objectives. But because unfortunately the team, well, the coordination is a problem. But they're gonna have to work their way around it and see if whether they will be able to play in the skirmish type or a team fight type.
Yep. So actually one of the things for Evil was their communication is very strong as well. So I think they need to work on that a little more, right, in order to bring the game to Revival. Now, Scrubby, let's talk a bit more about Revival. How about their keys to victory?
Well, don't engage your team fights unless totally confident. Remove sustaining support. Actually, they are the ones, I think, who picked up the sustaining support heroes as well. And that worked out very well for them. You know, the things like the Dicky, the Esthers, especially in the second game against Zion, they really used that to be able to make sure that they won the team fight and therefore the objective. So if they were to go for that strategy again, it might actually work out.
That's right. I mean, they had the archive pick as well, so that heavy spin lockdown was one of the key to victories in that particular segment, right? We are interested to see how the audience thinks about this, right? So in most cases, unfortunately, you know, the predictions were kind of skewed to one direction. Okay, today no chance for that, guys. So let's take a look at what the predictions are from the audience, right? We have Facebook and YouTube for this. Okay. Pretty even on YouTube, 50-50. I personally think it should be a 50-50. In terms of consistency, I think both of them, they have quite a ways to prove what they want to do, right? But at the same time, they do have the tools to make sure that this happens as well. What do you guys think?
Well, honestly, when it comes down to looking at Evil versus Revival, I myself also have a little bit of a problem understanding which team I will be rooting for, which is a team that I feel has an advantage against one another. Statistically speaking, when it comes down to Revival, yes, they have one game down. Evil, unfortunately, not quite there for this season, for the past 2 weeks at least. So I was betting on the fact that they would be able to get themselves the first series in the bag, or maybe if not that lucky, then one game in the bag.
Yeah, I fully agree. I personally also struggled between choosing which of these two teams will win, right? You never know with Evil. Right, they are known as the Titan Slayers, albeit not having taken a single match yet this game, but there's always that chance that they can come back, especially because their team fighting potential is very, very strong. And the way that they fight with in team fights is very coordinated as well. This is definitely something they can use to their advantage. So let's just jump right into game number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Evil up against Team Revival.
Yeah, both teams with plenty to prove today, right? This is going to be a match where they can kind of set the stage for themselves, make sure that other teams have to make sure that they don't, underestimate them going into the playoffs, right? So the first ban is going to be a Julian ban from Coconut, and it's going to be followed up by a ban on Beatrix by Swope. Pretty standard bans so far. We have seen how other teams have used Beatrix. Example like I think Smelly Cat was using, no, not Smelly Cat, it was Enya. Enya had the Beatrix for Team SMG, and he really wrecked the opponents with the Beatrix. So it's a very clear-cut ban for me. What do you guys expect from the rest of the players so far?
I think definitely some of the meta picks should be coming out in this ban phase. So things like the Akai, the Bauman, there you go, the Diggy as well. It's a question really of which heroes are they going to choose to give up to the other team, right? There is still things like the 1-1 on the table. If they do want to go into the Esmeralda, although that's usually in the first pick phase at least. So right now they still have, going to be a ban on the Faramis. They still have the Valentina, the Akai, the Bauman.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, all of these are currently open. Usually when we're talking about the first phase, they will always want to go for bans on metas and of course a couple of comfort picks coming in from the opponents. So Faramis, Beatrix, Julian, Diggy is out. I would believe that could even be a possibility for Esmeralda to be taken out if either of these teams have got no answer to the Esmeralda pick. But other than that, it really just depends on what kind of win condition that they are currently looking at. Paquito is currently still open as well as Valentina. So one of these heroes are 100% going to be leaked out for Evil to pick.
Yep, Ryan going to follow up with a ban on Bauman. I think that's one thing that Evil can consider. So Revival likes to play healers, right? They have the Rafaela in week 1. They have the Estes as well. So these are the strategies that Revival has been showcasing to everyone so far. And it worked against Sion last week, right? They had the reverse sweep 2-1 with that healing comp. So I think Evil, they might want to consider this when they're drafting. And Revival's game plan so far, I think, is to kind of take out the Paquito or at least the Esmeralda. They will want to secure that for themselves. Evil doing decently with these two characters itself. And it looks like Melon is going to have his hands first on the Valentina with a 67% win rate in MPL so far.
I think this is great because this is like history repeating itself a little bit. In the last game that they played, they actually took up the Akai as the first pick, but in return, their opposing team picked up the Valentina as well as the Diggy, so they were totally countered by that, if I might say that. In this case though, they picked up the Valentina, so learning from that lesson, and Revival's going to pick up that Akai. So it's looking good so far for Evil. You know, they have that Valentina to be able to steal away the heavy spin at the objectives. So I think it's looking good for them so far, but locking in the Marsha as well as Revival, Evil needs to be a little bit careful, especially on the backline, because Coconut, he is one of the win conditions, but I think his positioning sometimes he has to be a little bit careful about it. With that Marsha, it is a little bit more risky for him.
Yep, that's right. Evil used to like to play Lilia, right, in the past 2 weeks, and it looks like Revival wants to use this against them. So Swole is going to have his hands on the Lilia, and Paquito, okay, we actually take a look at the stats, right? We have a 62% pick rate for Paquito. So this is well loved in Singapore's MPL, and for good reason as well, right? We have seen people like Adamir who use Paquito really to the limits, putting teams like Stellark in their place, and of course JS with the Esmeralda, one of his favorite heroes as well. This is gonna be a bit tough if we are looking at it from Revival's standpoint. Right, Revival, so far we have a 46% pick rate for Lilia. Win rate not as high, it's going to be 42% only. But so far, if you take a look at the games individually, right, Lilia does make a huge impact on games. We have one game where Lilia dealt the most damage as one of the players in the game, and that ultimate usage is really wrecks opponent teams, right? Because you just negate all of the available options that people have thrown at you. So this is something that's good for Revival. Pretty much even at this point in terms of the draft. Perhaps a little squishy if we want to take SWOT into consideration.
Yeah, and I think looking at the drafts now, Paquito going to be in the jungle. So again, Powerful choosing to pick up that Paquito early. Not sure about that just yet, especially because then there's an Akai there. So you're really relying on Melon, on the Valentina, to be able to help you out in that objective. But with Swirl on the Lilia in the mid lane, I feel like that might potentially lead you to lose out on some mid lane pressure as well, because you need to, govern both the mid lane as well as the objective. So tall order here for Melon to be able to help out Powerful, especially because Powerful does need to get his farm in the jungle.
Yeah, but if EVO plays as aggressive as they have so far, I think it can work out for them, at least in this first game of the series, right? If we take a look at the gameplay from Revival, Revival tends to fight from behind. They always allow opponents to enter their jungle, take a few jungle camps, and that normally puts them behind. And that's, I think, something that Revival needs to address. So with that, QDX Love are going to go on a Cho. The way they have set up the composition allows them to fight back any invasion from the side of EVO, right? And it really comes down to positioning. But EVO, of course, based on the draft, you have people like Paquito as well as Esmeralda. The ability to displace opponents, jump in at any point of time is going to be very dangerous. So EVO is going to complete their lineup with the Iritel as well as Ruby. Okay, Ruby is really dangerous. While she may be small in stature, she's definitely big on impact. We have a 35% pick rate for Iritel. We have seen people like Izanagi who use Iritel. We have FMM as well, using Iritel to really the utmost limits and smashing the competition. So let's see whether EVO can make Coconut's life easy and allow them to maybe just walk over Revival in this game 1.
Well, there is quite a lot of picks coming in here, and of course, heroes that we may be surprised or maybe even not too surprised to see. In the end of the day, we are expecting to see big games coming out here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the drafts here are locked and loaded, so this is going to be an exciting match. We're waiting to see both of these, unfortunately, bottom tier two teams duke it out here. It's like throwing them into a ring of survival, right? This is a huge boxing, wrestling match between the two to see who will come out on top of the other. Game number 1, Revival and EVO.
Yep, what a way to start the day, right? This is the Battle of the Giants nonetheless. While they may be at the bottom, it is still important to note that these two teams are still very strong. Right, so they're going to have the trade out in the jungle as well, and let's take a look at how the lanes are going to work out. Fill me in, man.
Well, it kind of seems as though both sides of the team, when it comes down to the gold lane first, Clint understandably will win in his lane against Irithel, and it's really hard to see that happening otherwise. In the meantime, down in the bottom quadrant of the lane, it kind of seems as though Revival has already started their invasion against EVO, putting things a little bit difficult onto Powerful. While JS, he have abandoned his lane from the bottom lane because they have already cleared everything up and tried to repel Revival away, which is not too bad of a deal for them actually.
Yep, looking decent. It's still pretty much even at this stage, 1 minute into the game, right? As we hit the 2-minute mark, that will be the first major objective for the game. Looks like JS is doing okay against Ryan. I mean, this matchup is pretty simple, but Ryan is leading slightly in the experience segment here. He's going to hit level 3 first. Mid lane, we're going to see the Valentina. I'm very interested in how Melon will play this out.
Well, as for Melon, the main thing that he would want to take, understandably, would to take the heavy spin away from Revival. Or rather, it can be used as a defensive option or an aggressive option. So it really depends on how they want to play it. Most of the time, they would want to go defensive because Revival, they understand that they gotta have to play aggressive against Evil based on the power spikes that Revival have gone on their side. Akai, Lilia, as well as Clint, and perhaps even QDX Love to a certain extent. They are all really strong. In the meantime, middle lane.
Yep, here we go. JS is going to jump into the middle of them. Kara is falling super low, but no kills yet. No first blood for this. But JS does catch a glimpse of LY4. This is refreshing to see, right? A very different composition here as JS gets jumped again. He's going to be caught in 4-man jump here, and it looks like they are going to get the turtle started. I mean, it's tough to look for the kills now because the major objectives are here, right? Melon, I don't think he'll do anything at this point. So this is new. This is the first time I've seen Revival get an objective first.
Well, for this game, for this very specific game, Evil, they're looking for the longer run, right? Because when we were looking at Powerful that's playing as a Paquito, he got himself high and dry. He didn't really get himself the emblem that allows him to kill objectives faster, while LY4 does. So whatever it is, without a Demon Slayer, you gotta have to work on other ways to gain the objectives or other ways to parallel yourself from losing the objectives instead. So all three turtles, I believe Evil would not even try to contest for it and will give it all to Revival.
Oh, Carrot, super low. Can they get the kill? No, the heavy spin is going to keep Sword in place, and this means it's going to be a turnaround. They're going to push it out, but at the same time, they do have some hands on that purple buff as well. So Evil, I think they are surviving quite well. Everything that Revival has thrown at them so far has been countered.
So honestly, when it comes down to Evil, they're doing a really good job playing all out defensive, and even some of them at sliver of health, really by the skin of their teeth. Well, with the emblem shown out here, we will have a very good idea as to how every single one of these players has slotted in for themselves. One thing that I do want to see, of course, is going to be Paquito being one of the most problematic player from the side of Evil, with penetration as well as speed in this Paquito. So understandably, having this emblem as well as the Hunter Strike is going to be very important for how Evil wants to initiate or rather engage or maybe even run away. With the Irithel getting damage as well as, I couldn't see the last one, but you guys pretty much got a screenshot and it will tell you guys quite a bit of a story.
Yeah, I'm really liking Revival's gameplay so far. They're going to try and get a couple of the camps. Not going to be successful so far, but here we go. Ryan is coming in, the connection is coming, but JS is going to push him away. The next turtle has been spawned, both spotted by the hypers of each team. So Coconut busy in the jungle as well on the Irithel, and Clint is going to do well as well on the top lane. So far, pretty good wave management by both teams, but we're waiting for this first skirmish in this second turtle. It is the turtle dance again. Evo is going to have it going over to their side at this point, but Carrot might be caught out here. A nice jump and nice stun as well, but the save comes in. The rest of the team of Evo is going to try and save their teammates as well, and this means that they won't be able to put up a fight, and it looks like the turtle is going to fall, and it is going to be LY4. They're going to try and jump in, get more kills from this. Another push forward by LY4. They are so aggressive in this game.
And now JS is not going to be stopping just yet together with his fellow team. He ran straight in with the Falling Star Moon, wanting to catch onto the Akai. But the main thing is Evil, they want to deter aggression. They're not trying to go for kills at this moment in time. And Revival, they tried. They really wanted to put themselves right into the face of their enemies and really make them feel very uncomfortable. But for now, that doesn't seem to be the way at all. Revival, they've stuck their nose into place that they don't belong in, and Evil just be like, nope, you are not coming any closer. It's either number one, Evil is doing a really good job at being defensive, or number two, Revival is just not daring enough to go all out aggressive. But speaking of which, Melon might actually go down.
Yep, he is falling super low, but once again, they just counter and close them out. I mean, Evo is looking pretty decent at this point. Not looking like a bottom table player. Right now, I think LY4 he's doing pretty well. If you take a look at his level, he's at level 9 already, the highest in the game at this point. So if we are talking about EXP advantage, they definitely have it. The gold doesn't speak the same story though. It's around 700 gold instead, closing into 1k at this point.
Well, luckily for them, 1000 gold in the early stages of the game is not gonna be super impactful. Evil as well as Revival, both of them has decided to swap their lanes and put Coconut in the bottom lane. And I think the Revival have identified that they gotta have to bring Coconut down and slow down the growth of Coconut as fast as possible, putting Revival all the way down south with 4 members really just choking up the bottom quadrant of the map with QDX Love as well as LY4, looking for an avenue, looking for the perfect time to go in and single someone out, because this is the best time for them to do something like that. And Evil kind of seem as though they would want to contest for this turtle.
Yep, he's going to start off here. Swore going to use his ultimate as well. And Melon and Powerful, they are going to be forced to back off. Kara is so low, he's caught in the middle. This is going to be the first start of the game as he gets a kill. And it's still all 5 alive for Revival, keeping that life on top. Which means that now they might have access for the turtle as well. QDX Love going to try and look for Coconut, but he is going to be pushed away. Coconut trying to push out the rest of the team on the side of Revival. And it looks pretty clean.
Well, at least for the side of Revival, they have a lot and very good pick-off options. So the very fact that it's finally 7 minutes and 45 seconds into the first kill is actually not looking very good for Revival at all. Evil, on the other hand, they are definitely going to be really happy. Number one, Carrot is going to start scaling into the later stages of the game a lot easier based on the fact that they don't have to worry so much about the early games, where Carrot, as the Ruby, would have a little bit of a problem. Coconut also, they have got him. Skills into the later stages way better than Clint. As you can see, the Irithel already have got the Windtalker as well as the Berserker's Fury. Ruby, unfortunately, only with the Dreadnought armor, but not that big of a problem just yet. Powerful picking up himself with the Hunter Strike, allowing him to be a lot more mobile, and I believe that when it comes down to skirmishes, he should be able to get himself away from all of the danger until his fellow teammates are ready for a fight.
Yep, that's right. I mean, but Evil doesn't look to be in a good position because right now Revival is opening the map up for themselves. And if they get this bottom tier 1, it's going to spell a lot of trouble for Evil because this means they have entry into the jungle, they have entry into major objectives across the map. They can catch out the players from the side of Evil. They are going to mount the defense on the side of Evil, so Coconut and Melon, they're going to try and get this defense going. Not going to work out, but they're going to try and make a play off of this. And it looks like Revival, they know what's going on. So they're just going to back out and keep their eyes on JS at this point because he's going to try and push out the waves, right? It's a difficult situation for them. They're already trailing by around 2k.
When for Evil in this game, looking at their full composition, it is fair to say that Evil have got a team that plays around Coconut. Every single one of these heroes' kit is meant to open up space for Coconut, to lock down anyone who tries to enter into the lethal range. Because for Coconut, the main problem is QDX Love as well as Ryan. Once it goes over to the later stages of the game, Ryan can literally just run right into the face of Coconut and really just bring his HP down to an all-time low. But if his team have got enough and sufficient crowd control to really lock Ryan down, ensuring that a defensive property is going to be the main line that's drawn between Evil and Revival, then Coconut will have all that space to deal the damage onto the front lines, dealing the front-to-back kind of composition that they themselves are looking for. Revival is a little bit trickier for them because understandably they want to snipe away Coconut. So this is really a game whereby you succeed or you don't. If you succeed, you win. If you don't, you lose.
Yep, it's gonna be a two-part Lord's dance here, right? So the first dance is going to be the players getting into position to get the Lord started. Right, the second part of it is getting the Lord to go to your side of the map. And it looks like Revival, they're just happy to and content to just sit back because they have the advantage, let the waves crash in. So very decent wave management on the side of Revival. They're just trying to get Evil to be in a very bad position from here. They are comfortable to just play like this. They have this close to 2k gold lead and they are able to just make use of the wave management to make sure that Evil goes into a very horrible position, right? Where you have to choose, do I want the Lord or do I want the Crypts?
I think at this point in time, Evil have to make the decision. Do they want to have the Lord, or do they just want to defend the Lord all the way through? Because they don't really have a team that have got really good high ground, but in the meantime, Ryan...
Yep, gonna get picked off by Powerful, but in exchange, they're gonna trade out the Lord as well. Now, can they get anything more? If they don't get any more kills, it's not looking good for Evil. The heavy spin commented by Melon, he is gonna try and get it. Gonna use that spin as well on the side of LY4, but they do get a kill on Peace, and it's not looking good. It might be a clean team white here. LY4 last on the stand, and it's so low on the side of QDX Love. Is this a good trade or not?
Well, technically speaking, I would say this is a relatively good trade for Evil. The main thing that you would want to do as Evil is just play the game as long as you can. Yes, you may have lost the Lord, you are unable to push your advantage anymore, and you can't make full use of mega creeps and whatnot, but the fact that you have managed to bring 3% down is going to put you in a better goal lead. You have better economies and such, but LY4, it does seem like he's in a really bad spot.
Yep, he is gonna walk away with a sliver of health, but Ryan and Powerful are gonna be chonging into the fight as well. QDX Love are gonna be supported by Sword, who is gonna use the ultimate instead. Now, I think we have a replay of the previous fight coming, so let's take a look at what happened there.
Well, understandably, when it comes down to the entire fight itself, Ryan wanted to just weave himself over to the enemy's lines, but unfortunately got caught out because of the crowd control. Melon, he went in. He wanted to single out more people, but that heavy spin did not quite work. But despite the fact that he did not manage to single out anyone, he did, however, manage to push the opponents off the edge and make them overextend. And because of that overextension, Revival, despite having the Lord, they don't have enough people to back up the Lord, which makes the Lord completely useless. So Revival, not exactly a very good play there per se. But, you know, it's kind of tough on their hands with a very threatening Melon flickering in with a heavy spin.
Yep, it is going to be the reverse situation now. Evil now has this advantage in their lanes as well as the goal. They are going to be up by 1,000 gold at this point. So Revival, the aggression worked out for them at the start, but they seem to be mellow off in this particular stage, right? Evil, they have not secured the lot for themselves, but they have managed to work around the difficulties that Revival has posted to them.
We are already close to the later part of the mid-game. This is where Evil's Coconut, he more or less have got the items that he need to be more relevant in team fights. So he can definitely deal crazy damage onto a Swirl, QDX Love, as well as Peace. While for dealing with Ryan and LY4, he would definitely still have a little bit of issue. He would take some more time to deal with that. And you will always see that Coconut is always tagging along with someone that have crowd control, and most importantly will be Carrot. Carrot is the main person that can really do all the crowd control, while JS clears other waves and try to push other waves to really exert more dominance, as well as, well, split pushing in many other contexts.
Yeah, Ryan's trying to get the attention of JS here. He still has 2 lives on hand, so he's not really worried at this point. Now the question is, Revival, what do they want to do with this information, right? JS is all alone, and they know that the rest of Evil are around across the other side of the map. It is going to be a Lord stance. Could this be the second Lord for Revival?
It could very well be. I don't think that Evil is capable of taking the Lord just yet. They wouldn't want to go all out and focus too much of their resources onto the Lord.
Nice 2-man stun there. And it looks like they're going to get the fight started off there. QDX Love with the jump as well. JS is falling low. And Melon has to run back because he is super low as well. Carrot, it is going to be a 5-on-5. And it looks like nobody has died yet. But Peace finally gets the kill for himself. This is looking good for Revival. And they might start the Lord off of this death instead. So with that, Revival, they do get the Lord's done started. Carrot is going to be busy looking around the map and seeing what can he offer to his team, because this is an important objective for them. If Revival gets another Lord, it's not going to spell good for Evil. That's probably a tier 2 tower instead.
Well, I would say that the tier 2 towers are definitely going to be destroyed, but fortunately their inhibitor turrets should be pretty much a-okay. With no JS, they can't really breach into the backlines, but hold on a second as QDS let's try to singles out someone with Melon going in with the heavy spin as well.
Yep, not a good trade, and it looks like they get the Lord on the side of EVO as well, and it's going to be a 4-on-1 situation here, but EVO, I think they're very comfortable with this. They have stolen the Lord away from Revival, and it's going to be marching down, relieving them of the pressure and allowing them to reset.
They have extended their lifetime, with the bottom lane pushing all the way to the inhibitor turret and forcing the Masher to go back home to defend their base as well. So this gonna have to force 3% in the middle lane, which is more than enough and easy for Coconut and JS to handle it all for themselves. The top lane second tier turret has dropped itself all the way down to just a sliver, so a couple more chips and nicks is gonna be enough to bring it down, and all of that pressure that is gonna be on Revival is darn scary. Whatever that is from this point onwards, Evil gotta do is going to get free real estate. They gotta have to take command in the opponent's jungle in order to start playing into the late stages of the game, which is definitely something that they are more capable of.
Yeah, Revival definitely recognizing how EVO is playing right now. That potential jump, right, with the consumer play is very important on the side of EVO, and I think they know this marker from the start of Revival. So the Revival players, you can see they're very wary about the movements across the map. They want to make sure that they look at who in EVO is across the map and where they are, and this allows them to kind of position themselves. If you take a look at the bot lane when they wanted to jump them, straight away the whole Revival team, they just left that particular place in the map.
I'm not exactly sure whether Revival will be able to get themselves back into this game or not. Technically speaking, if they bring Coconut down, all should be okay. But Coconut will always be in a good position as JS loves, he just goes straight in first.
Yeah, mega kill there for Peace, and it's not looking good for Evo. Carrot is being chased down. He does have the immortality, and he is super low, so they will catch off Carrot, waiting for the Revival to come in, and it looks like the Revival is not the kind that Evo were looking for. So Revival now pushing the ante. They are going to try and get the push going, because in the mid lane, the wave management is good. And this means a second tier turret right away.
This is gonna be pretty darn bad. With the understanding of the replay, JS ran right into the face of the enemies with LY4 immediately stopping him with the heavy spin. This really just boils things down so much for them, and at this moment as we speak, Revival really wants to press the attack. They really want to end the game right here, right now, especially with all Evil taken down. Coconut and JS, they just came back. Revival, they understood. With Coconut in the play, they can't push anymore. The more that they go, they're just going to overextend, and that will be the biggest mistake.
Yep, Revival definitely feeling it. I mean, if you have tasted a bit of the sweet honey, you definitely want more from that. So EVO, they have to be very careful, because Revival now, I think they're pretty pumped. It is, yes, they do have a lot of tier 2 standing up on the side of EVO, but Revival has your tier 3 taken down, and that's never good, right? Mega minions are not something you want to deal with, and with that, Revival, they're going to set themselves up for the Lord as well. It's a quick and easy one. I don't think there's any way they can contest on the side of EVO. So now the question is, EVO, can they withstand another Lord push?
Well, oh man, this is gonna be tough, right? Withstanding the Lord push is not gonna be something that they can do very well, because what I can believe is that Melon will be expending a lot of his abilities to clear out the waves. Powerful will do the same thing, and Coconut, will he pop his ultimate just for the Lord and the creeps? Because if he does that, then the win condition from Evil is already gone. They do not have the burst amount of damage in order to bring the members from Revival down anymore. So this, in this case, kind of a checkmate. Evil does not have any form of a high ground. This puts Evil in such a bad spot, and honestly, the hopes is really slim for them.
Yep, they're going to get it started. LY4 is looking for the heavy spin. It is going to be committed by Melon first with the IMU, but he's going to be instantly taken out, and this looks like the end of the game. Powerful, he has to run away. There's no support for the side of Evil, and it's going to be a 5-on-1 situation in the mid lane, and it looks like it's almost over. One more wave crashing down on the side of Evil. Can they do it with 2 members left alive? No, they can't. Again, Powerful gets caught out. Yes, he has the immortality, but that's just going to stop the inevitable, and it looks like the end of game 1. Revival showing up in week 3 game 1, and for the first game of the series, you can see LY4 happy with that result for sure. Scrubby Cheeks, let me know what's going on.
Managed to close it out well. Evil had it going. Honestly, they had it going in the
really
early
did.
parts of the game. But unfortunately, I think there were the last two fights were where they kind of dropped the ball, right? So it's tough. Honestly, looking at EVO right now, you can see them on the screens looking really, really demoralized. This was a game for them to take.
I think most of the time for EVO, at least right now, whatever there's in their emotions, whatever there's what is in their face, it hints to me that they are confused. Because that is a late game for them. Undoubtedly, late game is a win in their books. With Irithel as the backline, Irithel, understandably, to a certain extent, is their high ground. They can clear waves pretty effectively with Irithel as long as they are not pressured by the opponent's end. Other than that, nothing else. Damage-wise, yes, they have Paquito. Yes, they have Valentina as well. When it comes down to lockdown, great, they have everything. But unfortunately, one thing that kind of slipped off their mind is that their heavy spin is taken from the enemies, and that heavy spin alone could be detrimental to their lineup. Yep.
I think not just that, right? The fact that not just that they have a heavy spin, they needed to bait out LY4's heavy spin first. But the thing is, in that last team fight, they fought Revival in that choke point with LY4's heavy spin still up. And I think that kind of led to the team fight breaking apart. Looking at the items now, it's really unfortunate. And honestly, it's heartbreaking because Coconut, you see, he got his items now. He has the Wind of Nature, the Scarlet Phantom. He's pretty much up. So this was the moment where EVO could possibly start to take the game if it hadn't been for that team fight.
Yep, that last team fight I would like to mention was kind of difficult for EVO to proceed, right? Because Melon, while he had the IMU and with the heavy spin ready on his side, in most cases early game, what he actually did was to spin the entire team of Revival back into a wall. But the way that Revival positioned themselves, number one, they weren't close to any obstacles in the way, and number two, they were making sure that Melon was a single target that they're going for. So the moment Melon was out of the picture, there was not enough CC from the side of EVO. Even with the jump from Esmeralda as well as powerful, they couldn't deal with the damage that everyone is putting out.
And so I think yeah, and going back to the items as well, Melon built a lot of damage as well. So the only person who could really tank things up for them was Carrot and maybe JS. I think JS also built an Ice Queen Wand and some damage in his kit. So overall, they didn't have a very, very strong front line to be able to take the damage coming from the side of Revival. And Peace was on full build. He had the Malefic Roar, the Blade of Despair as well, just so much pure damage coming from him.
Now that I think about it, I realized one thing that, which is kind of like a weakness, and I think is an oversight from the side of Evil. I will talk a little bit more about that in a short little while, because I think that what is more important is for us to take a look at the MVP and know who exactly is the one to find himself on top of the leaderboard.
It is Peace! Of course, the Clint is the MVP, you know, standing from the back lines and getting the work done. 7-1 and 16 with a GPM of 733. Really well done. And of course, with the KP of 93%. You were talking about the emblems itself. Peace, I think this was the perfect emblem for him to, you know, use. And Scrubby, you were talking about the items, right? If you take a look at the items, how does that work out for you? This is so painful.
It's just so much damage, right? And on top of that, he also has the immortality built in, so he does have that second life even if he were to die. And the fact that his kill participation is at 93%, that's so high. That basically means that he was there for almost all the kills despite being a gold laner.
That's the surprising thing, right? As a gold laner, you generally don't really put yourself in a lot of fights, but playing as a Clint, he really started to move around very early in the game. And let's not forget, he also brought down the first defense turret together with his team pretty early on, allowing them to swap lanes. So that is going to be one big of a game from Revival. That is definitely one thing that kind of slipped out of my mind, especially since I've been looking at Evil the whole time. Will they be able to scale over to the late stages of the game? But with the highlights coming up, Scrubby, is there anything that you could break down for us?
I mean, if we're looking at the earlier, this is kind of the mid part of the game, right? I think this was the first lot that they kind of got distracted by Ryan there. So Evil went for Ryan. And then after that, Melon, wow, this heavy spin flicker, he split the team apart. And that's why Evil was able to take down Swirl as well as, I think, Peace in that team fight. So this was great for Evil. But going into this next lot over here, it kind of started to fall apart. They committed very, very heavily to this, despite, I think, having lost one member as well. So only left with with Coconut, they weren't able to really capitalize on this. And I think this was the game-ending team fight pretty much, right? You know, committing too much. Coconut was way too far ahead in that team fight as well, so he got caught up immediately by Revival, and it just kind of allowed Revival that free ticket to end the game from there. So very, very unfortunate, I think, for Team Evo, and I've spoken a lot about that, but I think also we have to give props to Revival. Honestly, I think they are looking like a different team today. Playing against Evo, they are very disciplined, very objective based. Even though JS, he was able to manage the lane so well, there was so much pressure initially on the map from Team Evo, because JS could manage from the cross map, manage the lanes very well, and that allowed them to take some of the early objectives. But unfortunately, towards the end, Revival, you see them going in once they know there's an opening. They don't overcommit to the fights. They retreat, and they know that they just want to go for objectives and be able to take the fights that they know how. So remember, we were talking about the keys to victory earlier as well. Don't be overconfident. Take the fights that you know you can take, and that's exactly what they did.
Yep, definitely agree. It's a different Revival today, and I think we have missed out on one player, which I would like to highlight, which is QDX Love, right?
Yes.
On that Cho. He went for the full tank build, and the fact that he went full tank allowed him to jump into the backlines on the side of Evo, and that really wrecked their late game lineup, right? I mean, the fact that you can catch Melon out, or you can catch even a Paquito or Esmeralda out of position, even delaying them for a few seconds is really, really good. Yeah.
Well, all in all, I wanted to talk about Evil's lineup for a bit, right? Because I think that the main problem is that they don't really have a proper initiator. The initiator that they wanted to use is Esmeralda. But unfortunately, there is a Cho, there is an Akai, and things are definitely not looking out very well for them, and they can't flaunt all of the damage that they want to. But you know what? Segue a little bit, because I do want to flaunt out some of our cards that we have on the table. You know, this one for you.
Yeah, let's pass it on.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so
oh,
in case
I have Carmilla.
Yeah, in case what you guys don't know about, take a look at the lower third at the bottom. This is the OCBC Frank X MLBB debit card, and of course these are limited edition cards, and there are 5 limited edition designs that you can get for yourself. Now, you can definitely join Frank, and of course, from now until 9th of October, you can sign up and get all of these. And to further improve that deal, let's not forget that once you get these debit cards, if you happen to be the first 275 eligible applicants of these cards, and you spend $200 on these debit cards, then you may actually be able to have a MLBB Epic skin credited into your account that is worth $25.
Epic skins, who doesn't want them? And on top of these cards as well. Honestly, I love this Guinevere one. I don't know if you can see it. It's just the whole landscape and the background of, behind Guinevere makes it so nice. Obviously, the rest are also very, very nice. But if I had to pick a favorite, I think it would be this one.
Yeah, I mean, you can just take one, but why not take all 5, right? You know, you're feeling
true.
it. So if you're looking at the color combinations for all of these cards, right, they go from the very mellow and cool and suave style to the very hype and flashy styles like our dear Ling on this card, right? So every color combination is here for you to choose. If you're interested to show off, flaunt, if you want to build your wealth as well, you can build them with Frank by OCBC, right? Usage of these cards are definitely gonna be a brand new experience for you. And if in addition you're gonna get the epic skins as well, why not? Give it a try.
I mean, epic skin, if you don't have a lot of epic skins, this is all you gotta have to do. You don't have to top up diamonds or anything. All you need is a Frank by OCBC card, debit card, MLBB ones, and then just spend $200, which, let's be honest, we gotta eat, right?
Yeah, you will probably spend more than $200 on food in a month, even personally, right? So it's an easy expenditure for you. But now we have to take a look at what is going to be an easy expenditure, right? So now the question is, can Revival make the easy expenditure on gold to maybe take game 2 away from Evo? Can they close this out in a clean 2-0, or will Evo bite back?
I would say that Evo could bite back, hopefully, I think it really relies on drafts now, because the draft coming from Evil, when I first took a look at it, I was like, okay, front to back, you're looking at Coconut to deal the damage, and then everyone else goes in and crowd control the enemies. But unfortunately, when it comes down to playing defensive, they have got the name of the game down, right? They have the key to victory. But when it comes down to being offensive, that is completely another question, because for most of these team fights, when Evil is trying to play defensive, they're always being able to run away, right? They're always safe. But then when they started to be aggressive, they wanted to aggress, everything fell apart. Only because they don't have a very good initiative factor, they rely everything on the Esmeralda, and unfortunately Esmeralda is not able to ramp up in all of those shields enough. And one of the biggest problems when it comes down to Esmeralda really boils down to the fact that she cannot and shouldn't be crowd controlled. And having an Esmeralda jumping in first without the chance to hit your enemies to get more shields, you're just essentially tossing a mage into the enemy's line.
Exactly, and paired up with Sword, who's on the Lilia, who essentially can use her ultimate to negate everything you have thrown at her in the last, 5 to 10 seconds. It's gonna be a nightmare for Evo, right? I mean, Evo should be the nightmare, but they're not exactly the kind of tyrant that we're looking at. So perhaps they can try to beef up their lineup for the draft. I don't think the draft was the issue, it's really the execution, like you said. So perhaps Revival, they're definitely comfortable. They're in the driver's seat, 1-0. Very easy 2-0 game if they can do the same as they have done in game 1. Like I said, it's a new team. I think this Revival is super aggressive. I like their aggression. Right off the bat, level 1, level 2, straight away we invade Evo's jungle. And this is very different from the Revival of the past 2 weeks.
Yeah, exactly. I think when you talked about the invasion as well, Powerful was actually down. He was lower level compared to LY4, and it was tough for him in the initial parts of the game. But that first Lord fight that they took, Evil actually won that fight, and I think because of that, they were able to get, number 1, more map control, and number 2, Powerful was also able to even up that level lead with LY4. So in the mid game was where Evil's team really started to shine, and they could start to take those team fights. But your point, Abstract, I think it's really strange that JS was the one initiating the fights. They had Carrot, and you can use the I'm Offended if you can grab Peace, especially into those fights, to be able to start a huge fight. And the fact that he CC'd would definitely help. They don't just have JS, they also have Melon on the heavy spin. They could steal the heavy spin. So crowd control wise, they do have a lot in their kit to be able to start fights or to peel for Coconut. So I think it was really the positioning, the fact that they chose to fight in a choke point that was more advantageous to Revival that made it so difficult to win that team fight. If they're maybe a little bit more disciplined about it, yeah, I think they could come back in this game.
Now, the biggest question as well, right, is when it comes down to positioning for Evil, I think the best way that they can play is instead of really just getting in your face of Revival and really just running right at them, a stealthy play would have been a lot better. And as you say, using the Ruby to be the initiator instead. Because let's be honest, I'm Offended, that is an annoying skill. You pull everyone else in, even from the front, or rather from the back, all the way to the front. You can single out people in an entire AoE, and that is going to help a lot for, number 1, your Esmeralda, as well as your Valentina. So a lot of things could not go wrong. The only one counter is your opponent's Akai popping the heavy spin, and then you think about your answers later. But most of the time, you should leave it to your Ruby. So maybe, hopefully, Evil understands their draft a lot better now and then change their playstyle according to the opponent's picks instead.
Yep, we'll take a look at whether Revival is gonna pull out their healing composition again. We have not seen an Estes or a Rafaela today from them, nor have we seen a Balmond that is one of the few picks that they have had in the past 2 weeks. They are gonna restart this draft pick with the same bands as well as game 1. It's gonna be a Beatrix as well as a Julian. But this time, LY4 is going to take out that Valentina. No more IMU for the side of Evo.
Yeah, I think it changes things because they're on the first pick as well. So they probably maybe want to go for the Akai in this case. They have the option to leave it open and pick that up. And in response, with the Valentina being banned out, Evo will not be able to steal any heavy spins from that this time. So it will be a huge advantage going the way of Revival. Second ban here on Evo is going to be the Feramis, still pretty normal. So I guess what's left out here... Oh, actually they banned out the Akai. The Bauman is still open. The Diggy and the 1-1 are also possible bans or picks.
That's right. Atlas is open as well. It is a nice composition for team fight capabilities. Abstract, what do you think about the draft so far?
Well, we can't really tell too much because most right now, Revival as well as Evil, they're really just tossing around the meta heroes that they do not want to touch. Bauman is available, Beatrix is available, Grog, Julian is out, so that's pretty unfortunate. So, one thing's for sure, 1-1 as well as Paquito, both of these heroes are definitely available. Diggy have just went into the banning pool. Revival now has a chance, or rather now has an option. Do they want to go for Paquito? Do they want to go for 1-1? Do they want to go for anyone else? Because at this point in time, you still can be very flexible based on how you want to play. And looking at Revival plays Bauman, I'm getting a little bit of PTSD from the previous times because they wasn't really very successful with the Bauman so far.
Yep, I mean, okay. Well, like we said, today is a new Revival. Perhaps is a new Balmont as well, with that double retreat and with this aggressive playstyle by Revival today. I think with the correct cards and with the correct positioning, Balmont, it can be a monster in their hands, and I'm very interested to see how they're going to push the ante with this.
I think also the Bauman adds a layer of... It's a lot easier for Revival to take the early game, and it worked out for them when they were able to shut down Powerful in the early parts of the game. So having that Bauman up would definitely be in their favor. Evil opting again for the Paquito, so it might potentially be difficult once again, I think, for Powerful to be in the jungle, but we'll see. You never know, it might be JS actually picking up this Paquito. Together with a 1-1, Coconut's gonna play the 1-1 this time, so I would like to see a bit more heroes that can help the 1-1 in terms of, you know, especially in the early game to help 1-1 farm, and also to be able to help him proc his weakness points.
We don't really have any information as to how Revival is playing their gold lane just yet. Revival's team lineup hasn't really quite hinted us very well how hyper aggressive they are trying to go for. Because typically when you are playing as a Bowman, there is two playstyles. Number one, go hyper aggressive and really make full use of all the damage that you have in the early stages of the game, because that is where your power spike comes in. Or number two, play Bauman literally as a hero that has double retribution and play for the late stages of the game. And that is entirely based on how Revival wants to play. You want to put Bauman into Bloodlust Axe as well as War Axe, that is hyper aggressive. Or literally just put Weakness Curse Helm and any other defensive items onto this Bauman. Then don't think about anything else, just go for late stages of the game. The way that Evil is putting themselves up right now is having the 1-1 to play into the late stages of the game as well. You would definitely need heroes that can babysit this 1-1, or at least create space for 1-1 to farm in the early stages of the game. As such, having a Paquito as well as having a Baxia here is actually going to be relatively good, because they can be counter-aggressive over to the opponent's lines, go for proxies, and really invade on the opponent's side of the quadrant.
Yep, that's right. I think the late game insurance is looking good from the side of Evil as well. So far, I think Revival, of course, we haven't seen the final two picks, so we do not know what their late game insurance is at this point. But looking at how the game will go, if Evil can pull this towards the late game, it looks like it should be a straightforward game for Evil. But the thing they have to contest is, can they even make it into the late game? Because based on the draft of Revival, you know they're going to be very aggressive. You know that they want to jump the backlines. And it's very, very difficult to protect your backline, especially when you have someone like your Marsha who's jumping in. And Sword on their Lilia, we've seen already in game 1, the ability to just chunk damage, take damage, and negate that all in a few moments is very detrimental to Evil's lineup.
Looking at the second phase of bans here, they're going to take out the Matilda as well as the Natalia. So they're trying to create as much space for Coconut as possible. The Baxia is going to help them in the early game as well, going up against the Bauman, and I guess preventing them from getting some of that healing on. Banning out the Atlas on the side of Revival as well as the Franco, so targeting the number of roam heroes that Carrot can potentially use. Now, Melon, what options are they looking at now? They have to fight against the Lilia, and the thing is they already have one losing lane, most likely on the side of the gold lane, so something that would give them the ability to match up to Lilia's wave clear as well as help to pressure down the objective.
I think for the side of Evil, having a high ground will be good. someone like Yves or Fasa would be great for Malin in order for them to, number one, create space for Coconut in a massive team fight. Because the one thing that will be very annoying is for Ryan to just jump right in onto Coconut. So having the Yves RWM, it really just repels anyone in from the grid, and that grid of pain, no one will want to jump in. But because of the Yves pick, Revival, they have to resort into heroes that have some form of crowd control. In this case, they've decided to go for a Lolita that does have some stuns in her kit, but on the offhand, also does have shields in order to make things a bit more difficult for Coconut to go ham with her crossbows.
Yep, Evil. I mean, I'm liking both drafts from both teams. I can see how it's going to work out, right? We have Kara on their Grok and of course the Yves on Melon. The setting of the win condition is going to be a bit difficult for Evil, right? We have to see how well Carrot places down his walls and whether he can land the charge in the first place. And if he does get that going, I think most team fights should be in favor of Evil. But once again, you throw a wrench in their plans, right? If you take a look at Revival's lineup, you have people like Lilia and you have the Lolita who's able to soak up a lot of damage in the first place. So it really could go either way. We have to see how the laning phase goes and whether which team is going to try and push their aggression up to the maximum and see what they can take from the others.
And with that said and done, we are going to be jumping into game number 2 between Revival and Evil. Revival, they do have a composition that would want to play in the early stages of the game, being hyper-aggressive. That is my question. Will they be able to go hyper-aggressive with this kind of lineup? Because I'm not necessarily very happy with the fact that they picked up a Masha in the lineup like this, because it kind of seems as though they are trying to skew over to the late stages of the game, but this can be seen as an insurance for the late. While for Evil, you can very clearly tell that they want to play into the late stages, and any form of aggression and any form of wins that they get in the early stages of the game is going to be a bonus for them to scale upwards.
Yep, so far it's looking pretty standard from both teams, not much aggression. They do have a lot of phase checks into the bushes and stuff like that so far, which is not that risky because both lineups are pretty tanky to a certain extent. They do have the relevant skill sets to get out of sticky situations. LY4 gonna start off with the first Little Wanderer of the game for their side, so just a slight EXP advantage for them at this point.
It's currently 1 minute and 20 seconds into the game. Revival as well as Evil, both of these teams are really judging the distances and really guiding themselves, understanding how far can they push themselves. With that said, QD a little bit too far, and that is exactly how Evil might almost take the first kill.
Once again, it's the same story. I'm gonna push, you're gonna pull, and we're even, right? That was a good try on both sides. Evil, they wanted to get that kill, of course, forcing the Lilia back all the way to the base to reset. So this gives them a bit more space. But of course, I think LY4 was lucky in that portion. A simple, just a little lag in terms of movement allowed him to stay around the corner and make sure that things didn't go awry for the team.
Now, the thing that I'm looking out for this sort of Evil is that they kinda have the same play, same kind of win condition against Revival, unfortunately. When it comes down to getting Turtle, they can definitely do it a lot better than the previous game, but now it's been semi-countered because the opponent does have a Bowman. So let's see how that's gonna be.
No, Powerful actually steals it, so Evil, they have the first turtle of the game, and now they're just gonna walk away scot-free because Revival, they have definitely lost the turtle. They do not want to contest anything else. LY4 was super low, and I think that repositioning, they forced LY4 to reposition, so the mental capacity was very difficult for him to deal with, right? So many things to look at, and unfortunately, they lost a lot.
All that said and done, Evil must be really happy with what they have gotten for themselves. Powerful just came right in like a wrecking ball. Get himself that turtle is so crucial, especially against a team that has a Bowman. Technically speaking, when you have a Bowman in your team, it basically says that every single objective is mine, unless I'm dead, kind of thing.
Yup, it should be, but Carrot might be getting caught out. The support comes in here by Powerful with that nice dash, and it looks like LY4 as well gonna be here. The lethal counter gonna be used, and it looks like, no, it's not the lethal counter, but nonetheless, Swirl gonna commit his ulti for this, and it looks like it's a pretty soft fight from the side of Evil, right? Nothing committed, not too much committed, but they don't get anything much out of that as well.
Now, I think the main question for myself and maybe for all of the viewers out there is wondering when will be the time that we will see the first blood? When are we gonna actually see the first blood? Because most of the time when Revival fights against Evil, they're mostly gathering in the middle lane, and they are finally gathering in the gold lane. But they are all exposing themselves, so there is no way that they can kill these gold laners at all.
Yep, powerful. The first one to jump in though on QDX Love, but QDX Love is quite mobile on this Lolita, so not too much problems at this point. It's like they're going for a networking session, right? Like, hi, I'm here. Maybe let's get to know each other before we commit to anything. And that definitely looks like a case here.
Yeah, really getting their feet wet, I'll say.
Yeah, exactly. But Ryan, gonna catch a glimpse of JS. I think that right now they're just trying to pressure each other out, and very simple movements from JS, right? Wave clear is definitely the main concern for them. The wave management is very important because the next slot is up. Next turtle, sorry, is up.
Well, the turtle now coming up. Evil, they do have the start of the fight with Coconut just gonna be channeling some of that crossbow shots onto the turtle, dropping it down to 5,000 HP. LY4 is looking for the position to go straight in.
Ah, he does get it this time. So LY4 gonna start off the fight with a nice steal from that side. So Evil, I mean, this should be the case, right? LY4 should get every turtle or every objective in the game.
Yeah, imagine lethal counter plus the retribution. There's absolutely no way that you should lose that.
Well, he did.
Well, I mean, yeah, he did. But you know, let's just say that there's like small, tiny little mistakes. From this point onwards, he should be taking every single turtle, especially since the economy is completely neck and neck. You can go aggressive. But now that we have 2 turtles down, no one is dead yet.
Yep,
can someone just die?
It's still 0-0, but LY4 gonna try and get this started, gonna push Carrot away as they try to contest this at the purple buff on the side of Evil. And once again, it's gonna be a stalemate, right? Nothing too much. They cannot commit at this point. But I think, granted, right, Abstract, today is a different day for us. Today is a live audience day. Perhaps it could be a different scenario for them.
It could be a different scenario for them. Maybe they just don't want to die too early in front of the audience. Yep. And this is the point in time where we would actually hype so crazily for the first death. So let's do that. Whoever dies first, we're just gonna be, oh, hoorah kind of thing.
Yup, it looks like Carrot is in contention to be the first blood, to be honest. He is in quite aggressive positions, and so far he has been getting caught out by QDX Love.
Well, other than that, the other lanes are looking to be pretty A-okay, I gotta have to say. JS versus the Masher in the top lane, they have been constantly running around after clearing the waves. But maybe now, we'll be able to see the first death!
Yep, it is the first blood! Carrot does get QDX Love, and this is looking good so far. They are gonna get close to 1,000 gold from that, and Evil, I think now the point is to reset, but 10 more seconds before the next turtle comes up. Now guys, if you haven't seen this, scan the QR code. First blood, right? We have waited 6 minutes for this. It's best to claim it.
I think this is still earlier than the previous game. The previous game was like 7 minutes and 30 seconds, somewhere around there. But unfortunately, we're gonna move past that point as we see the turtle has already been taken down by Evil and pushing their advantage.
Yup, Ryan's trying to get caught out here because the rest of the side of Evil, I mean, this is a really, really safe playstyle from Evil, right? They're not really actually committing to anything at this point, but the rotations are coming at the bot lane piece. Is he going to be safe from the rest of the side of Evil? I'm not sure. But it looks like, okay, once again, it's really slow. It's so slow paced in this game. They do not want to risk anything at all.
Yeah, a little bit too much tranquil in the air, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Like really way too much right now. Because honestly, Revival, if they actually understood the mood in the previous game, they could have just steered away from the Clint. They could have played someone that really spikes a lot better into the later stages of the game, such as a Claude, for example. Because you will be able to go neck and neck against Coconut if that is going to be the one that you're looking for.
Yup, that was a nice real-world manipulation by Eve. They do get a kill on their side, so second kill in quick succession as they're going to try and chase out Melon again. It's a hit-and-run tactic. It's a 1-for-1 trade in this particular fight, but I think it's working out for Evil. The pressure is mounting from the side of Revival, so they have to be a bit more careful with that.
A very defensive item build, I believe, from LY4, as I just saw the Guardian helm up. So QDX Love, Ryan, as well as LY4, they are all going to be pretty darn tanky. Evil, the only one that can really deal with these tankiness is gonna be Coconut as well as Powerful. JS' main idea of the game really is to do a couple of kills or hits. If you want, he can snipe out Peas. Otherwise, he can try to snipe Swirled out as well. While it is going to be the job of Melon to hold his ground, keep Coconut inside of his grid, while Powerful and Carrot just runs into the face of the enemy's front lines, making sure that no one crosses past the tanks. And in the event that someone does, they are only gonna be finding themselves in the real world manipulation.
Yep, really loving the aggression by Revival so far. They are gonna set themselves up for the law, but Peace gets taken out immediately by Powerful. A surprise hit. He didn't know the rest of the players were back there from the side of Evil, and so this is not looking good for Revival. They will get the lot started. The rest of Revival, they have to be pushed away. JS doing a very good job of hiding, but it's going to be a 4-man jump. Melon runs away. Lethal counter is going to be dropped. The real world manipulation going to be dropped as well. JS is still low, but they do get a kill on LY4, so this is not a good situation for Revival to be in.
This is really not good at all. Revival now, they are already down by 3,000 gold. Even Evil has got the Lord for themselves. As much as I want to see Revival getting themselves the objective due to the fact that they have a Bowman, they're not exactly exerting the dominance enough. They don't really have QDX Love to really just play his way into the opponent's face and opening up the jungles at all. Opening up jungles, opening up brushes, opening up anything as a matter of fact. So LY4, it doesn't really have the avenue to push in at all.
Yep, showing the curse of Evil right here. They're going to try and jump in to get Peace as well. So it's a 2-man knockup. And here we go. It is going to be Peace who falls down first. And that's another kill for Evil. 5-1 as Evil bites back.
Unfortunately, it seems like Revival is going to bite the dust real soon, with Peace not being able to be present in the next coming few fights because of a 15 seconds cooldown. Evil will knock down every single one of the exterior turret, jumping from the bottom, middle, and they even want to go over to the top. But unfortunately, not quite enough creeps to move in. They're gonna have to wait until the next wave to come in, but I don't think that Revival is gonna defend that exterior turret anyway.
Yep, we know that Evil struggles a bit playing from behind. Now the question is Revival, this time they are on the back foot. What can they do against Evil?
Well, technically speaking, what they can do right now is they really need to get a lineup of QDX Love to land a really good Numenon Blast, right? Because technically speaking, if they manage to bring down Coconut with a good Numenon Blast, provided that Coconut already doesn't have his second skill to dispel the Numenon Blast, then they will be able to really just floor it, allowing Ryan to just weave past everyone. Cancelling out the RWM is undoubtedly gonna be super important. And unfortunately, QDX Love is gonna be the only one person doing that. So if Revival ever wins in any fight, no matter what, it will be attributed to QDX Love. But that means that there's a lot of pressure on the QDX Love. You have to stun Coconut, you gotta have to stun Melon, you gotta have to weave past everyone, you have to enable every single one member of your team.
Yep, if you take a look at the way Evil is playing, they are setting up the triangle choke on Revival. All 3 lanes pushing in, and as the Lord is coming out in 20 seconds, they're just going to wait and see. Anyone from Revival that steps out, they're going to just catch them. And I'm very sure Carrot as well as JS are waiting for that perfect opportunity. I'm looking at Melon as well, right? That real world manipulation will change the game for them.
Yeah, but Revival, they really don't have any answers. They don't have a proper answer for Evil. Ooh. They can't use a Numenon Blast too early. They can't use a stun coming from QDX Love too early. They can't put QDX Love in front of the enemies too early.
Yep, gonna be kited out here. It's gonna be a charge and a slam. It's gonna be a first kill now. LY4, the jungler is down, and JS gonna get another kill for his team as Sword is taken down in quick succession as well. Ryan, he has to fall back. Peace and QDX Love, the only 2 members remaining. No. And QDX Love will not survive this because they will definitely dive. And Coconut says, "What's up, my man? Evil is back in the show." And here we go, JS dives in as well. Peace, no long for this wall, gonna be taken out immediately. A killing spree. JS just uses the immortality for that. Hey, no problem, man. Evil is back in the picture.
Well, it kind of seems as though we are almost getting ourselves the win from Evil. Nothing is gonna be stopping them. And boom, bada boom. That is Evil getting themselves the first game to their name, and they are definitely They doesn't look very happy.
Yeah, but I'm sure they are excited about this. I mean, Powerful, you know why he is serious right now, right? There's no fun and games at this point. It's a best of 3 series, so they have to be very careful about what they're doing. Scrubby, let us know what you think.
Surprised, it feels like Evo is back in this game. They really knew what their draft and their composition was set up to do, and they played exactly to that. The Bowman, I was expecting to cause them a lot of trouble getting the objectives. Yes, they lost maybe 1 or 2 turtles in the early part of the game, but after that they won the team fights and then went for the objectives instead of trying to just focus and fighting and stealing the objectives away from Revival. So I'm really pleasantly surprised by Evil's performance, and the fact that they knew that Coconut had a losing lane. Carrot was there a lot of the time to be able to protect Coconut, to be able to aggress against Peace as well and give him a hard time. And in a lot of the later fights, Revival couldn't find Coconut or Melon. They tried to go for Melon in the backline, especially Ryan, but then it would just be countered by the real-world manipulation. And the thing is, on the side of Revival, the Numenon Blast takes a while to charge up and to land, but there's so much mobility on the side of Evil to be able to run away from that huge ultimate and then re-engage with the real world manipulation as well as Wild Charge and the Guardian's Barrier. So I think the team fights definitely worked in Evil's favor this game, and that's what helped to win them that game. As you can see, Peace really not having a good time so far in the game. 13 minutes into game, he does have an Endless Battle and a Blade of Despair, but that's about it compared to Coconut, who has 4 items, one of which is a Wind of Nature to already mitigate some of the damage. So that helped him to not die this game, 2-0 and 6.
Yep, I like the fact that they have Immortality on JS, right? That allowed him as the Paquito to just cause confusion and chaos on the back lines of Revival. But I have to comment, I mean, Carrot and Melon, this combo as well as Powerful, just insane synergy. And the fact that Revival, that last fight, the Lord Pit fight, it was so difficult for them to do it. You can take a look, Melon has the slows as well, and it's going to be very difficult to fight against that. Revival, you can see 100% kill participation means they weren't, trying to farm most of the time. It was very difficult. They were forced into fights over and over again from the side of Evo.
I mean, to be fair, it's 1 kill, so that all 4 of them were involved in that one fight. I guess Peace still farming, and as we said, he had a hard time in the gold lane, so it was probably impossible for him to rotate out and take the fight.
Yeah, so the thing is, when it comes down to Revival's lineup, having a Ballman is, like I said before, is either you play the early game by really snowballing or play late game by starving out the opponent's objective. They kind of seems to want to be on sort of a hybrid because their composition consists of the Ballman himself, the marksmen that have a power spike in the early stages of the game, and then they have an EXP laner that power spikes over at the late stages of the game. So kind of priorities at the wrong places in my opinion. The draft kind of seems a little bit weird, at least for me, right? While for Evil, they have a better idea as to what they want to do, and going into the late stages of the game is what they want, and they manage to get the kills that they want as well. So it's been looking pretty good for them.
Yep, Evo definitely looking to make Revival multitask as much as possible, right? It's very hard to multitask, especially when you are playing a game of this stature. Let's take a look at the MVP, right? I mean, personally, I would feel that it's Powerful, but it is going to be JS on that Paquito 3-1-3 with a GPM of 762, 60% kill participation, and of course, very nice build, right? Very tanky build and some damage offered inside as well to help secure a couple of kills.
Which I absolutely love. I think JS is very in line with his playstyle. He is so good at dominating his lane. Ryan was pushed out of, granted he was a Masha, but he was pushed out of his lane to the tower a lot, and because of that, JS had so much pressure in the lane and to be able to rotate and help out the team fights. And with the Hunter Strike and the Bloodlust X, he was able to put out the damage once he entered these fights as well. So switching that around, I really like that JS took the Paquito this time instead of Powerful. Powerful instead was able to focus on going into objectives without dying. He was also able to go into the team fights and aim for the backline or help to peel for the team as well, while JS, usually instead of a Falling Star Moon and dealing no damage, this time he actually went in with the knockout punches and was able to take kills on top of that. So my man JS.
Actual damage with some actual regeneration. The opponent doesn't have anything that could really stop the Paquito. They don't have anything to stop the Eve as well. So honestly, this for the side of Revival, they just lack crowd control, right? It's rather unfortunate, but I think that they gotta have to think it through again, see how they are gonna improve themselves in the next game. So I did manage to kind of like put the nail in the head, right? Hammer it in and say that Evil, they will figure out their draft. Indeed, they did.
It's the execution. They played it extremely well this time. And rolling back to the highlights, let's look at what exactly went down. This was 6 minutes, probably, I think, when the first blood finally landed. Here you go. QDX Love knocked up into the real manipulation. So very targeted. And also Evil playing to their advantage in a choke point, because now they have the grok and the grit to be able to do that for them. So once again, this, I think, was a traded out fight between QD as well as JS. Here you can see this really helped. Coconut getting that 1v1 against Peace took him immediately out of that and allowed Evil to take the lot pretty easily. And this was towards the end, I think, the ending game-ending fight here. What they do so well, Evil, they engage, they disengage and re-engage. You can see them again retreating and then coming back into the fight to take down the members of Revival. So that's what they, I think, did phenomenally well, played exactly to that advantage, making full use of Melon's zoning potential.
It really boils down to the fact that their composition can play very aggressively. Most of them have got the mobility that they want to catch up onto the enemies in the event that someone were to escape, right? Especially since they do have the Grok's Guardian Barrier. They can split the fight pretty darn effectively, and just from the final highlight that we saw. Guardian Barrier, yes, you split the fight into half. We've got two person that's trying to run away, the Clint, as well as, I can't remember who the last one, I think it was Masha. So they still managed to catch up, solely because of number one, we are looking at a 1-1. If you think that 1-1 doesn't have mobility, you need to get your eyes checked. And second one, we do have a Paquito, great mobility as well when it comes down to his second skill. Nothing beats him when it comes down to chasing down enemies.
Yep, that's right. Okay, so this is a team game. We have 5 members, so I think we can take a minute for each member. We're gonna go for a 5-minute break from here on, and so we'll see you back in 5. Okay, welcome back. It is week 3 and game 1. We are having Revival against Evil. I'm Kintofu. Joining me today will be Abstract and Scrubby Cheeks. Now, we are in a very precarious situation for both teams. It's a 1-1, and it looks like both teams took their wins quite convincingly. So, Scrubby, what do you think about the lineup so far? Game 3, how does that work out for you?
Honestly, I think the lineups are okay. As in, the way that they draft, it really is in line with a game plan. It feels like they know exactly what they do and how they want to execute it. Down to the execution, though, is what matters, right? I feel like so far it has been the team that makes mistakes, as in most cases, that allows them to win. In Evil, they really were able to realize what happened in the first game, right? They fought at a choke point that they couldn't take. And in the second game, they picked up the Grok, which allowed them to fight at these choke points and still be able to come out on top. And not only that, Carrot also used the Grok Guardian's Barrier to find vision in bushes as well, and that helped Coconut to be able to scale even faster, make sure that he had a safe lane to play in as much as possible. So I would say, like you said, Evil actually clocking this back up to a 1-1. Huge props to them. Even though they didn't look very excited earlier on the player cams, I think they don't want to get ahead of themselves, so that's really, really good. This is down to the wire, 1-1, the final game. Who do you think will take it?
I would want to believe that Evil will still get it, as per my caster's prediction, I still feel that Evil does have a lot of those fundamentals that they have learnt from the previous season, and I feel that most of us have been looking at how they play in this season, but not remembering about how they played in the previous season. So most of the time, I'm just looking at Evil as Season 3 and how they could have played against some of these big teams, such as Zion, which didn't really quite work out so much, if I remember correctly. But most of the time, Stellark, RSG, Flash, and SMG, those kind of stuff, right? So they can definitely play better. And I think for Revival, this is the point in time where they start to brainstorm and be like, you know what? This is something that works for us.
Yeah, looking at the damage charts here, the impact player on both of these teams, LY4 as well as JS. I think LY4 has really stepped up from the first few games that he has played as well, being able to take some of these objectives and the fights as well. The highest damage going to go the way of Swolt and Peace. Peace in the last game, I think, just didn't have a great game, hence the lower damage. But look at that. Look at JS, 46,000 ahead of Coconut as well as Melon.
Yep,
wow.
Very, very big stats. And I think it's gonna be one of the major factors, right? If JS gets to play like how he does in Game 2, it's tough for Revival.
Well, I believe that overall, when it comes down to Evil, they really need to understand their draft a lot more, and actually so does Revival, because so far for both Game 1 and Game 2, it kind of seems as though they are losing in their executions only because of the heroes that they have picked out for themselves, how they play in certain stages of the game, and how they have to resort to in certain games, certain different fights, because in draft compositions, there are certain points in time whereby it's kind of like a rock, paper, scissors kind of thing. If you play for early game while the opponent play for late, then understandably you win the early game, and then for the opponents, they win your late game. So you need to identify when is your power spike and how you should be able to look right through the defenses. But to look at things even more, in depth, you're gonna have to understand what are the caveats that allows you to get the win. What are the win conditions? Do you break through their front lines, or you start off their back lines? How do you want to get the most pivotal player out first? Which has been one of the biggest question for these two games, and Revival and Evil has found an answer to it respectively, but for the opponents in that kind of situations, did not.
Yep, it's tough, right? So I think Game 3 will be really down to the draft. Like you mentioned before, the draft sometimes is a bit weird as we are looking at it from a very overview kind of point of view, but down to the execution, like Scrubby, like you mentioned, it's very important. Execution matters as well.
For sure. I mean, we always say that as, you know, a blanket statement, but really, your draft can make so much, and it is part of your game plan. But if you make a single mistake in whether it is your micro, especially your micro or your macro, that can cost you the game, as we have seen in especially game number 1 when Evil took that unfortunate fight. We are now, ladies and gentlemen, in the picks and ban phase of game number 3 here. Revival choosing to ban out the Beatrix as well as the Bowman, and Revival still on first pick this time. So they have the option to pick up the Akai instead of the Bowman. It should probably be on Evil to ban it out. Hold on, Valentina is still available. So it's either the Akai or the Valentina.
I would like to believe that when it comes down to Revival, they will ban out the Valentina. Without a doubt, in my opinion, they would definitely not want to give the Valentina away to Evil based on whatever there's in the pool. Diggy is available, 1-1 is available, Akai is available. Revival has got a good shot in game number 1 with the Akai, so there could be a possibility that they would want to prioritize in the Akai for their first pick and then leave the rest over to Evil if they are open. But looks like they are keeping Valentina open because 1-1 has been banned instead, and Evil, based on what they have banned so far, they could actually ban a Diggy.
Oh, they actually go for the Valentina ban.
That means Atlas might be in play. Atlas might have a chance to be in play. Only because of the fact that someone would want to ban the Diggy in the second half. Because if we look at the last pick, it's either going to, it's probably going to be Evil that goes for the last pick. If they have the chance to pick out an Atlas, it will be great. For Revival, they will need to be a little bit more stealthy to pick up the Atlas. That means that they can only pick that up maybe after the second phase bans.
Evil should have expected this though, banning out the Valentina, giving away the Akai. So there you go, they want to pick up the Diggy for themselves. I'm curious as to whether or not this Paquito is going on JS or Powerful this time. But they could be picking it up just as a flex pick as well, so that they can adjust their draft depending on what Revival picks. But I have to say, I really like JS on the Paquito the last game instead of Powerful. It seemed very aligned with his playstyle to be able to go in first, dish out the damage, and also to bait out the members of Revival. So I think that worked out pretty well for them. Doesn't seem like either of these teams are choosing their gold laners just yet. It could be in the next pick, so everything's still up for grabs. Maybe a Claude we'll see in this game.
Exactly. I believe that Evil would want to pick a Claude for themselves, especially since they do have a babysitter in the lineup. But because of the fact that they have a soft support onto their side already, they might actually push the Paquito into the jungle instead of the EXP lane. Unless Evil wants to do things a little bit differently here, and that is to go for a full power team composition. That means that whoever dies, it's okay. We still have other members that can deal crazy amount of damage. And in this case, Yves is more of a utility hero. So we are already kind of diverging away from the all-strike composition that we have seen before in the previous meta.
Going into the second phase of bans, banning out Lilia this time, so denying that from Sword. I was surprised that they didn't pick Lilia on the side of Revival in this first phase. Looks like they really want to prioritize this sustain coming that allowed them to win that fight against Zion as well. The ability, I think it was the key for them to be able to stay as long in the team fights to be able to win. And with this composition from Evil, they have one shot at that real world manipulation. And if it was in their plan to get an Atlas, then it will really be kind of like a one-trick pony, right? You spend all your skills and you don't have anything else. In this case, it would be dangerous to go back, to go to that game plan, because Estes can easily heal everyone back up with the blessing of the Moon Goddess and prevent them from doing that. So looks like they're, having a little bit, they look a bit frustrated or just anxious here, just thinking of what to pick up next.
Well, good ban coming in from Revival. Understand understanding that Baxia would definitely be a pain in the neck for them, especially since they have an Akai. And of course, Revival has constantly been playing heroes that are relatively tanky. But with Estes coming into the pool, that means that they would want to play more onto sustainability, which is definitely something that Baxia will be able to counter with the Tortoise's Persons. Evil picking up themselves the Irithel, well, I am not... I mean, it's okay, but I would have preferred some other marksman instead. You can definitely still go for a Irithel here because great mobility, great damage, but the last pick coming in from Evil is the main question because they very likely are actually still going to go for an all-strike composition. Just that things are slightly a bit different. What other junglers is possible to be seen here? Because we have a Uranus, we also have a Akai. Having a Karina here may actually be pretty darn good because Karina can scale in terms of true damage to heroes that have large amount of health pool.
Wow, Revival picking up the Sicilian. I think this was really the composition that helped them win against Zion. So it feels like if it ain't broke, don't fix it, you know? Going for exactly the same thing, really playing for late here with this Sicilian. You gotta give time to scale up. And Abstract, you're absolutely right. They're going into the Karina, which is also a good pick given that Evil is a little bit, they don't have that sort of tanky front line. So in this case, Powerful can close that gap some. And I think Irithel was actually, I think, a good pick because in this case, if Estes is just going to heal up, other marksmen like Claude with that burst damage isn't going to work because once you spend that, you are basically almost useless, right?
Yeah, good point.
Whereas Irithel can kite around this draft here, especially with the heavy spin, and potentially survive that and then re-engage and try to dish out the DPS that they need. So, how do you guys feel about this draft?
Some questions, which is how to counter the Estes, right? That means that, unfortunately for the Eve, she gonna have to pick up the Necklace of Durance. Unfortunately for the Paquito, he have to play a little bit tankier and really work in with the Dominance Eyes. I don't think anyone is gonna pick up the Sea Helmet, let's be very honest here. But I have questions, but I would like to have the players answer them for themselves. Let's jump right into game number 3 between Revival versus, well, Evil.
Yeah, very, very interesting draft so far, and I think we are in for a treat, boys and girls, because this is going to be a tough lineup. Both of them know what's at stake. Evil needs this more than the other teams, definitely in the league itself, and I think they have a point to prove.
I'm trying to understand exactly what Revival needs to do here because Evil, they have damage. They 100% have the damage. Like JS, he's got the damage, Melon has got damage, Coconut, okay, you get the point, you get the memo. Well, for Revival, they gotta have to knock down every single one of the members from Evil. So for Evil, it's like deal damage so fast that the opponents, well, can't respond to it. While Revival is kind of like, let's sustain so long that their damage could not keep up to us. Which is exactly is the correct formula? Which one is the stone and which one is the paper?
Well, I think Revival has to be very careful about their laning phase, right? In order for this lineup to work, they need the advantage in farm and experience. So perhaps that is what you'll try to work against. It's better to be at a level advantage and have the heals available for your Moonlight Immersion, and I think Revival wants to play around that.
Well, Evil, I think that this might actually be a pretty long game.
Yeah, it is looking like a long game.
Might actually be a pretty long game. I was hoping that Powerful will go a little bit tankier rather than JS going for tank. But they're not exactly playing that kind of hybrid composition. I have someone to go into the. I have someone to really soak in the damage and then have the other person do the damage. This one, they all wants to deal the damage. They want to give Revival the feeling whereby you can kill my marksman, but my jungler will still kill you. My EXP laner can still kill you. That kind of offensive thinking.
Yep, they are going to get the fight started. Powerful might be the first one to fall in this fight as they do get the turtle, and with that they're going to get a bunch of experience as well as gold. So now they have the slight advantage. But now this is looking good for the side of Revival because this is what they had in mind. I'm very excited by this lineup because this is what they used to win Zion.
Well, both teams, they are actually very neck and neck. They are really so neck and neck, right? Revival and Evil, both of these players, both of these teams, They're just working themselves in the early, mid, and late. When it comes down to the revival, the early game pop-off, what really comes down to the side of LY4 as well as Peace. Well, Peace definitely got some good amount of damage in the early stages, not exactly that kind of power spike that we are looking for. But Evil, we do have JS, we have Powerful. Technically speaking, Evil will be stronger in the early stages of the game, but mid stages of the game, they are pretty much gonna be all equal. Let's not forget the Reviver's QDX Love. Once he reaches level 4, which he already is, that is the strongest Estus will ever be, because no one can counter the ultimate. No one. Unless there's a Baxia, right? Because you can't have a Dominus Ice, Sea Halberd, nor a Necklace of Endurance. Your heal is at its max potential.
Yep, here comes the first rotation by Evil. They are going to try and push the objectives here on the bottom lane. They are going to rotate 4 people down. So QDX, Love, and Peace, they have to be very careful. LY4 is around the corner, but you can see Coconut getting a couple of free shots in. And with that, Coconut is falling a bit low. Overstepped his position a little bit, getting ticked off by the tower with 1 hit.
Well, this is a game of babysitting service. Who paid for a better babysitter, right?
Oh, JS gonna try and get swirled, but pushed back into the tower, and it looks like this is gonna be a stalemate again, as Ryan is just making life difficult for them. Ryan doing a very good job of cancelling Powerful out as well. He's so irritating. LY4 jumps in. Will they try to get the kill, or is it just a ruse to just poke and prod at the rest of the team of Evil?
Well, for Revival, what they want to do here is not necessarily to kill, but it is to get themselves the tempo for the next objective. You can see right now, Evil's, Powerful, and JS, they are all down to half HP. That means that they don't really have a very good answer to deal with this objective, because Revival, they're not trying to kill. They just want to poke, and really just annoy the crap out of Evil, so that they themselves as Revival, they will win in objectives, they will push Evil to take more time to go back home and heal. That way, they will be able to push the other lanes as well.
Yup, I mean, Revival seems to be in the driver's seat for this game. They're influencing the draft that Evil has come up with, as well as the pace of the match. And you can see they're trying to make something work. Evil, they will rotate 4 people once again down to the bot lane, keeping their eyes on QDX Love as well as Peace. And here we go, Melon trying to make life difficult as Coconut goes in for a few free shots. Not gonna work out for them so far, but they still have their eyes on them. It's still 3 members at the bottom lane waiting for QDX Love to make a mistake or Peace. And while this is happening, Carrot, there's a lot of pressure here on the bot lane.
There is a lot. Like, you can really tell that Evil, they are trying to open up the advantage for Coconut as much as possible. But things are just not really working their way, because this is what happens, right? Carrot playing as the Diggy. The best thing about Diggy in the gold lane as a babysitter is that you can just toss the auto alarm bomb and really zone out your opponents, because it's either you get zoned out and don't get EXP, or you move in closer to get EXP, but at a cost of your health. And you can't sustain that for long enough. Revival have been doing a really good job, because Estus have got healing, so they can just take all of the damage from the auto alarm bot time and time again.
Yep, this is the emblem list for them, and I think it's pretty much good at this point. But Ryan, maybe getting caught out by Powerful as well as the Paquito JS. As LY4 again, you can see that they're pushing around. The aggression is so hard.
LY4 trying to take his own purple buff, or rather steal the opponent's purple buff. And it kind of seems as though he did! He managed to steal the purple buff away from the hands of Powerful. Wow. And Powerful now wants to go over to the opponent's purple buff instead. Trying to steal it, he will, because now LY4 and friends, it doesn't seem like they even realize that. So why do you want to steal the opponent's buff if you are going to allow the opponent's buff to steal your buff?
Well, not sure. Maybe they wanted them to use the retry unintendedly, but of course that's not going to work out. They are going to do the turtle dance right now as JS jumps in, trying to get the kill on QX Love. But the kill comes in. No, still no kill yet, but the real world manipulation dropped down. Can they do anything for this? Carry is extremely low. He's looking at the backlines as well. And finally, will we have a first blood in 7.5 minutes of gameplay? Doesn't look like it, but the turtle is falling extremely low. Oh, Peace gets the first blood, and this means they will be able to get the turtle as well. Peace setting up the second steal of the game for them, stealing 1 kill away and stealing the turtle away from Evil.
Well, Revival are definitely gonna be pretty darn happy. They managed to bring one turret down. They have 3 turtles down for themselves as well. They have a team that can skill in the late stages pretty nicely. And like I said before, both teams, they are very much neck and neck. Evil is supposed to be the one that has a little bit more of an edge in the early game because of sheer damage. But Revival, let's not forget about the fact that QDX Love have got massive impact because of healing potential. But QDX Love has been sticking onto peace most of the time. So when it comes down to the roaming duo, which is normally supposed to be roaming trio, in this case, both teams are playing in the roaming duo. Melon and Powerful, they can roam together pretty nicely. But for Revival, they don't really have that kind of luxury with the Akai as well as Swirl, because Swirl really pops off a bit more towards the later stages.
Yeah, LY4 making life extremely difficult for Powerful. Not only did he take the purple buff, he's going to secure his own right now. And I mean, Abstract, if it is a choice, do you think Evil would be in a position to try and make things work? Because at this point, 9 minutes going in, while they are, trailing by just 1 kill, the EXP and goal advantage is really quite far.
Well, technically speaking, 2,000 gold is definitely, you can definitely catch up to it, right? It's definitely manageable. As long as you are able to hold the game technically long enough, you should have some edge against Revival. Because you have Powerful, you have an Assassin. You can deal with either Peace or Swirl, whoever is getting the most amount of damage and whoever is the one that has the most amount of impact. JS can actually get close to Peace a lot easier than getting close to Swirl. So I believe that Powerful's job really is to deal with Swirl, and the rest of Evil's team is to deal with the front liners. So no matter what, Evil is still have foot in this game. They can still come back despite the 3,000 gold disadvantage.
Yep, I mean, Abstract, you can talk to me about the positioning of the crew on Evil, right? We know that in Game 1, Game 2, positioning is one of the core things. They have to deal with a heavy screen from LY4 again, and this is, I think, is really risky for them.
Yeah, but let's not forget that we do have Time Journey as well. So as long as Revival really tries to lock down the Evil, Carrot can go for a very defensive ultimate. And once he goes for an ultimate, no one is going to be stopping Evil. They can just really rush down onto Revival. The only thing that is kind of like an irony or a contradiction is that when you're playing as a Diggy, the thing that you want to do is pop off the Time Journey and rush into the face of the opponents if you are using it as an aggressive Time Journey. But Melon, playing as a Yves, imagine this. Having the Time Journey and then you are just there, playing tic-tac-toe. I mean, it works. It definitely works because you are not going to be distracted. You are not going to be cancelled through your RWM. You're just going to keep whoever's in the grid. So you have to play exactly where you are.
I think Evil is doing a very good job of kiting out the rest of Revival. They're not allowing the Lord to be started at all. Probably waiting for JS ultimate cooldown before they try and engage this in a 5-on-5.
Well, it's kind of tough for me to even have a bias as to who has a better lineup, right? Revival, they have a lineup that can play in a very in a split push manner, but they technically wouldn't want to do that as well, right? Because when it comes down to Uranus, you can play split, but you have an Estes onto your side too. So if you want, you can actually play with your team. You should technically play with your team. But it's also a contradiction because Evil, they have heroes that can do a very good job in skirmishes and clashes. So even I myself don't quite have an answer for both Revival and Evil. What exactly is the thing that they should be looking out for? The objectives may very well be the answer.
That's right. I mean, based on what we were talking about earlier today, right? We won't be able to see how much of the draft will work out until we take a look at the execution of both teams. And so far, it looks pretty clean, right? No big mistakes from either team. Hence, we only had our first blood 8 minutes in. It's still 1-0 at this point. But I think it could be swinging in Revival's favor soon.
This is not the kind of game that I am used to, actually. Especially when it comes down to Singapore meta, we have a lot of mindless killers. But for both of these teams, Revival and Evil, there's not a lot of mindless killings. In fact, we don't even have much killings. But maybe now we should be able to see a bit more killings as Melon HP drops all the way down low.
Yep, Sword gonna push him away as the Lord is falling low as well. Heavy spin committed and looks like they do get the Lord. And now this is the time for Revival to back off. But they are so low on the side of Evil. What's happening? JS is looking at all 5 members in the face, but the heal comes out. Immersion is gonna help survive the team on the side of Revival. And this is, I mean, so much action and we just got 1 kill.
Just 1 kill, right? The Blessing and the Moonlight Goddess coming in from a Revival definitely helped them to a certain extent to extend their life force just a bit longer. Just trying to play a little bit like a squeaky mouse. He wanted to go in and snipe off someone. I think he wanted to snipe Peace off, but it did not work out for him. He's going to lose his head, and JS is, well, not going to be present to deter the Lord.
Yeah, Revival's lineup is pretty scary because it amplifies every single mistake you have, and with that, the real world manipulation could be dropped down to slow down the push from the Lord, and it looks like this defense is going to be successful.
Yep, at least for now, right? Revival, they do have the Uranus just pushing up to the top lane. The second tier defense turret is definitely going to go down, but no one can defend this middle lane turret as well. What is going to be working out for them is going to be the fact that their inhibitor turret will be gonna be a-okay. Evil, they do have high ground. Revival, they do have high ground as well. Both teams have good defensive capabilities thanks to Sicilian as well as Yip respectively. They both can clear creep waves. They both can zone people out. In fact, their win condition is very similar. It's almost like a mirror. It's just that the only difference is they have different heroes.
Yep. LY4, I think going into the next fight, he's going to be trying to look for Carrot, try to get Carrot away. You see how well that fight was done. When Carrot is unable to use a time journey, he got the heavy spin off and just really wrecked the team of Evil. So I think he will be looking to replicate that.
LY4 as well as Riot, they are undoubtedly going to be pretty darn tanky. Coconut should not have a Demon Hunter sword by now. I believe he should not have it. So the only one that can really deal with these tanky heroes is going to be Powerful. But Evil, knowing how they play, they should be kind of like a death ball. The way they play should be a death ball. They will want to send Powerful over to the backline to deal with, to deal with the backlines. JS can deal with the backlines as well, but they can also have a pretty strong control in the front lines thanks to Coconut as well as Melon. The main thing is that they need to keep Coconut and Melon in a right spot, ensuring that they are always safe and dealing damage onto the front lines. And if they are able to catch up QDX Love, the better it is.
No, I mean, QDX Love, that you mentioned, will be the prime target, right? And of course, on the side of Revival, like you said, protecting Carrot and Melon is the 2 most important objectives on the side of Evil. And we know how Melon is playing in the previous game 2. Melon was just...
He's mostly just playing around, I would say. He really just playing around and not wanting to do much. He doesn't really want to go and overextend himself in most situations because his position is very important. RWM is very important for the survival of Coconut as well. Yep. Otherwise, if they don't have RWM, they gotta work with Time Journey.
And looks like they will get the Lord started. The Lord dance is happening already for the side of Revival, and you can see they are trying to play around the wave management as well. Uranus going to be looking down the mid lane. Wow, LY4 and the rest of the team, they will get this Lord underway. Already down to 24,000 in health as Ryan looking at the back lines. He's going to try and bait out as many skills as possible. His heal comes in. He's going to try and catch the rest of the back line of Evil. Oh, no. And here we go. They are pushing them out, but they're not going to commit for this. They need the Lord. The Lord is more important at this point as the Moonlight Immersion going to come in. They do get it, but the kill comes in as Sword is so low. He's been chased down. They do get the kill, but the heavy spin is committed as well. Can they get this and win the fight on the side of Revival? This is the marker for the victory as JS going to be forced to back away. He's super low as well. He does have access to immortality, but with that, Revival losing 1 for the Lord.
Hey, the fact that they managed to kill Swole is quite something already. Now, for Evil, there is quite a lot of things that happened in the team fight, right? I really enjoyed to see Carrot just flickering away and reserving the time journey for aggressive purposes. But the time journey kind of seems a little bit slow, per se. The rest of the Evil really wanted to go all out aggressive right before the time journey pops. but they only started to be super aggressive once the time journey popped. You know, one is before, one is after the time journey. So Evil, they still gonna have to work down more on their momentum. They're gonna have to work onto their communications as well, when it's gonna be the perfect time for them to spring into action.
Yep, no time journey available for Evil, so they definitely know what's going on the side of Revival. They can push the anti. Alright, it is going to be just up for the side of Carrot, so now Revival, they have to be very careful.
Well, unfortunately for Evil, they don't have an endless skilling hero, while Revival has. That is going to be the Sicilian. Let's not forget, Evil, their lineup is very squishy. So if you allow Swirl to go into endgame state, then you're just gonna be melted down by the bad impact. You can definitely skill in the late stages with Coconut as well as, Powerful, JS, they all have great amount of damage, but only Coconut skills very well over to later stages of the game. While Revival, you have a very tanky, sustainable late gamer in the name of Uranus. You also does have Swirl that plays as the Sicilian, which I have mentioned before.
Yep, I think at this point, Revival is just simple wave management for them, right? But, you know, Abstract, let's talk about Evil. I think they have a lot of things to go up against. There's many things they need to consider. They need to take care of Ryan and QDX Love on the heals. And while that is happening, they have to deal with Sword as well as Pisu dealing damage all the way.
Now, actually, the thing is, Evil, they don't really need to care so much about QDX Love's healing. Because for them, they have an abundance of damage. What they would want to do is that they call out someone, call that person out, and everyone tackle him. That healing from the Blessing of the Moonlight Goddess wouldn't even be able to catch up to amount of damage. And you can't, and you would end up forcing QDX Love to expend the ultimate just to heal one person. And that is the game plan for Evil. You have to identify who you would want to kill first. And then everyone swoop in and do what you need to. But so far, Evil, they have been distributing the damage all across the place. They have been distributing and understanding, okay, we gotta take this person down, we gotta take that person down. In my opinion, if I am playing as Evil, if I'm playing in Evil's eyes, the main person I want to bring down is gonna be Swirl. Swirl has got endless potential in a team fight and endless skilling. So bringing Swirl down slows his skilling down and also effectively eliminating a huge chunk of damage dealt.
Yep, Sword, I think you can see the positioning, gonna miss the Sanguine Claw here, but he has his eyes on Carrot. He wants to get rid of Carrot before this whole fight starts. So they want to make sure that LY4 has as little mental stress as possible. You can see the way they're positioning so far. Carrot just showing himself, while the rest of Evil, they're gonna secure the positions on the brushes around. It's falling a bit low already. The Lord already down to half health, as Ryan gonna keep his eyes on Melon as well as JS. They know they need to get rid of Melon, make sure that nothing is available on the side of Evil. And you can see Powerful already setting up in this side, and Revival going to be very patient with this.
Evil, they don't really have a proper way to engage. They don't really have a very good idea how they will want to bring Swirl down, especially since Ryan is right in their faces, up their nose, and just causing them all forms of nosebleed. The Lord has already found himself at 20,000 health, and Evil, they are keeping their eye out. Powerful is hiding in the jungle. As he slowly twirls his blade, no one knows that he's in there right now. Until now, he showed himself a bit.
Yeah, we are gonna try and be a bit more careful on the side of Revival. They want to make sure that moment that they can jump, right? Waiting for the whole side of Evil to group up for Sword. And Melon is falling a bit low, but here we go. If they're gonna get another catch on Melon, he's probably dead. As another miss, but he has to back off at this point. There is not enough sustain on the end. Ryan is going to try and provide the cover. They do get the Lord, and this is going to be a very quiet push from Revival.
Yeah, the high ground from Revival is so strong, right? Looking at Swirl, his item has already been maxed out. He's got the Divine Glaive, Lightning Truncheon, Tome of Wisdom, and to add, well, Salt into Wound, it does have himself the Ice Queen's Wand in order to continue more damage from one bad impact to another. Akai as well as Uranus, they are all maxed out in items. Super tanky, super stacked up. But for some reason, the Clint is not maxed item just yet. Only has an Endless Battle, Blade of Despair, a Malefic Roar, as well as a Scarlet Phantom. In the meantime, Evil, some of these players doesn't have max item just yet. Take a look at the Irithel, not exactly unlocked.
Yep, it's gonna be trouble after trouble for Evo because down here the Lord is marching down onto the bottom lane. This is a time that Revival wants to make a play. LY4 looking at the front lines, he's gonna stand, he has his immortality, he's not worried about dying at all. And a nice kill by Sword to start things off, and this is looking like a lost cause for the start of Evo because the base is going down and nothing is gonna save them because Evo will get crushed by Revival, bringing this to a 2-1 scoreline.
Oh boy, Evil! Oh man, okay. So, they technically speaking have a composition that can actually draft themselves into the early stages of the game, but that is not exactly something that they managed to play out very well. In fact, they gave Revival the early game with a couple of objectives, and they just kind of like not being able to snowball, they're not able to catch themselves onto the curve, where Revival dictates the curve. How Evil should play, how much economy Evil should have, and Revival is just hanging above Evil just by a tiny little bit. And because of all of that tempo that Revival has gotten for them, Sicilian gained out of control, got the damage, and in a single strike of the bad impact is more than enough to put Powerful in his place. And looks like this all-strike composition coming in from Evil didn't work out this time because of execution.
Yep, so Scrubby Cheeks, give us the lowdown on what you think went wrong for Evo in this game.
It's a hard game to watch. It is a hard game to watch. I think Abstract, you're right, some of this comes down to the execution, but I will say that I think half the battle was also lost in the drafting phase for Evo. So it felt to me like a game of forced errors. You know, they picked up the SS in the first phase, and immediately in the second phase, they banned out the Baxia. So no anti-heal available on the side of Evil. Evil did not have an answer to this sustain that went on for Revival. And then, in the second phase, Revival picked up Uranus as well. So you just have a composition that does not die. And so that forces JS. Because we know in the previous games, JS has been playing, he managed to have a dominant stand because he dominates his lane and then he rotates to the other lanes to put pressure. In this case, Uranus kept up with him and he couldn't do the same. Looking at the items here, I mean, you talked about it earlier, Abstract, as well.
Oh my god.
They didn't have, I think, a lot of defense on the side of Evo as well. So Powerful, instead of opting for that tanky build, he went for damage. So you could see in the last fight, you know, immediately just busted down by Swope.
Remember how I talked about the fact that I was hoping to see JS actually picking up Dominus Ice? Yeah, he didn't.
Yeah, there's actually no Dominus
No Dominus Ice. So the only way that you can stop QDX Love from healing and Ryan from healing is if Melon touched
the
them.
NOD, yeah. Yeah, and the thing is, in some of these fights, I think in the last lot fight as well, Melon didn't even put up the real world manipulation. So I'm not sure, I'm really not sure why there was not a single Dom Ice in their kit, even though they didn't have the heroes for that.
It's a bummer. That's all I can say. It's really a bummer. I think that for the side of Evil, they was hoping that, oh, you know, we can pick up the Dominus Ice into the later stages of the game. But I think that the later stages of the game was already over. They don't really quite have the advantage. They didn't really quite have the proper timing to bring that on. They don't have all the farm that they wanted to have for the entirety of the game. This is a 22 minutes game, right? 4 kills for Revival and 1 kill for Evil. This is really a kill-deprived game, right? And like I said, I'm not used to this. There's a lot of senseless killings in most of the games that we've seen, and some of these kills, it may mean something, but most of the time it would not. Both for Revival and Evil, they make every death count. And I'm not used to that!
Yeah, it's really clean, right? Scrubby Cheeks. I mean, if you take a look at Sword and QDX Love, just the whole lineup of Revival, I think there's too many options for Evil to consider. And that was kind of the breaking point for them.
I think, yeah, it was that, and also not just one breaking point. To me, it was like this game was a block that Revival slowly chipped away at, and on top of the block sits 2 candles. You know those candles where you blow it out and they reignite themselves? Those are the two candles that sit
Yep,
on
those
that block.
sparkler candles kind of thing.
Let's look at the MVP coming from the side of Revival. Again, it is Peace. Kill participation of 75%. Didn't die a single time, and of course, I'm not sure if he actually sold something or he's just missing an item to complete his build, but I mean, he had all the things he needed in his kit to be able to dish out the damage, and not to mention the healing coming from QDX Love as well.
Well, I will assume that he didn't have the money. Maybe, maybe. I'm not too sure, but I'm assuming that maybe he just doesn't really quite have the money because, let's be honest, Sicilian is the one that is the money hogger. He literally broke into a bank, took every single money sack all for himself and be like, none for you guys. You guys just go in front and fend off the cops for me. That is exactly what Uranus as well as the Akai did. Just fend off the cops. And I'm just here enjoying my popcorn.
Yeah, honestly, it's difficult, right? Because LY4 and the rest of the team from Revival is so tanky. So you really need to try to target Peace as well as Swirl. But it is so difficult to get to them in the backline. Let's see exactly what went on in that game. Again, we have the highlights ready for us. This is the Lord, I think, where the first blood again fell. You can see that initially, you know, Evil could fight it, but unfortunately went down as first blood. One man short, they had to give up the turtle in this case. In this Lord fight here, you can see LY4 actually popping the heavy spin, not to take the objective, but to zone out the rest of the members of Evil. And from there, it was just, you know, tough for them to fight. JS did what he could, but it was pretty much over by then. And I think it just continued for the rest of the fights, right? Look at QDX Love just healing up Ryan in the front line. It's causing so much disruption. The time journey is a one-off skill. So the moment you pop it, you cannot go back into the fight, as opposed to the constant healing that comes from QDX Love. And this is where Powerful just gets absolutely melted down, and Revival finishes the game from here.
Well, unfortunately, both sides, they have their defensive option, and you see from the second last clip, it was an Estes pop off the Blessing of the Moonlight Goddess. All of his teammates popped off the sprint. No one could properly deal proper damage over to them, and even if they could, it is really just chips over to their armor, and the armor magically regenerates.
Yep, exactly. And they had Immortality, which is, round 2.
Yeah.
And the thing is, Revival's draft was also skilled for the late game.
Yes.
So not only did they put down Evil in the early game, they also had natural late game advantage. And I think this just made Evil's life so difficult from the beginning to the end. Let's hear it behind the scenes from Cheryl on what went down. Cheryl, take it away.
It's absolutely amazing. Now, this is the second win in a row for Revival. You guys are absolutely on fire. Now, I have right here with me Swirled from Revival. Say hi.
Hello, guys.
Fantastic. We do have some burning questions for them, especially right now. They are on a roll, so we're very excited. Now, Swirled, was the team worried when Evil showed some signs of life in Game 1?
Definitely there is some where we are quite worried after the game 1 because we didn't expect them to came back even after being defeated so badly. But this proved that they definitely have some fighting spirit in them. Yeah, so we cannot let our guards down.
Yes, definitely. And with regards to MPL SG in general, we can never rest on our laurels, right? Anything can happen. And of course, signs of life were extremely unprecedented, so that's really exciting. Now, the second question, how did Revival feel about being heavily slammed by the Valentina?
Valentina took the Akai ulti. It was quite an issue for us, so because it denied our objective takes when we try to help our team, but the Akai is just spinning out, so it's quite hard. So it's like if our team have Akai, but their team also have Akai, so it's quite annoying to fight with.
Right, so when it came to that leak in terms of banning, is this something that you guys anticipated, especially picking the Akai?
Yeah, so we purposely give them the Valentina because we know that they're gonna pick it because we have a game plan in mind already. So it was all planned. Just that when the Valentina took the Akai ulti, it was a bit of an issue, but our early game still go as according to plan.
Right, so it's anticipated that you guys leaked the Valentina over to
Yeah.
them. Ah, interesting. All right, so what do you think was the reason that Revival did not take game 2?
Because I feel that we used the same draft again. Then we tried to win them using the same draft because our mind was like, okay, 2-0, then we go home sleep. It's like get a quick game lah. But so at that point of time we let our guards down. So they took one game from us. So our third game we more focus in a sense.
You guys regrouped and really re-strategized everything. Right. So then how did Revival reset in game 3 and following taking the series?
So we have a lot of game plan, different draft. So we decided to try a different draft, which we are much more comfortable with, and indeed it paid off. So early game, we still managed to get a lead while our team comp is supposed to be lacking in the early game. So that's a good thing. So when it comes to the late game, we already know that the game is ours already.
Yes, Sicilian was absolutely stacked by then, so that was wonderful. And final question, what are your thoughts on the rest of the matches for Revival in the regular season now that you guys are on a roll?
So at the start of the regular season, we fought, I will feel, 2 of the strongest team already. So there's one big hurdle. So after that, going forward, we are gonna go try to get as much win as we can. Try to build our momentum right now and go strong for playoff.
All right, wishing you guys the best of luck. You guys did amazing. Thank you so much for.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Alrighty, so friends, thank you for sticking around right here with us. Now, our next match will be Team Flash versus Stellark. That'll be happening later on at 1 p.m. So stick around, and we'll see you then.
So there are some quarrels here and there. And, I don't know how it's gonna turn out. You cannot just look on the surface of other teams and try to figure out whether they got any internal conflicts of their own or not.
What do you feel about this current jungler role that you're feeling up, especially taking over jobs?
Yeah, like what Adam said, I think he decided to go on a more
Step by step.
Yeah, slowly first. Go down one step. Maybe learn a bit first. Then maybe he can come back with us. Yeah.
So you're still looking forward to Jock's return so that you can go back to the XP lane.
Yeah, I can retire.
Who do you think is the weakest team? Okay, this time I'll just say team, right? I won't say player.
I think SMG because they last minute get their members,
Yeah, that's true.
Like last one week before MPL qualifiers. Then they have 2 week, 1 more week to train for MPL.
Yeah. Do you think that's enough time? 1 week?
I'm not so sure unless they play a lot play a lot together and build up chemistry. Yeah.
It looked good on paper, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it looked good on paper. Everyone have their own strength, but it's whether need to see whether they can execute it as a team.
Among the whole, okay, let's say on a scale of 1 to 10, right, on your mage skill level, what do you think, where do you think you place? Like 1 being the highest and 10 being the lowest?
If I had to humble myself, I'll put 5.
5, like a just pass.
Yeah, because this is technically my first season as well. So when it comes to first season wise, definitely we'll have some issues also because you're quite fresh to the scene as well.
Anything that you want to say to the fans of Slate Esports?
Hope you guys continue to support us, even though we changed our roster and only me and Supergirl left. Sadly.
I mean, you still have Potato.
Potato as a coach.
Yeah.
The best coach in SG.
Best coach. My heart.
In Potato we trust.
Hopefully we can bring you the glory that we didn't manage to get last season. We're all aiming for the same thing, so you can look forward to our new roster.
There are quite a lot of people. They just go into the game and play how they usually would. Just muscle memory, just all the experience. Doesn't really need a lot of strategy, those kind of stuff. Are you the kind of team also?
Maybe if we are going by the book, maybe we put out some pocket picks, pocket strategy.
Okay, so they have pocket picks. They have hidden
Nisita?
picks. don't know. We will dig a bit further
Shall
off cam.
wait and find out.
We will
Shall
dig
wait
a
and
bit off cam.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM. Hello, little friend.
Who the hell are you?
Alan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control.
Hand over the stone! Interesting proposal, but no. Get him!
A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of animal, I, Fusion Taxley, will never surrender!
So Vanix, tell me more about your new members in Zion.
For example, like Azura and Sky. Sky had to change from EXP to tank, so it's quite hard for him. But actually, it's quite okay because EXP and tank has the same role, it's just that Xfin will clear lane. Then for Azura, he have to change from jungler to mage, which is quite hard for him also lah. So we train a lot lah. Then I think we are doing quite well for the trainings.
So this year in MPL Season 4, we have the award for the most handsome player award.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, we're gonna have the most handsome player award. So the top contenders are Diablo, obviously. Maybe you're in third place, but a close second would be Supergirl.
Supergirl, yeah.
Are you? Do you think you have what it takes to beat him in terms of how you look and the handsomeness factor right there?
That's not up to me to decide. That's up to the girls to decide.
Ooh, okay.
So what are your commitments in life right now apart from MPL for you, Phoenix?
For me, it's just studying for my final exam. So I think there will be a final exam for like during one of the MPL weeks.
For me, I'm still in national service. So
you're gonna lose your hair.
I'm gonna.
Thank you for serving our country.
Yeah. So I have time to kill. So I'm here and I'm back. Yeah, stronger. So yeah, that's my only commitment right now.
I see. Who is the player to look out for this season?
Maybe Zion.
That's the biggest threat?
Yeah, probably. But it's the team itself lah. None of the players scares me. It's just the team, like because of Potato coaching them. Then yeah, it's kind of like a threat lah. For players, I don't think anyone threatens me. So yeah.
We also need to talk about Stellark because there's sync over there. So, LI4, what do you feel about Stellark?
I'm kind of glad to see Sing come back into the scene again.
That's correct.
Because I think it's been a very long time since he has played MPL, and we used to be very close together.
Actually, to be honest, I don't know much about that team. Only the main names lah, like Bambi, Sing. I think only these two, right? It's like the more famous one in SG,
there's
MPL. And also?
There's also Fossa.
Oh yeah, Fossa, yeah.
Yeah, there's also Fossa.
So basically, that team is all quite old lah, basically.
I would believe that I can expect seeing BZ, randomly going overly aggressive at times. If it happens, what would you guys do?
Try to tone down his level of playing, right? Because it's a bit unmatched. And what we have here in the local scene, if you compare to other countries, the playstyle is very different.
Let's talk about other teams. What do you feel? Is there a player that you want to point out? You're scared of him, or it's like an admiration?
All the teams, I think, because we have played with them in rank or what, I feel
That's
that
correct.
it's quite equal in the strengths and weakness. It's just that it's just basically who trained the hardest for this season will win.
Okay, so BZ, of course you are from a different country. In Laos, is this the same case for you? Are your parents supportive?
No, my parents don't support me to playing this game. They just lock me in the room and don't let me play this. But I just try a lot to show them that I play this game. I'm good in this game, and they give me a chance to continue study university here for playing MPLs. I also don't think about it like I just arrived here 2 weeks. I didn't think about I will get in the MPL too fast like this. I'm still thinking I'm not ready for it, but yeah, I get in already. No choice, have to try.
Yeah, no choice.
No choice. No choice.
It's the era of change, a time where new teams fight old teams.
Every year is the same. This time is different. We see old squad mates becoming competitors, and some becoming a new dark horse.
This year is going to be the hardest fight for us. Without a challenge, there's no way to elevate yourself and the league.
We will bring our best at every fight for the honor that we are all trying to attain.
RSG are the favorites, but we are evil. That will stop the track to the finals.
Being a new team has never been our disadvantage. The old boys just need to remember, it's just another day for us.
This year, we will be the champions.
I believe you have school, you have other personal commitments as well. How big of a factor does that affect you guys when you guys go into games like this?
It's gonna be very tough for me because I literally just started my
my university like last week. I'm spending like way much more time studying than I think I should be if I want to really properly balance out these two different lives, you know. I can only hope that, you know, like moving forward, I'll be able to find the right balance for it.
How have you built that kind of resilience as a new team entering the scene, experiences on qualifiers and so on?
When we are qualifying, we are definitely like quite worried about will we be able to win it, because somehow we are a random team like nobody knows, and we are 5 men without any ex-MPL player. That's why we are very worried, because we are up against all the MPL team at 4th. So we are not that confident during the qualifier. But when we managed to do it, then now we are training hard.
What do you feel about Evo when they beat you last season?
It's good to see like this kind of teams having a chance against like us, and then even RSG, you know, because they took a game off RSG in the regular season.
What heroes does not complement your team fight synergy well? Wise likes to play like assassin heroes like Ling and Hayabusa and all that kind of stuff, but he doesn't do it because of how Venus plays. So it complements the playstyle, right?
For me, it's assassin hero as well.
You like
When I start using assassin hero, team fight not that good.
What I noticed is when he use Link, Hayabusa, Lance, he's always the one engaging first, and yeah, we are usually not together. So it's like basically a solo play from him, and he usually dies first.
Who is the weakest player in the whole league?
I'll say Bambi.
Okay.
The best way to describe him is he's really toxic.
I see.
And there's a reason why that no one wants to team up with him. I just generally don't find him strong mechanically, not as much as before.
One thing that we want to kind of highlight as well is your decision making, right? So why have you guys decided to pursue being a professional esports player?
I feel that it's a once in a lifetime thing. You know, not everyone gets to do this. Not everyone gets to present a team in Singapore. And for me, because I do have a full-time job, I'm also a last year student in NUS. So there's nothing, you know, holding me back from pursuing what I want before we go to the 9 to 6 after we graduate. Right, so yeah.
Who will you pick to be the team that you want to go up against, and why would you want to beat them to win the grand finals?
The team I'm looking for is still Bambi, bro. It's only Bambi.
Only Bambi.
Yeah.
Okay.
Only Bambi. Okay, so we are really just gonna be looking for a Flash versus Omen team, right? That is the main thing that everyone should be looking out for. Who is the true experienced one? Who is the true old one?
So of course we have talked to quite a lot of other teams as well. We know that Bambi has received quite a lot of flack from other players in the league. So how does this affect you guys as a team? Does this make you stronger?
To us, it doesn't really matter, because this kind of banters, it only works on those who are weak-minded, right? We simply, just pull you off and just carry on doing our own stuff. So, I mean, we are too old to be bothered by that.
Okay, perfect.
the team changed since qualifiers, since getting into MPL and right now going into this, in terms of how you think, how you communicate, your strategies as a team and so on?
Qualifier in last year is all about like we always set a limit goals, right? Like for qualifier we say we just need to go qualifier. For the last season we just like okay, we have to get top 6, so next year we will be back again, then we can retry and get the top 2. So we slowly set our goals higher and higher, and in the meantime we bond a lot during the times lah.
Do you have a member that you want to point out, good or bad?
I think I want to point out LY4.
Daddy LY4.
Yeah, even though he just joined the team, I think he have bring a lot of knowledge and like all the skills, be it micro or macro wise. He really taught us a lot. He's always the one that is like being the positive one. It's like the daddy lah, basically.
The daddy, the backbone of the team.
Actually, I want to find out. I'm curious. So you guys are cousins, right?
Yeah.
What does your family think of like this? You guys playing ML together?
Actually, my mother's not very supportive of me playing Mobile Legends.
Okay.
But I make sure that I balance my play and my study.
For me, just balance it well lah. Studies and playing game, then my family will support me.
So your parents are okay with you guys playing ML, but do they know you're professional players?
After they see us on the live stream and they starting to understand we are playing professional.
I remember there's this one time where Evo came up and started slaying all the titans. Hopefully you guys can beat them. So are you guys ready to face up like other dark horses like Evo?
Yeah,
Definitely, right?
Yeah, I think Evo as a team, even though they are young, but I feel that they have quite a bit of potential also.
Who do you think will be your greatest rivals this season?
I actually think like they will be more afraid of us because we are like the only team that's unchanged. So it's like finally we have a season that like teams are actually afraid of us, I guess. So I wouldn't say we are the underdogs. So I think we should be the favorites.
Miku Mikumi, RSG. Yeah, he has been benched for quite a bit. So thoughts?
To me, he's just not working hard enough. I think he's a player with like potential, and having played with him in PT previously, yeah, I think that he's very good at those positioning heroes. But then the thing is like he just doesn't have a very strong fire for the game, or like he's willing to be carried to a championship like he was the previous season. So we shall see whether he can get off the bench this season.
So what would be the reason why he is still benched?
Probably because 505 is just a better player than him at the current moment lah. Yeah, like it's as simple as that.
So how do you think other teams need to prepare against you?
They don't need to really prepare for us, like because our coach just came in from Indonesia, right? So like the way he drafts, right, it's not like streamlined targeting that team. It's like open, like even if we scream like other teams in Indonesia, Philippines, right? When we scream their teams, we also ban the same things and we open the heroes like widely. Like you want to use this, just let you use, and we'll just find a way to deal with it lah. And that's, I wouldn't say like you there's a particular like strat you can prepare against us, because like we are kind of open to giving you your heroes lah. Yeah.
Okay, so we have to know from your perspective who is the weakest player in the league as well.
To me, I think the weakest player should be Miku Mikumi, cause he go to RSG, then he say RSG picked him up because he's the strongest impunity player. But actually RSG approached me also. It's just that like I didn't sign with them. And being the strongest impunity player, he should at least be playing some matches in MPL.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mates in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Baxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dog.
Thorns relay should petals.
We all know the previous season, SMG didn't really quite make it. So what's the difference between the previous season and this season?
As a team, we agree that there was some gap somewhere along the team. So there were conflicts here and there. When the season ended, the whole roster disbanded. And I came back and reformed the team. So I find like players that like I know and I think they got potential. And
Notice that Jox is not on the roster. He's in SMG right now. Is there a reason why he need to leave?
Due to the like previous season performance, he himself felt that he needed a place to start learning first. He thinks that it's better if he gets the first-hand experience, right? Instead of being on the bench while learning. Jox is definitely gonna come up as, you know, one of the new generations. Seeing that he's approaching this with a very, very good mindset.
Which team right now, in your opinion, is the most inconsistent and maybe has some, you know, problems,
rocky
yeah.
issues? I would probably name our own team. We've been facing some issues recently when
Okay.
it comes to training. So there are some quarrels here and there. And, I don't know how it's gonna turn out. You cannot just look on the surface of other teams and try to figure out whether they got any internal conflicts of their own.
What do you feel about this current jungler role that you're feeling up, especially taking over Jox?
Yeah, like what Adam said, I think he decided to like go on a more
Step
lower,
by step.
Yeah, slowly first. Go down one step. You know, maybe learn a bit first, then maybe he can come back with us. Yeah.
So you're still looking forward to Jox's return so that you can go back to the XP lane?
Yeah, then I can retire.
Who do you think is the weakest team? Okay, this one I'll just say team, right? I won't say player.
I think SMG, because they last minute get their members, you know.
Yeah, that's true.
Like last one week before MPL qualifiers.
Oh.
Then they have 1 more week to train for MPL.
Yeah. Do you think that's enough time? 1 week?
I'm not so sure unless they play a lot like play a lot together and build up chemistry. Yeah.
It looked good on paper, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it look good on paper. Like everyone have their own strength, but it's whether need to see how whether they can execute it as a team.
Among the whole, okay, let's say on a scale of 1 to 10, right? On your mage skill level, you know, what do you think? Where do you think you placed? Like 1 being the highest and 10 being the lowest.
If I had to humble myself, I'll put 5.
5, just pass.
Yeah, because this is technically my first season as well. So when it comes to first season wise, definitely we have some issues also because you're fresh to the scene as well.
Anything that you want to say to the fans of Slate Esports?
I hope you guys continue to support us, even though we changed our roster and only me and Supergirl left. Sadly.
I mean, you still have Potato.
I was Potato as a coach.
Yeah.
The best coach in SG.
Oh,
my heart.
In Potato we trust.
Hopefully we can bring you the glory that we didn't manage to get last season. We're all aiming for the same thing, so you can look forward to our new roster.
There are quite a lot of people. They just go into the game and play how they usually would. Just muscle memory, just all the experience. Doesn't really need a lot of strategy, those kind of stuff. Are you the kind of team also?
Maybe if we are going by the book, maybe we put out some pocket picks, pocket strategy.
Okay, so they have pocket picks, they have hidden
Minisita?
picks. I don't know.
Minisita?
We will dig a bit further off cam.
Wait, find out.
We will dig a bit off cam.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
expose him. Hello, little friend.
Who the hell are you?
Callan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Playmates.
Hand over the stone!
Interesting proposal, but no.
Get him!
A bit early for warm-up. But fine with it.
Have the heart of anima. I, Guzhin Taxley, will never surrender!
And we're back right here for week 3, day 1. And right now we're in our second match. Early on at match 1, it was really, really exciting with a 2-1 win right over. Now we are going into match 2 for today's games, where Team Flash will square off with Stellark SG. Once again, it's a free-for-all. Anything can happen. Stick around with us and find out more. Now, without further ado, we'd like to thank our amazing sponsors, definitely, for making MPL SG Season 4 possible. Once again, a quick shout out over to MPL Season 4 is powered by Moontan Games, as well as Zenway Productions, and supported by Frank by OCBC, OSIM, and TikTok. Now, without further ado, we're going to welcome our match 2 players for the day. Now, let us welcome the familiar face in the MPL SG scene with a roster filled with veterans. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you, Team Flash. And next, we have another team stacked with veterans in their roster. A very different Season 4 journey through open qualifiers, presenting to you Stellark SG. Now our teams are locked and loaded and are currently entering the land of dawn. So let's have our casters take it away.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And we are going to be looking at the next game here. On one hand, we have old people, and the other hand, we have veterans. No prizes for you if you find out who is whom. But, well, speaking about whom is whom, my name is Abstract. With me here is Scrubby Cheeks as well as Kindofu. The three of us are going to be your casters for this series.
Yep, when you said old people and veterans, actually I thought it was old people and old people.
I mean,
they were fighting for the title. So
Yes.
for those of you who do not know, this is actually a matchup between the original Old Men Club and the newly proclaimed Old Men Club. So they are fighting for this true title of Old is Gold.
I mean, in the end of the day, we had the interview with them, right? And then Team Flash explicitly told us like they were unhappy at the fact that there's another team that called themselves Old Man. Well, technically speaking, a bit of a bite-sized information fun fact for you guys trivia is the fact that Stellark was known as the Old Man when they were competing in the qualifiers. So the more you know.
Now you know. They are competing for this. It's very funny that they're competing for the title of Old Men, but it is what it is. And not just because they are old in age, they are all also veterans of the MLBB scene in Singapore. So this is going to be an interesting game to watch because with this, I mean, we've seen, new rosters like Evil, we've seen remade rosters like Revival, but this is between two teams who know the game. So let's take a look at the teams in more detail.
That's right. We're going to be starting out with Team Flash here, Pokemon A1, A2, Alpha V9, Reminiscent, as well as KZP. You know these names, they are very strong players as well. Average KDA across the board and assists will be around 3 to 4. And that's a pretty decent score, right? So Team Flash, a very consistent team so far. And I think they have a lot of familiar names. You know how well they can do, right? And of course, the signature heroes by each of them, very monstrous. We have the Singapore special, we have the Balmon, Marsha, as well as Valentina. And along with that, we have the Pupo and Cooper, and lastly, we have the Matilda. We have seen a couple of nice Matilda plays by KZP, and of course, the way that Alpha V9 has played is very robust, right? It allows the team to grow and win games. Now, if we take a look at their opponents, we will be going towards Stellark SG.
Yeah, so far, I mean, on the side of Flash, it was very meta picks. On this roster of Stellark, though, fighting for the same Popo and Cooper, both of these gold laners have been playing this hero a lot. Now, Sync, wow, look at his average assist, 6. So he is one who gets his lane very well, also rotates around to help the team fight very, very well. It's going to be also Esmeralda for Chu, Hakito for Odia Bambi, and Kufra for Forza as their signature heroes.
Now, when looking at all of these players from Flash and Stellark, for those people that have tuned in from Season 1 all the way until now, a lot of these players' names are names that you have definitely recognized before. And you will have this thinking in your head. There are so many of these all-star players, right? Players that have played all the way before Season 1 even happened, and players that entered in Season 1, 2, or 3. We have known all of them by now. But the difference is the fact that they are playing in a different team, they are playing with different players as well. All in all, communication is key. So we really need to take a look at how each of these teams play. Stellark as well as Flash, consistency or communication, because they all have their own methodology of winning and their own idea of what brings them forward even further in the MPL SG Season 4.
That's right, they have a lot of things to contest for. The player lineup is what is very interesting to me, right? Old man or not, these players have played against each other. And we're going to take a look at the team head to head.
Interesting that they both sit at 5 and 6 right now, right? So we've had earlier on 7 and 8 competing, and today, right now, it's going to be 5 and 6. Most pick heroes and the most banned heroes, pretty meta as well, I think. Looking at the objective count, it looks like Stellark heavily in favor of them. So I think we would expect them to contest the first objective quite heavily in terms of their early and mid-game compositions that we might be looking at.
Yep, I think it's very apt that the win rate is 33% for each of these teams, means they are pretty much even Stevens at this point. This match should decide who is the real veteran of the league itself. Now, we were talking more about the lineups, right? We have Chu, who will be going up against Alpha V9 in that 1v1 situation, and we have Forza, who is going to be making plays alongside KZP, who is going to try to do the same for Team Flash. So I think we have a very exciting matchup on our hands, and I want to see how each team is going to try to take the win conditions and bring it over.
All in all, both of these teams look super strong. But facing off against one another is something that they haven't exactly done in the big screen and as well as in front of all the audience of MPL Season 4. So what exactly are the things that they gotta have to look out for? What are the main things that will help them propel forward in order to win against their competitors here? Let's take a look at Team Flash on what are their keys to victory.
So centering their plays around KZP, like you mentioned earlier, Kin, ensuring Alpha V9 gets a self-sustaining heroes, because we know, he is a good lane dominant player. He's able to really hold that EXP lane down for himself, removing key heroes for Stellark SG as well. For example, we know Smelly Cat plays the Beatrix a lot. Unfortunately, that has been very banned out, so he has not really had a chance to play that. But given the Popo and Koopa is something that both Pokemon and Smelly Cat play, they can potentially contest heroes like that.
That's right, they have a lot of options as well on the side of Team Flash. Like we said, these are veteran players, so hero pool is definitely no issue for them, right? So now if we take a look at the other side, let's take a look at the win conditions for Team Stellark SG. So Stellark SG, they have to play aggressively using Forza. We all know how dangerous Forza is in his roam, and that's going to be one of the key factors for them to win. And of course, preventing enemies from invading the jungle is one of the key strategies that Stellark has used to try and get the win against opponents. And we talk about consistency for Stellark as well. So these will be one of the things they need to kind of work on, identify the correct moments to engage. Every single time Forza comes in, previously on the Kufra, on the Franco, that was the marker for them to jump in. And if they're able to kind of pull off that kind of strategy again, as well as the timing for that move, it's going to provide a very strong win strategy for them.
Yeah, we know Forza to be, a very, very aggressive tank player, and he plays heroes that assist him in executing that playstyle as well. So it's definitely something to look out for in these two games. Now, looking at their current history of matches in MPL SG, Team Flash, they haven't been doing so well. They won their first game, I think 2-0 against Zion, but since then, they have been sort of on a losing streak, dropping 2 matches in their opponents. So will today be the game that they finally take back and get them back on the path to momentum?
I think the today's games, a lot of there will be a lot of leaderboard changes depending on who wins and who loses, because we definitely have an idea as to who are the audience favoring and who is, technically speaking, the underdogs. So who exactly are the audience favoring as well? Team Flash is right now everyone's favorite. For Facebook, 53% has voted for Team Flash, and for YouTube, 72% has voted for Team Flash. So this will be quite something for Stellark if they manage to pull off one game, if not even better, 2 games without giving Flash a single.
Wow, okay, so let me know what you guys have picked as the team that will win today's series.
Well, I voted for Team Flash actually.
Okay.
I can't remember, 2-0 or was it 2-1?
2-0? What disrespect, man!
Oh yeah. Look, Stellark SG has at least taken a game off RSG's hands. Don't forget that. And RSG is a giant, as we all know. And in their set against Slate, they also made Slate sweat, even though eventually Slate won that game. So Stellark, even though they haven't been winning that much, they have taken these small wins. So whether or not, maybe they can use that and actually take a single match against Flash here. They are known to play against veterans.
Well, this is where I come in with a counterpoint. You may have won the fight, but you did not win the war.
True.
So that begs the biggest question. Do they have what it takes in order to win the war this time? Because all of the experiences that they have had so far, all the way from the start until now, they should have gathered enough experience. They should have gathered enough idea as to what they want to do. But playing it out and ending the game in favor for themselves is what they're going to be testing for themselves in this game against Flash.
That's right. We're going to see off the draft starting for both teams. Flash going to have the standard meta bans here. We're going to have Julian, Diggy, as well as the Valentina being banned out. And of course, on the flip side, we're going to have Forza and Smelly Cat, who are going to ban away Faramis as well as the Archive, respectively. So a lot of CC and anti-CC being taken out by both teams, and it looks like that is the strategy for both teams at this point.
Yeah, there's a lot of heroes being left on the board potentially for Flash to take. There is one ban left, but there are at least 3 heroes open. There is the Beatrix, there is the Bauman, and there is the 1-1 as well. So Stellark SG, they're actually choosing to give up all 3 of these, ban out the Paquito instead, and now it is on Team Flash to decide which of these meta heroes they want to pick. Actually hovering over the Bauman, so they're giving this Beatrix over to Smelly Cat.
Yep, Bauman I think is a good pick. It is a 38% pick rate so far within the regular season. And as we all know, Bauman is a straightforward hero to use, right? That double retry able to kind of allow teams to take off a little mental stress on them when they go into battle, right? In the contest for objectives, it's easier to focus on the other stuff that they have to work around, be it the team fights or at least the repositioning of stuff. It's easier to steal the objective if you are not the one that starts it. So I think this is a decent pick for Team Flash, very comfort pick for them. But in return, what Stellark has offered to put on the battlefield is Smelly Cat on that signature Beatrix and Chu on the Esmeralda. These 2 very comfort pick heroes on the side of Stellark, and we know how well they can perform, right? So now the question is, what does Alpha V9 have to contest against Chu's pick?
I mean, Alpha V9's hero pool is pretty big, but right now, not only have they taken out the Esmeralda, they've also banned out the Paquito, so they're trying to thin down Alpha V9's potential heroes that he could look into. I mean, there is still something like the Marsha, especially if he wants to play towards the Beatrix in the later part of the game, so they could potentially pick that up. If you want some lane dominance, there's also the Deroth, but it looks like it's a Cho, could be in the EXP, could be in the roam.
Yep, it is a 71% win rate for Cho players across the regular season so far. So I think in terms of just statistics, it's looking good for Team Flash at this point. Now, okay, this is going to be the first Kadita that we're going to see in the regular season, which is picked up by Sync. She is able to offer quite a lot of options during team fights as well. So this would be something interesting to see how they can reposition themselves during the fight. Using the Kadita, you can actually bait out a lot of skill usage from the opponent teams, and that will allow Stellark to try to get an upper hand during the team fights.
Yeah, we actually saw, I think, KZP playing this Kadita in the roam position in one of the earlier games. So I think this is very interesting because it could go to Sync, but it also could go to Forza if he wanted to take that into the roam. So it's equally sort of a flexible pick, if you want to put it that way, on the side of Stellark. So both teams are left guessing a little bit in terms of where these heroes could go into. Stellark now that they have picked up the Beatrix, they are trying to force Pokemon into a pick in the gold lane, taking out the Popo and Cooper, taking out the 1-1 as well. So he's left with a few options. There is the Irithel, there is also Claude and Clint as well, going up against this Beatrix.
Yep, very clever force of hand here. Not to say that these heroes are not hard to handle, but I think it's easier to deal with a situation when you have a certain expectation of how things can be done on the side of Team Flash. So I think this is a very good mind game play on the side of Stellark, right? Forcing the available picks, at least for the goal lane, from the side of Team Flash. Now Team Flash, they have branded out the Franco as well as the Grok. We have seen in the previous series today, Grok is a very scary tank as well. The ability to fight in close quarters is going to be quite detrimental to their lineup. So they have taken out the Grok. Now we're going to be left with the final two picks from the side of Team Flash. With that, Forza now gets his hand on the Ruby. So pretty mobile on the side of Stellark, and I think this is a good strategy for them because Smelly Cat will have some options and a lot of cover.
At this point in time for Team Flash, they do have the opportunity to pick up the Claude for themselves, as they would probably be a team that wants to win in the early stages when it comes down to objectives and slowly get themselves the momentum and tempo in order to really get themselves on the curve and play around for the late stages. In this case, they have decided to pick up a Mathilda for themselves to solidify the Claude's laning phase, especially since they are going to see the Claude going up against the Beatrix, which could be a problem.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. Team Flash, I think their lineup is smart. The way that they're dealing with the lineup from Stellark is that they're not going to allow them to just dive into a full-on 5v5 face-on-face fight, right? So the ability for Alpha V9 to kind of pick off people from the side or to jump in, and A1, A2 providing the cover with RWM is going to be a very hefty situation for Team Stellark to try and engage, right? Odia Bambi going back on his signature Karina. We have seen him play this hero a couple of times already. It's a pretty low win rate for Karina in the regular season, 17% only. So I think the odds are stacked against him, at least from a statistics standpoint, right? It's going to be much easier for Reminiscent to play off using that Balmond double retrieve.
Yeah, I think looking at both of these drafts now, it seems like they're going hit to hit, right? It very all-in type of compositions. From the side of Flash, you have the Balmond to secure the objectives. You also have Yves with the real-world manipulation, but the potential to pick off someone with the Cho coming from the flanks, with the Matilda as well, circling Eagle, and then Claude bursts in. Similarly for Stellark, they have a Ruby for huge team compositions and Kadita for that huge burst damage, Karina for the cleanup. So I feel like it's a little bit mirrored in that sense, very all-in, divey, huge teamfight compositions. What do you think, Abstract?
Well, there could be a lot of changes on how Flash and Stellark would want to play for their game here based on the composition that they have. But one thing's for sure is that these two teams really is pretty much neck and neck. A lot of these plays may actually be attributed to Sync, playing as a Kadita as a mage. Exactly who is Sync going to be targeting on, and how is his targeting going to create space for his fellow team? Especially since Stellark, they don't necessarily have a roamer that can open up space and really babysit this Beatrix.
Yeah, and they haven't taken that approach so far. It's KZP actually who has rotated down to the bottom lane to make sure that Pokemon has a slightly better time, but right now has to go back upwards to assist with this Little Wanderer, so they're trying to take control of this mid lane as much as possible.
When it comes down to Stellark's composition, they will be very mobile in the early stages of the game. They are expected to see, it is expected to see that the Esmeralda will constantly be away from the lane, and whenever possible to take up the middle lanes as well, whenever Stellark members are in another lanes to fight for the team.
Yeah, looking at both the junglers now, they are at level 4 and the next turtle is spawning in 30 seconds. So Reminiscent probably has a slightly upper hand. We know obviously that Bauman has that additional retribution together with the beetle counter to be able to help secure the objectives. So I think in terms of the team fight at the turtle, Flash definitely has a huge advantage in terms of that ultimate from the Yve, the real world manipulation. We'll have to see how Stellark decides to take that, whether they go all in together with the I'm Offended and Sync.
Flash has to be, Stellark actually has to be relatively careful though, especially since Flash, they do have the early game covered for themselves. They can actually win in the early stages just because of objective, but in the meantime, RWM popped right up, allowing Chu to just run right into the face of A1, A2. But unfortunately, we are talking about a 2 minutes Esmeralda. The best he can do is just pop off a couple of shields off of A1, A2, but no other damage will be observed. A really good flicker as well. Jikundo combo coming in from Alpha V9, jumps himself right into the face of Forza, brings him down immediately. That is going to be a first blood, as well as a 1-for-1 trade for these two teams. The only winning side is Flash with a turtle.
I guess it's definitely a win, right? You trade roamer for roamer, but Flash was able to force Stellark out of their position in terms of control of the turtle and getting, well, trading a kill for that. Alpha V9, you can see again, doing Alpha V9 things, zoning out Chu and pushing him, pressuring him into the turret as well. So this is really going to help Flash in terms of the rotations and team fights. You can see that KZP will be able to help out Pokemon a little bit more, because now that the EXP lane is secured in that sense, he can help Pokemon to scale, which is going to be a win condition for them, especially in the later part of the game.
Now, I do really like what Stellark are trying to go for here, especially when it comes down to the Kadita. They're not looking at the Kadita to go for the room position, but they needed some damage onto the Kadita solely because of the Yve.
Yeah, I mean, definitely with that invulnerability and the ability to heal back the HP that you have lost, you can certainly dive into the back line and burst down the Yve. The moment the real world manipulation is popped, you know exactly where the location would be. But right now, bottom side,
Sync trying to get himself away. The lethal counter connects down to the Sync, but as you spoke about the heal, it happened. Sync will be A-OK, but unfortunately, oh dear, Babby wanted to jump himself over to the back line to deal with A1, A2, but due to the fact that, well, Sync doesn't really quite have the damage, and when it comes down to rough waves, it's not quite enough to burst A1, A2 down just yet, because Stellark's composition would really come on really handy in the mid stages of the game once their items builds up.
that being said though, you still have Reminiscent there for the damage. So even if you don't get the rough waves off, oh, Chu!
I don't think that Stellark will be able to do much here other than getting a kill down on the jungler. It is actually a pretty valuable trade, not even a trade, a valuable pickoff, because Reminiscent now, is not going to be around anymore. The turtle understandably will be going over to the hands of Stellark, which will break down the tempo that Flash wants to go for themselves. Ultimately, they just want to win in the early game and slowly get themselves on curve or ahead of curve.
Yeah, I think very unfortunate that Reminiscent went down in that fight there. You can see across the emblems, I think pretty much the same, kind of standard emblems across Pokemon picking up that Everest as well to help him scale as quickly as possible.
Well, Other than that, I believe that we are looking at the investments when it comes down to Kadita, right? Movement speed as well as penetration is the main thing that Kadita want to go for, because the main idea is to burst one person down, run off, and then we really work with more utility, such as Breath of the Ocean whenever he really needs to, but you would generally want to combine both of them together. Rough Wave combined with Breath of the Ocean and Ocean Oddity really helps you to get in onto A1, A2. Although, you don't really need Breath of the Ocean whenever you need to deal with an A1, A2, because A1, A2 with RWM is just going to be standing there all alone. But speaking of all alone, he is going to be all alone. In fact, he did manage to zone out Forza, putting Forza right into the face of Reminiscent, and with a single press of a button, the lethal counter takes off Forza's head.
Nice rotation there by Flash to help save Pokemon in that team fight. Getting Forza, I think, though, was still a consolation prize, because off of that, Stellark actually managed to take the Tier 1 bottom turret. So it's more map control for them, it is more farm for them as well. So Stellark so far has been very on point in terms of how they took a kill onto KZP and immediately went to the bottom to take down Pokemon.
Team Flash may want to hold an aggression against Stellark, especially since I would believe that Claude would want to rotate himself up to the top lane soon. But it doesn't seem like they are going to do that at all. They're leaving it to KCP to open up the map, making sure that Claude is going to be A-okay despite the fact that the turtle is spawning at the bottom side. Claude is going to be slightly vulnerable, and I don't think that Claude will be able to do much in this fight, but it's just going to be picking his nose a little bit as we watch from the sidelines, pumping off a bit of these heat onto the turtle. Who's going to be the one that exactly takes this turtle? Well, we can very well say that Reminiscent might be the one. As Stellark, they move right in with Chu into the face of Reminiscent, but it doesn't seem like things are going to be working out. The Breath of the Ocean that will be connecting, and Sync, he wanted to go into A1, A2. He did not manage to pull off the rough wave onto A1, A2, leaving him going to be A-okay for now. The entirety of Stellark going to be left with Smelly Cat Chu as well as Forza. As Sync, he did not manage to execute what he was needed to do. While Odia Bambi, not much value at all, because the kills did not come in at all.
Yeah, great positioning there by Flash. They set up that turtle fight so well. They had both the top and bottom lanes pushing onto the turret, so they were able to take the higher ground on top of Stellark to get an edge in that turtle fight. And because of that, Stellark was forced to walk into Flash and try to take advantage of the situation. But like you said, Sync, he tried to walk as close as possible, but it was not in time. Just the slows and the damage coming from A1, A2 was able to burst him down. And actually, the fight was split up as well. Pokemon went deep into the backlines with the Blazing Duet.
I mean, understandably, why it's so difficult for Sync and the rest of the team to really move on is because of the Ice Queen's wand that is already on the head of Yeef. And because of Yeef's Ice Queen wand, he's just gonna make things a little bit difficult for the members of Stellark to run away. But there is a caveat, and that is the fact that Reminiscent tower dived right underneath of Stellark. That allows the Breath of the Ocean to connect on the Reminiscent and bring him down.
Looking at this situation so far, I mean, they are still pretty, neck to neck. Reminiscent down, unfortunately. Let's take a look at how that team fight went down. So Reminiscent going in front, trying to take Smelly Cat, but Forza on the back line, caught up by the real world manipulation. It was a great I'm offended pull to secure that kill.
Oh, it was I'm offended pull. That makes a lot of sense. Not exactly him jumping in. For the start of the fight, I looked at him, there's a dash skill, and it's like, wait a minute. How did he get in then? And of course, it's Forza doing Forza things. And Ruby doing Ruby things. Of course, we gotta have to expect big things coming from Forza. In the event that the Arm Offender actually does manage to connect, that will allow Chu and Smelly Cat to deal in with the front lines, while Singh heads over to the back line to deal with A1, A2. At least that will be one of the main conditions of them winning, so that they can run it down to the rest of the members from Team Flash, because the zoning potential that will allow Pokemon to build up his attack speed stacks and prepare himself for the Blazing Duet is a little bit too big of a problem, and Stellark needs to address that.
But I think the good thing is that they have the damage.
It doesn't seem like Sync will be able to do quite much though. He wanted to get as close as possible, but Flash, they reacted to it accordingly. They managed to bring Sync down, and A1, A2 is gonna be A-okay for now. Chu cannot stun him. Forza will be too far away to even get close to A1, A2 unless he force a flicker into a comeback Wolf Kick, which I don't think is gonna be happening at all. Team Flash will very easily take this down for themselves at 10-minute mark, and that is going to be a lot that will be marching in the bottom side.
Yeah, I think it's extremely difficult for Stellark because not only do you have the zoning potential, obviously, from Team Flash, the threat of Alpha V9 getting a flank, the real manipulation, Pokemon's Blazing Duet, they are also under-leveled slightly compared to Flash. So they are really, it's an uphill battle if they were to walk into that fight, but now they're trying to pick off.
The death ball comes in as Stellark, they are finding themselves in a really bad spot. Forza finds himself taken down for now. The Lord is going to be pushing in, and Stellark have one person missing, one head missing. But oh dear Bambi, where exactly is he? He's just going to be working his way around and wanting to go in and bring Reminiscence HP down as much as possible. Do note that this is a tank Karina with the Demon Slayer emblem, so it's not necessarily all about damage for Stellark.
Just this fight off alone, Flash has managed to take down the tier 1 turret and the tier 2 turret on the bottom as well. So they have created space for themselves, both mid and bottom, just with this one Lord. So Stellark, they are left on very little defenses here, just down to the base turrets because Flash successfully synced up all 3 lanes.
With the barriers of entry thinned down, the Team Flash have got opportunity. They have motive to jump into Stellark's base anytime that they want. Like KZP, he has to hold it for a bit. Trigger discipline for the rest of Team Flash. They can't just willy-nilly jump right in and hope that a Circling Eagle ought to do the job. They have to hold it back a little bit, take control of the enemy's lines, and of course, starve out Stellark as much as possible in order for Pokemon to keep up with the curve and get himself as farmed up as possible.
The thing though is Flash does have huge siege potential, so even if they have to be careful trying to go into Stellark's base, the only thing that Stellark has to count on is the I'm offended by Forza. You hope that you can get a pull on multiple people, followed up by maybe Sing's rough waves, and Chu can potentially try to zone out the backline. But it is so difficult to do that right now against Flash because of A1, A2, always getting the right timing when they try to engage, and Pokemon also pops the ultimate at the same time.
Here's the thing, when it comes down to Team Flash versus Team Stellark, you need to have heroes that have high ground capabilities. A1, A2 understandably is going to be the high ground of Team Flash, and for Stellark, it is going to be Beatrix that is the high ground. So having a Beatrix onto Sniper is going to be one of the best ways for Stellark to actually work its way onto Team Flash. But most of the time, we've been seeing Smelly Cat actually working his way onto the shotgun. So something is going to be a problem here, is the fact that Smelly Cat finds himself in bad position time and time again with no window of opportunity to even use his sniper. But now he switched himself around to Nibru. The Nibru's passion wasn't able to do quite much. Pokemon goes straight in with the Blazing Duet, and of course even the Circling Eagle connects down onto Smelly Cat. Now we know why he's on shotgun. In the meantime, Chu finds himself in the faces of Team Flash with 2 person taken down. Chu immediately run back, and he doesn't want to have any more business with Team Flash.
Beautiful target prioritization coming from Team Flash. They were trying to peel off for A1, A2, but the moment Smelly Cat showed himself, they turned their tails and went onto them instead. Now Stellark just battling it out a little bit in the jungle. I think really just Team Flash zoning them out completely to take this Lord.
Now, at this point in time, and of course, looking at the draft, we already know that Reminiscence's role is not that early game ballman, I gotta have to go hyper aggressive role. Is I need to take every darn objective in the game in order to keep up on the curve. And Team Flash, they are doing it phenomenally well. They are 9,000 gold, almost 9,006 out 8. I can't math, but we'll call it 8,000 for now. 8,000 gold above of Stellark, and they are gonna be A-okay even if they jump into the eyes of Stellark, but they still have to get some good discipline here. In 1A2, the RWM effectively forces out the members from Stellark and also bought a lot more time for the Lord to crash right in onto the inhibitor turret on the bottom lane.
Yeah, then right now it is just Flash slowly breaking through the defenses. They are trying to use the bottom lane to siege into the base of Stellark though, turning their sights to the mid lane now. Will they be able to get this base turret as well? Looks like they'll play the disciplined approach, go to the top where the creeps are.
Smellycat finally has got a sniper. They do have the high ground of which we speak. So Team Flash, do they have the offensive capabilities to just jump right in on the Stellark? Yes, they do. That is the scary thing about Team Flash's team comp, is that A1A2 have got a high ground. He can just create his grid. KCP and Pokemon, they can jump in anytime that they want. Reminiscent can hitch a ride off of the Mathilda, and Alpha V9 is a mobility hero. So Team Flash, they have got a lot of users in their arsenal.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's what they've been using to get themselves in and out of the team fights as well. KZP can use the flicker aggressively, but he can also use the guiding wind to help his teammates escape from any kind of sticky situations. Alpha V9!
One person down, but not the whole team out just yet. But one thing that I'm surprised is that KZP is just gonna go straight in on the Pokemon. The Blazing Duet will be focusing down on A1, A2. Exactly what they want. They need A1, A2 down. Now that the high ground is dead, the Smellycat, oh crap, Smellycat is dead as well.
Smellycat was down bottom in the midst of everyone of Team Flash, so I'm not sure why, but it seems slightly out of position at that point and he was just bursted down. This is a good win for Flash, but it doesn't look like they're going to take full advantage because they do have 2 members down as well.
Unfortunately for Stellark, they did, yes, bring A1, A2 down, but the fact that Smellycat is not around to take advantage of the fact that they are the one with the high ground now, they can't play it around. They can't push past the river. That's why Team Flash's Bowman is still hanging around the river with his pants down, not caring about anything.
One of the keys to victory was to secure Smellycat's hero, right? And the thing is, he did. He got this Beatrix. This is his signature pick. Unfortunately, he hasn't been able to perform as well as a Claude. Pokemon farm really fast against him as well. The kick by Alpha V9!
The Way of the Dragon just going to be connecting onto Odium Bambi. As Odium Bambi now, his brandish is played. He really wants to get himself out of the way. Only Suppress will get him right out of the way. But Odium Bambi, he can't get himself out. But in the end, he did manage to get himself right out. That's what, for Smellycat, he's going to have the Niblu's passion. He eventually wants to run away from Pokemon. He does have Win on Nature. He managed to outkite the Pokemon, but doesn't seem like there are going to be any creeps in favor for Team Flash at this point in time. Sting went straight in with the rough waves, but none of that is going to kill anyone yet.
Still, it's good that they forced Stellark all the way back, and it looks like they're trying to siege down this mid-base turret, but the Bennett was enough to clear the minion wave. Smellycat now, he can't afford to take the Renner because he's been forced into Nibiru as well as the Bennett to protect the base.
Most of the time, you need to have that high ground. Alpha V9, not again! You are a menace! If I could, a Phantom Menace? Team Stellark, they don't have Forza, they don't have Chu to work for themselves anymore. The frontliners are essentially dead. Until now, Forza is finally back in, but by the time that he actually makes his way to Lord, it could have been a little bit too late.
Yeah, and I think right now it just doesn't seem to be working out, right? The game plan that they wanted to is falling apart.
And now rough waves in order to get himself out of the way. Team Flash eventually with Alpha V9, another one of the Jacundo and Way of the Dragon. Forza down again.
My goodness, this looks like the game-ending play. They have the Lord, but they might not even need the Lord at this point. Flash going in.
And this is where Stellark finds himself backed up against the wall while the entirety of Flash, they are on a mission like a man possessed. The Lord pushes up to the top lane with no creeps, no minions, no turret that will stand along its way. It's going to be pillaging everything with the middle lane's inhibitor turret going to be taken down as well as Bennett's Rage is going to be crashing right down, but unfortunately it's not going to be doing much onto Team Flash. KZP runs right in onto Smellycat but pushes him away, and that is exactly what they want to do. The whole of the Lord is just going to be moving right in with a lot of HP that will be working for them. The entirety of Stellark, they move right in, but Smellycat only have Wind of Nature to pop himself out, but he still went down, but he has a Reminiscent. Odium Bambi is almost dead, but he still have the Suppress to work himself in. Reminiscent, he's just gonna be spinning his way like a washing machine, a helicopter, whatever that you want in, they still got the game. 4 members left from the side of Team Flash. They went straight in onto Stellark and they go for the game.
My goodness, Flash, that game-ending fight was a little bit long. I thought it would end faster. It was a great defense put up by Stellark. Unfortunately, Team Flash, wow, really making a show here.
I
I need some time to breathe. Well, Team Flash and Stellark, I gotta have to say, Team Flash, they have managed to execute themselves all the way from the start to the end in very good discipline. They knew exactly what they want to do, and of course, they technically have their close perfect game, right? Because their game plan is to win in the early game, get themselves the objective. Yes, they have lost the turtle once, but other than that, they still managed to maintain the momentum, get themselves the tempo, and play the game and put Claude onto the radar. A1A2, although he was definitely one of the main targets, but Sync and friends didn't really quite do much. Now, Kin, tell me a little bit more about that breakdown.
Alright, so I think it comes down to wave management. That's one of the main things why Team Flash won. The other segment is that there'll be two markers for this. The first vertical we're talking about is the fact that when Stellark tries to jump and get a kill, they will jump as a 3-man or 4-man group. But the problem is they jump in together. And that is like RWM straight off the bat, and you have lethal counter from Balmond. And that just eliminates them from the fight every single time. So besides that, when you're a man down or you're 2 members down, that is most probably the time where, unfortunately, they've taken the fight at the wrong timing because the Lord is always up, the turtle is coming up, and that's where Team Flash really just extends their advantage. They have the EXP advantage, they have the goal advantage, and from there, they really just wipe the floor with Stellark.
Well, I believe that taking a look at the post-game stats will also tell us quite a lot of issue. Now, Stellark as well as Team Flash, I will say that Team Flash, they definitely had a lot of economy to work with. For Stellark, I think the main thing I want to look at is actually Sync. 3 magical items, 3 attack items that's already in store for himself, but just can't seem to catch out A1, A2.
Yep, it's really difficult because on the side of Team Flash, you can see they are quite tanky on their item builds as well. And just a short mention of KZP, right? KZP's Matilda did a lot of damage, which is kind of unexpected for me. Like as the protector of your carry and your hypers as well. He did a really good job of kiting the rest of Stellark, getting the tidal waves out from Sync as well, early in the fight, before even the fight goes into a climax. And that kind of caught Stellark off guard because there were no further options for them to explore. And that really just allowed Team Flash to really rip open the wounds that they have kind of scratched them apart. And from there, you can see the kill participation is really, really high. It's all the way taking one small piece of Stellark apart first and then ripping into them straight away.
Yeah, I think it just plays exactly to the strategy that they wanted to go for. And looking at the kill participations, you can see exactly what you pointed out, Kin. Alpha V9, 71% as compared to Chu, 57%, because he was able to manage his lane so well and just get those insane kicks in. I mean, I cannot count the number of times that he managed to isolate a single member of Stellark, for example, Forza, and take them out of the fight immediately.
Well, 7-7, and oh wait, it's a 19 minutes game. Oh,
yeah.
actually, it didn't feel like
it didn't feel like a long game, right?
No, not at all. In fact, this game doesn't even feel as long as like the 8-minute first blood. Yes, I am still milking it, all right. But all in all, who exactly is the MVP, and why is that? Cho, 3 kills, 1 death, 9 assists. Is it all about the Jikundo and the Way of the Dragon?
I think the space that Alpha V9 created for the whole Team Flash is what won them the game. So, I mean, Alpha V9, we have seen him since day 1 in regular season. His ability to open space for his team is very critical. And the fact that once you do this, you kind of suffocate Smelly Cat, which is the whole point for Stellark, right? Stellark seems to have a weak point in Smelly Cat. If Smelly Cat doesn't do well, the team just falls apart from there. Yeah, and so for this, I think Team Flash has read their opponent very cleanly. They know what to do. And I think Stellark has a lot of work to do, right? Can you change the win condition of it being so one-dimensional where Smelly Cat is your only win condition, right? They were playing for that late game build. Beatrix in late game is a monster, and they just shut her down extremely hard.
It's tough, right? I mean, they had Sync, who was supposed to help in the early game while Smelly Cat goes up as well, but even that didn't turn out as they were expecting, right? A1, A2 was able to get away from the fights. There was the guiding wind to help him as well. So because of that, it's just so slippery, it's so difficult to catch them. And the fact that KZP babysitted Pokemon early on in the game, Pokemon, I think, was already starting to out-farm Smelly Cat. He had, I think, both the Power Spike items, Demon Hand Sword, as well as the Golden Staff, whereas I think on Beatrix, there was only a BOD. So even though though Claude was supposed to be late game, Pokemon seemed to scale faster or farm faster than Smelly Cat did.
Well, I think that this really attributed to the fact that Ruby as a roam, I'm raising up my hand to say that I never liked Ruby roam. I'm raising up my hand here because I never found a lot of appeal, in a Ruby roam. Yes, you've got the crowd control. Yes, you've got hooks in your ultimate. You know who else has a hook that doesn't come in the form of ultimate? Minsita as well as Franco. Basically the same thing, but yes, the good thing about Ruby is the fact that you can hook a lot of people at one go, and it fits well in a death ball composition or even a front to back composition, but you don't really quite have the roam for the early game.
Yep, that's right. So you can see down here, once they get rid of Sync, right, it's very hard for Stellark to come in. And Odia Bambi is gonna this is a bad fight for them because he jumps in and they have the RWM to just kite and zone away the entire side of Stellark. And it's just free hits from here, right? Stellark, they already have used most of their options, leaving Chu with the ultimate only. And that's very hard for them to deal with. Down here, you can see the way they have structured themselves. Stellark is always caught together as a group. It's never a singular pickoff. It's always being damaged as a group. And Team Flash really exposes this particular flaw in the lineup and positioning that Stellark has.
In the end, I see that when it comes down to Forza, has been taken down a lot of times, right? You can pretty much see in the highlights, Forza been taken down time and time again in the early stages. He kind of wander around and not knowing what to do, especially when the RWM is up. And this is very unfamiliar side for me, right? Because Forza is a very engaging roamer. Really just gets into the face of the enemies. And looking at this, yes, he got into the opponent's face, but the only one that really helps him is Chu. They don't have the damage dealer to help him out. The aggressiveness from Forza just wasn't out in this game.
Yep.
I think even if he wanted to be aggressive, it was difficult just because of the sheer mobility that Flash had on their end, not just the guiding, when each of their heroes that they picked up also had different kinds of dashes, right? You have Alpha V9 on the Cho, Claude himself has the BMI, the Battle Mirror Image, to get in and out of sticky situations. So it's a tall order, honestly, also for Forza.
Yep, and I think there's a lot of AoE options in terms of damage on the side of Team Flash, right? Stellark is kind of dictated by singular targets, where Bambi has to go for one person. And I think that was kind of the downfall for them.
Yeah, I believe that when it comes down to Forza, there must be a way for him to support his friends as well as his friends' fellows are supporting them. But you know what? Maybe he will be able to help support better with the help of Osim, because of course, Osim is here to support the players' physical well-being with the latest U-Throne V gaming massage chair, as you can see on that we are sitting on Transformers edition. You can pretty much see the yellowness, the Bumblebee, and of course the lower third that you can see below is also, we also have Bumblebee and Optimus Prime. I almost said Megatron.
Grave mistake.
Yeah, okay, I will confess in a bit. Its patented VM massage technology plus improved ergonomic features will definitely help level up your performance. Of course, conquer the Sanctum Island in comfort and style today. Take a look at their website and find out a lot more about what they have. Now, confession time. I have never watched Transformers.
Wow.
Okay, you are one of the rare few.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I've never watched Game of Thrones. So
it takes absolute dedication for someone to not watch Game of Thrones after so many people has been talking about it, throwing spoilers, talking Khaleesi all the time again, and
Thank you.
hating on.
We are very dedicated people.
Yes, we are.
Thank you.
Yeah, a lot of you. I'm surprised there's so many people that don't watch Game of Thrones, man.
But I hope most of you watch Transformers, unlike Abstract here. So if you are and you are a fan of it, you definitely want to get your hands on this chair. In case you're curious about the Optimus Prime chair, it's the one that one of the teams will be sitting on, the red and the blue chair. So this is the Bumblebee one, and there is also the Optimus Prime one. Bumblebee.
Can you imagine Bumblebee just going in and it's like,
Bumblebee.
just kind of like mumbles his way. But okay, let's enough with the chatter. I think that we have talked quite a bit about the previous game already, right? We talked about why the team has been winning and what's great for them. But what do you guys think coming into game number 2? What should Stellark be doing? Is it really their drafting problem coming in? Because in my opinion, it kind of seems just of a execution thing.
It could be, it will mostly be an execution problem, but I think adding on to that, what would make it easier is to have a multi-dimensional win condition, right? To me, it is too in my face that Smelly Cat is the core, is that perfect win condition. And if you only have one win condition where the rest of the teammates are supposed to back up the win condition, if you lose that particular faction of your win condition, it means you're gonna lose. And it's exposed, rightly so, by Team Flash. I like the way that Team Flash is playing, and I like the draft, right? And the fact that they can expose this win condition by Stellark so openly and so painfully, I mean, it speaks volume, right? They are, at this point, the true veterans, right?
Now.
Yeah, showing the real experience that they have on hand.
Yeah, and I think going into this next game number 2, the draft phase that you're seeing on the screen now as well, I would actually personally hope to see Odia Bambi pick up something that's more objective oriented as well. The Karina, I feel like wasn't able to pull out the full potential, especially because Bauman, reminiscent on the Bauman, was just so on point, and the entire team as well. But if they had the potential to secure more objectives, maybe this would be able to translate into an easier time for Smelly Cat or for Sync.
Right, to give a more general overview for this, I think what Stellark needs to do is to put more pressure on Reminiscent, right? I think he's too relaxed in his decision making. There's so little factors for him to consider because his teammates, A1, A2, KZP, Alpha V9, with the picks that they have, they are able to secure and provide security both mentally and physically, right? So in the physical form, they are able to fend off the movements of Stellark, and this, as a jungler, gives you a peace of mind knowing that you will not be disturbed during your attempt at the turtle or the lord. So Stellark needs to come up with a draft that kind of at least makes Reminiscent reconsider his options during the team fight. Right?
Yeah, and hold back, right? Because previously, not only did they have the Bauman, they also had the Yves. So it's basically a free ticket to getting higher ground and advantage at the Lord, or the Turtle for that matter. So now looking at this next phase, what do you think will be the next bans? I do want to see Akai, I guess, coming out on the side of Stellark, securing that early game and objective-oriented hero, but I don't know if they might still try to prioritize the Beatrix on Smelly Cat.
I think right now, both teams might consider opening up a bit more of the hyper carries available. As we see Chu going back into his signature and comfort pick for sure, Paquito. Chu has been doing consistently well with the Paquito based on the different games he have had over the past 3 weeks. It is a pretty low 21% win rate, but it is a decent 66% pick rate across the board in this regular season. And of course, you don't fix what is broken, you don't change what's not broken. A1, A2 going back onto that Yves for the second game in this series. This strategy has worked out pretty well for them. Now they have to consider who are they going to replace with Balmon. Could it be, example, they could take a look at Esmeralda as well, someone who can fend off people across the board, or maybe we can take a look at Cho again. So likewise, Alpha V9 going to get his hands back on the Esmeralda this time. And we all know how dangerous he is on that Esmeralda, right? V9, very well known for not only just winning the lane, he's able to kind of make sure that the back line across opponent teams do not have access to the fight, at least even at the correct time. And that's very hard to deal with.
Yeah, right now though, Stellark gonna go ahead and pick up the 1-1 as well as the Cho, denying that from Alpha V9 basically to pick up that option again. I'm not sure about this 1-1 pick though. Yes, it is pretty meta, does a ton of damage in the later part of the game, but we saw how Flash was able to shut down Smelly Cat in his lane earlier on. So I'm a little worried that Smelly Cat might not have the time to scale as quickly as Team Flash. Right now, the Popo and Koopa is also up for grabs for Team Flash, so if they were to pick that up, I feel like Smelly Cat would be completely once again shut down and they would have to hold out to the later game.
Yep, hence my comments on the previous, the previous set itself. I think they have to be a bit more robust in the terms of how they draft, right? The only win condition cannot fall on Smelly Cat, right? If the win condition is that if Smelly Cat survives and grows, we win the game, that is technically not the best strategy available, right? Of course, I'm not a professional player, but at least from our point of view as casters, this is what I can offer, right? And now Reminiscent is going to get his hands on the Karina. This time they do still have that AoE effect, right? They have Esmeralda who can jump in with the Falling Star Moon, follow up with the RWM by A1, A2. During that confusion, that will be when Reminiscent will want to jump in and get a kill on the backline. Now, the corresponding picks on Stellark, I think, are good picks to kind of counter this particular scenario. You have Cho and Paquito, who are both extremely mobile heroes, and once Smelly Cat gets his stacks, he is able to negate a couple of damage with the certain iframes for 1-1. So it really comes down to who gets the fight initiated from both sides. That will be how they're going to decide the outcome of the fight. Because either way, the one that gets caught off guard first is the one that will suffer the most.
As to further, bring up your point, whoever caught off guard first will pretty much have issues, right? For Stellark, that is one thing that they gonna have to take a look into their composition, right? They do have Smelly Cat that naturally will be able to build up stacks and rather deal with weak points. I want to look at heroes that actually would do a very good job against a semi-squishy composition. In fact, a pretty squishy composition coming in from Team Flash. Yes, you can argue that Esmeralda is not squishy, but if Esmeralda does not have the opportunity to actually deal damage here or to even take shields, she's pretty squishy. A Lunox in Mage is going to be relatively good as she will be able to burst everyone down, and now that we have a jungler, we have a roamer, or maybe even an EXP laner, it would be nice to actually look at Natalia in the jungle, Natalia in the roam, or perhaps if they haven't fulfilled a EXP laner in this case, they can actually look at Hilda for the burst amount of damage that they can bring onto this.
Ooh, actually, they're gonna opt to go into a Selena here.
Double mage.
Yeah, Selena as well as Lilia. So Lilia definitely going to be able to keep up in that mid lane. And Selena with the Abyssal Arrow and pressure from the Abyssal Traps to give vision is definitely going to be more difficult for Flash to move around the map as freely as they did before.
Yep, I mean, considering the fact that they caught out Sync quite a couple of times in game 1, I think the fact that they put Sync on this Lilia is quite smart. I mean, if Sync follows his positioning from game 1, he probably will get caught out again and again this round, but at least he has something to work with in the form of his ultimate, right? And of course, to deal with the KZP Rafaela, their heals, I think there's a very huge burst potential from the side of Stellark. So I think they are considering what the potential options are on the side of Team Flash. Now, the only question is, can they make the initiations instead? Because in game 1, it was very apparent that Flash was in the driver's seat. They took charge of the pace of the game when jumps were going to be made, when the ganks were going to come around, as well as the positioning around the objectives. So perhaps Stellark with this slightly different and more mobile lineup, they can do and figure something out.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, with the draft concluded. Stellark, they have a very bursty composition. In the meantime, we have Team Flash that have a pretty hybrid composition, I gotta have to say. But who exactly is going to be the one that will come up on top in this game number 2? Enter Sanctum Island.
Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Sanctum Island, Land of Dawn. Game number 2 between Team Flash and Stellark. This is Stellark's game to lose. They have to prove themselves if they want to potentially come back and sweep this game over. Looking at the drafts, like you said, I think Stellark bursty, but also very pick-off oriented, right? You have the Cho, you have the Selena, as well as the Paquito, so the potential for them to come in with flanks and to isolate members of Team Flash is very, very strong. Now, on the opposing side, Team Flash, they do have some ability to kite around that. They have the Rafaela. Pokemon also have the option of Sprint to be able to get away with that. So I think the really risky one here is probably A1, A2, low mobility, as well as essentially a sitting duck for when he chooses to pop his ultimate.
This is a very familiar side coming in from Stellark, right? The back in I think the last week, game number 2 between themselves and Evil, they have a composition that have the same idea, and that is power over anything else. They want to deal damage. They want to do whatever that they can to really bring down the opponent's base on pure pure damage. So right now, Chu playing in the EXP lane, he's got the damage. Smelly Cat definitely got the damage. Odia Bambi is playing in the jungle as a Cho. Actually, for me, I'm not too sure what kind of composition he's gonna go for. Maybe mix. But Pokemon actually ate an Abyssal Arrow, and that is going to be the first blood for the hands of Stellark. Not something that I expected, definitely.
Very nice rotation there coming out from Fossa to take down Pokemon. Actually was pressured, Smelly Cat was pressured right into the turret. I thought Pokemon might have gone for it, but maybe not too much damage in the early part of the game. So unfortunately, one death in his name. And right now the turtle has spawned on the bottom side as well. So probably both teams looking to set their sights on that Reminiscent already at the objective, but they might look to the mid instead.
The way on the Dragon connects down to A1, A2, really want to single him out, but unfortunately, even though A1, A2 is only at a sliver, it is the RWM that really kept him alive with the shields. But in the end, it is still the Abyssal Arrow that still managed to get the kill down on the A1, A2. Chu overextended himself from the EXP lane, wanted to help out and perhaps even steal a little bit on the turtle. He managed to get himself away right by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, I mean, it was almost calculated, right? Look at that. In the instant replay here, the kick onto A1, A2. Basically nowhere for him to go. But the thing is, Odia Bambi ate so much damage from the turret, and then the rest of the team rotated in as well to enable Team Flash to take 2 kills off of that along with the turtle.
Definitely a bit of a problem coming from Odia Bambi, especially since when he's playing as a jungler, he doesn't have a flicker that will be able to enhance the final shot of the Jikundo. But for now, Fossa landing onto the Abyssal Arrow pretty darn nicely, landing down onto KZP, but it's not quite enough to bring him down just yet.
It's not, but they did burn the flicker of KZP, so that also is a good resource taken away from Team Flash. Now they're forced to be a little bit more careful, but on the flip side, Stellark is going to look to capitalize on that. You can see the gold lane already pushing up Odia Bambi, trying to go for something.
Unfortunately, Odia Bambi doesn't really have anyone to help him out. They don't really have anyone that can be tanky enough to help Odia Bambi disengage. No one other than him has got the crowd control, and thus going down to Flash, and so might sink. The black shoes connects, but he is still gonna be in the same shoes that he was about to die on.
This is so tough. I mean, Flash, they actually had the man disadvantage. I think even the rotations coming out from Chu, actually no, Chu was on the bottom side clearing, and therefore Alpha V9 could assist them. So Flash managed to take full advantage of that, and right now they're going to convert that into an objective steal, or at least to take the gold plating off the top.
It is a very confusing composition from Team Stellark right now as we watch their play. It is very focused on landing the Abyssal Arrow. Technically, yes, Stellark is a team that can just jump right in thanks to Chu, Odia Bambi. They have their own mobility to rush right in. But once A1, A2 pops off the RWM, what can they do from that point in time? A1, A2 just can't be connected by the way of the dragon. Otherwise, they have got their main entry strategy already. RWM is ready to pop, but only for a split second. He immediately lost the RWM. Reminiscent runs himself away with just a sliver, while the rest of Stellark, they find themselves lower than 50%. Alpha V9, hoping that he will have enough shield to work for himself, could not even get one for his team.
Oh, that was unfortunate for Team Flash. I think it was Fossa on the backline shooting through an Abyssal Arrow that hit onto KZP. And strangely enough, KZP, I think, was the one that got the turtle. Flash was already taken low, but they wanted to commit and find some sort of compensation from Stellark, but they were able to instead turn the tables onto Team Flash.
And now it's 5 minutes and 40 seconds into the game. 4-4. Team Flash have only got a 300 gold advantage. Very small advantage, I gotta have to say. Let's take a look exactly how both of these teams are have used it for their emblem in order to keep themselves on top. Especially for Team Stellark, I gotta have to say. Team Stellark, they are a team that is very strong in the early stages of the game, as you can pretty much see. With them taking another head off of Team Flash, most of them has decked themselves out in movements as well as additional damage or penetration in order to get themselves more of an edge.
Oh, top side though. Looks like Stellark wants to go for something. Abyssal arrows coming through.
It doesn't seem like Odemabi will be able to connect down onto the Jikundo, but it will use the Way of the Dragon to knock Pokemon away, and somehow the Abyssal arrow even lands on the Pokemon. But Pokemon, KZP and A1A2, they realize that the mobility from Stellark is a little bit hard to catch up on, and they've decided to just play slow.
Yeah, right now, I mean, it looks like Team Flash is cornered a little bit, but no, they want to fight back. Trying to go on the top side onto Stellark, going to be a full retreat from them. And just 4-on-4 now, camping at the top, trying to look for something.
Even for Team Flash, they don't have anyone that can do a very good entry, which is a very awkward thing to see. Smelly, a Pokemon, he eventually finds Sony. Smelly Cat eventually finds himself at the back lines. He managed to pop up every single one of the weakness points from the side of Pokemon, brings him down, and the collateral damage goes to A1A2.
Very nice setup there by Smelly Cat. Waited in the brushes for Pokemon to step up and try to take the turret. The moment he did, he just went all out to get him. And now Alpha V9, the lone member here, trying to make something of this turtle. Reminiscent slowly rotating down, but it looks like they might just choose to give this one up.
This seems a lot more like what I would expect from Stellark's composition. A super early game composition that will help Smelly Cat enable. But how do they initiate? My main problem, it always comes down to A1A2. A1A2 holds so much high ground against Team Stellark, and his popping of ultimate is going to be crucial with how the game eventually turns out. Whether his RWM will last for a second or it will last for the entire duration.
I think it does give them the high ground for sure, but the thing is, with the pick on Selena this time, Forza has been really diminishing the prowess of this roll manipulation. He has either forced A1A2 to reposition or stop the ultimates or stop someone to peel for him, and it's been extremely difficult. You can see 2 deaths now, not great, but in comparison to the kills in the mid lane though.
Oh, Pokemon almost falling down, and like you said, the Abyssal Arrow immediately went for the snipe onto A1A2, stopping the real manipulation just for Chu and Odia Bambi to come in. But unfortunately, the timing from Stellark, Chu and Odia Bambi did not came in the nick of time to catch up to the rest of Team Flash.
Yeah, so no kills as of yet traded across, but Stellark won back a little more map pressure on their side. And you can see they've already pushed up Flash slowly back into their base and starting to try to invade the jungle as well. So Flash now on the defense. Pokemon, I think, so far has been trying to keep up with the farm. I saw him pick up, I think it was a Berserker's Fury, so he's slowly getting his power spikes. The things, this situation might change for Flash as they start, but oh yeah, Bambi steals the buff away.
He will be able to Jikundo his way out of it all. 9 minutes into the game, and this game may very well go to 16 minutes if the game allows, I suppose. Like I myself, I'm looking at a full attack composition from Stellark. I'm confused whether they will win or not. But hold on a second, as Chu finds himself in the backside, wanted to get and snipe away A1A2, but unfortunately wasn't able to do so. And RWM just going to be popping around. Odebambi just going to go straight in for the Whale of Dragon, but it wasn't able to kill anyone. With Odebambi and Sync already taken down, Chu is going to be the last person remaining from that team fight. Only for Forza and Smelly Cat to immediately join in to back him up and ensure that Chu doesn't go down.
Very, very nice. Just Flash recognizing that they had this window of opportunity and they immediately went on to Stellark. And because Forza wasn't there to stop the ultimates or to zone any single member of Team Flash out, it gave them a huge advantage, and now they can just turn that into a Lord take.
The Lord eventually coming up right for the players. The items wise, it kind of seems as though Yves has only gotten himself with the Ice Queen's wand. Other than that, the rest of the items is going to be pretty important. We've got Wind of Nature as well as the Berserker's Fury already available. 1-1 gets himself a mega kill on top of Alpha V9. His items definitely is going to be big. We'll cover that a little bit while later. Alpha V9 and KCP has already been dead. As such, it kind of seems as though Team Flash would not even be able to make use of the Lord.
They might try to, but yeah, a little bit difficult. The consolation is they have taken the bottom turret because they had the creep wave stacking up there. I think it's just a little bit tougher for Flash now, right? Because A1, A2 in the previous game was dishing out damage, but now he's forced to become more of a utility mage. So when we were talking about having a second win condition for Stellark, it seems like now Team Flash needs to have that backup plan instead.
Team Stellark's composition is a high risk, high reward, high octane composition. They want to go in, snap, fast, kill everyone. And if no one dies, then I'm gonna die. Kind of thing, you know? Alpha V9 can be very, very defensive. He can have a lot of shields and can be pretty darn annoying as well. But the question is if whether ODIRBAMBI can even snipe anyone out at that point in time. How about Chu? How about Smelly Cat? Would they be able to open enough space in order for Smelly Cat to break down one person's weakness point and get everyone else in as collateral damage? Pokemon is going to be scary though, as he does have got a lot of damage and did manage to bring Smelly Cat's HP all the way to all-time low, as the Lord is going to be taken down right underneath the top turret.
Yeah, but they basically forced Smelly Cat out of the fight, and now they have taken Stellark's defenses down almost to just the base turret. So again, now Flash, they're managing to come back from this. Stellark is slowly losing their lead.
I'm relatively surprised that Flash, even though they have lost 2% just now, they still managed to react together with the Lord. A lot of value is coming up with this composition from Team Flash. Something that we are more used to. Having Alpha V9 to initiate the EXP lane that actually can initiate and also have a certain kind of lockdown. We have mages that creates a grid of control from the side of Yip. And speaking of the grid of control, that's what we're gonna see. ODIRBAMBI went straight in, over to the backlines, snipes away A1, A2, Sing takes a kill. The rest of Stellark, they're gonna be A-okay. The rest of them moves right on. Pokemon taken down. Alpha V9 Reminiscent as well as KZP. They runs away, and that is going to be the only thing that Flash will take down, and that is the bottom lane inhibitor turret.
I guess it's not too bad, although they do lose two important members of their team in that fight. But oh, it is pretty untimely because now Stellark has the advantage in terms of the Lord, and it is a huge advantage.
I'm surprised, Team Flash, it kind of seems as though they are still trying to go for this, but this is not gonna be the best idea as Smelly Cat soars into the skies. It's going to be sniping out Reminiscent and KZP, leaving Alpha V9 all alone to fend for himself and nothing that he can do to bring down and steal the Lord.
I mean, Pokemon is up, but what can they do now? Are they going to re-engage for a team fight? Pokemon going in though!
They are still trying to go for this, and it worked out! ODIRBAMBI is dead. Chu almost dead right by the skin of his teeth. Pokemon just want to tally out the scoreline as much as possible. And actually, a very good idea too, because the Lord is already marching down to the bottom lane. As long as Sync, ODIRBAMBI, or if there's more people not around, the better and the easier it is to control the Lord.
I mean, Pokemon now also has the Scarlet Phantom, so he's going to start hitting really hard. I think this Lord is just going to be taken down without any damage to Flash, so it makes their fight really worth it earlier on. You know, having lost the Lord, they were still able to find members of Stellark, and now Stellark, once again, don't have too much in their favor to press on their lead.
As now eventually, Stellark and Team Flash both entirely neck and neck. Both teams, they're not exactly trying to get at each other's throats right now. Testing distance, poking each other, until Pokemon broke the silence a little bit, poking Sync away. That will use up a sprint.
He did use Sting's sprint over there. I mean, he does still have the ultimate, the black shoes, and probably enough time for it to come back up before the Lord as well, but Flash!
The cursed arrow is just gonna be landing down Reminiscent. His HP by the skin of his teeth, he ran away! Smelly Cat trying to catch up to him. Will he be able to? No, because he brandishes his blade and runs himself away. ODIRBAMBI have a little bit of health right onto himself. Chu with a punch and a punch that punches F of Team Flash away. All of the members are still gonna be alive except for Forza, but not like it's gonna make a very big difference because Forza is mostly for utility at this point in time.
That looks so close for Team Flash. Pokemon as well was really, really low. And now Team Flash, they are back up in terms of their HP bars. They might want to go for someone on Stellark. The thing is, they don't really have the same sort of pick potential that Stellark has. Forza can just, throw a non-committal Abyssal Arrow to catch someone. Oh dear, Bambi, yes, maybe he has to commit himself, but if he gets a good pick off, that's basically someone dead on the side of Team Flash. So it's difficult now for the Flash to be able to find a fight that's completely in their favor.
If I were a member of Team Flash, I would be cowering in fear as well, knowing that Smelly Cat is understandably their win condition. Odia Bambi can literally come in, do damage, and displace anyone for any time that he wants. Speaking of Odia Bambi, Jukundo's not gonna land on anyone, but hey, at least the way our Dragon connects on the Pokemon, one of the most important players that Team Flash blames has to go down. A1, A2, the RWM is just going to take it off almost immediately after Smelly Cat pops off with the crossbow of tag.
Oh no, just when you think things were going right for Team Flash, Pokemon dies in that fight. It was a great pickoff there onto Sing, but they need Pokemon for this Lord, and once again, Flash loses out in this objective.
Well, what we gotta say, mistakes were made. Odia Bambi have managed to slay the Lord, and Team Flash, they are now, at this point in time, back against the wall. They don't have an idea as who they gotta have to focus on. A1, A2, he's scared. Chu can knock him off. Odia Bambi can knock him into the air. Forza could stun him to the ground. So when is the perfect time for him to even use his real-world manipulation?
I mean, it's tough, right? Everyone's looking out for A1, A2, so he really has, he has to fear for his life because anything can kick him. Even if it's not Forza, it's Oh Dear Bambi. They're always looking for a pick onto Pokemon or onto A1, A2. And right now, I guess the constellation is that Flash, like you said, does still have A1, A2 that can potentially keep Stellark out of the base for a little bit, but they do have this Lord here that is slowly coming down the bottom side, and now that Stellark has chipped off the mid as well, Flash has to put up this huge defense here.
They do have high ground. A1, A2 can defend the Lord if he wants to use his RWM, but that means popping it prematurely. The rest of the members from Stellark will have to rush right in, dive right under their noses. But how exactly are they going to be playing this out? A couple of ballistas, a couple of soldiers just going to be hitting down on the core, but the main problem is Stellark's just going to be fighting right in the face of Team Flash. Reminiscent HP is low, he runs himself back, the rest of Stellark is here. They went straight in, Smelly Cat with the crossbow tank, almost takes him out, he will! He breaks two, and he continues to flourish all across the map. But Reminiscent, he says it's not over as his brandishes blade. He went right when he just, he almost did something. But now Alpha V9 being the last member available couldn't do quite much against Stellark, and that is gonna be a 1-for-1.
My goodness, now Stellark taking us to game number 3, taking this victory for themselves. This was a great play, and honestly, this looks like a different Smelly Cat as well from the game number 1. Oh, we're just trying to catch our breaths here, but I think, Kin, fill us in.
Against Team Flash, 1-1 now. Once again, okay, so the old man battle is still going on, but let me break it down for you. I think starting, it was a bit shaky for Stellark, right? Bambi dove a bit too far in that mid lane, causing his own death, as well as getting Forza to die along with him.
Right.
So that was kind of a big deficit for them, right? Secondly, I think one of the things that Stellark did pretty well this game is the damage spread. If you take a look at the damage spread when you go into team fights, each individual player tanks a bit of damage from the opposing team on Team Flash, and that's how they're able to sustain team fights and go in, right? And of course, I think one of the main things we need to take a look at is they made A1, A2 essentially useless. In most of the early game team fights, you notice that the RWM kind of won them the team fights, and Stellark recognized this very early on, right? So every time RWM was there, they had a stun, and there were 3 options to stun, right? They had Cho, they had Paquito, and they had Selena as well. So these 3 options to just instantly shut down the Eve option is really strong, and that kind of broke them apart, because when you deal with Eve, that's one big problem removed. And the second thing is Smelly Cat is more ballsy in this game. He's really a smelly cat in this match, right? His itemization, one of the main things that he does is that he uses the tank shredder. So he gets rid of Alpha V9. And when you do not have an Alpha V9 as well as an A1, A2, the rest of the members are essentially sitting duck free food, right? So that just wrecks the entire lineup of Team Flash. I think it was a decent draft by Team Flash, but they didn't consider that Smelly Cat will actually turn aggressive. It's a very different cat, in terms of the playstyle.
The previous game until
Correct.
now.
Smelly Cat was always seen as someone who hides on the back lines, wait for the perfect opportunity to strike. But in this instance, Smelly Cat was the first one to go in, and he goes straight for either Pokemon or he goes for Alpha V9, which is kind of surprising. I think they really took them by storm, and they were blindsided on the side of Team Flash.
There's quite a lot of surprising factors coming in from Stellark. And remembering the top lane, where Smelly Cat was just casually hiding inside the brush like a menacing tiger, waiting for his prey. In that case, I guess a panther would work as well. I mean, is she supposed to be a cat? I mean, is one... Okay, yeah, Smelly Cat is a cat. Cat hunting for panther, completely logical.
Yep, so if we take a look at the kill participation, it is pretty significant across both teams, quite even in terms of the fighting numbers. Damage dealt is pretty even as well. But more importantly is the objective-based gaming, right? Stellark has much higher damage to the tower. This time, it is a wave management advantage for the side of Stellark. I think they definitely recovered from game 1 where they couldn't really manage their waves properly. Besides the fighting that's going on, they managed to set themselves up. And this time, it was Stellark's turn to take fights at the correct timing, win it, and get over to the objective like the Lord or the Turtle. Right, there were a couple of fights that I have to commend Sing. Sing did a very good job of being the bait. He died, I think, 5 times in this game. And it was just, oh, don't worry, you can kill me. And the whole team on Stellark suddenly shows up and Team Flash gets caught off guard. Yep.
Yeah, I think that's the good thing about Lilia as well, right? Picking up not only just a comfort hero, but the ability to, number one, put out burst damage that synchronizes very well with this team composition, and also to bait out important skills from Team Flash. Looking at the MVP, there you go. The man who stepped up this game, Smelly Cat himself.
9-0-8 with a GPM of 770 as well as a Q participation of 89%. The items, like you've seen, they're very painful. They strike tanks and there's a lot of crit inside as well.
And as a 1-1, you don't need boots. So you have that additional item slot, which is very important, right? Because not only can you secure, he has 2 defensive items here, one of which is Wind of Nature, so that mitigates a lot of damage coming from Pokemon's Irithel as well. So not only does he hurt, he can also protect himself in situations where it gets a little bit tricky. So I just think it's a really good job this time done by Smelly Cat, but also it seems like the entire team of Stellark has stepped up to the game plan that they were trying to play for.
Yep, we cannot miss Forza as well, Selena of the Abyssal Arrow. I was kind of in doubt at first. It was like, Abyssal Arrow is kind of hard to hit, right? Especially from range. But he did pull it off very well, and with the help of the team as well, kind of forcing them into a corner, and hey, you're stunned, here comes my demon.
There has been quite a lot of instances that we managed to catch Forza's stun coming in onto the side of Team Flash. They gotta have to be... It's a really unfortunate thing, right? I'm imagining myself as A1, A2, right? Looking out, where is Cho? Where is Paquito? And then suddenly an Abyssal Arrow comes in. Pretty sure that the highlights will show us even more.
That's right. I mean, there's really a lot of things you have to consider. This was the first dive by Smelly Cat. Really unexpected for sure. Pokemon wasn't expecting that move, and this really caught them off guard. And you can see the formula is the same, right? Get rid of all the stuns. And every team fight that Team Flash wins is when A1, A2 is untouched. You can see it down here. Yep. And of course, with that, they tried, but I thought Team Flash was going to take the game from this moment on. And of course, with that turnaround, the ability to shield themselves up and get the correct kills, as once Pokemon is down or A1, A2 is off the map, it's really difficult for Team Flash to take a successful fight.
Yeah, the thing is, you see, Pokemon's always kind of in the front line, right? Trying to dish out the damage that he needs. But at the same time, like you said, there are 3 people he has to potentially look out for. So someone's going to be able to kick him back into Stellark. And this was, I think, the game-ending fight here.
Completely forgot about that one. Completely forgot. The Abyssal Arrow that literally just cut right behind of 2 players and landed around A1, A2. That really solidified their win for this game. And for Forza, made a great play. 7 kills, 2 assists, and 2 deaths, 5 assists. it's really tough for me to even say that Smellycat is like the sole MVP because Bambi came in with the Way of Dragon a couple of times and they were right on the money. And let's not forget, Forza as well. So a lot of those skill shots, important. For Selena, you just need to shoot an arrow, non-committal. But for Bambi, you need to literally go in and snipe the person that you want. And most of that is A1A2, and or even Pokemon.
Yep, so this mobile lineup definitely works out for Stellark's favor in this game too. But of course, it's not a big advantage for their team. It's 1-1, right? So with a 1-1 scoreline, I think they need a breather. Let's go for a 5-minute break, and when we're back, we'll see who is gonna make it out of this old man challenge.
Old man, well, okay, we don't really have a very good idea who exactly is the old man. You know, we said old man or veterans. Which one sounds better? I don't know, but no rewards if you feel which one is better and who is who. So we're just gonna come back after a short break. We'll see you later. It is quite a treat here in week 3, day 1. We are met with 2 series that went through all 3 games. Definitely not something that I expected, considering the fact that I think I predicted a 2-0. Was it a 2-0? I think I predicted 2-0 in the previous series, but this series I was expecting a 2-1 in favor of Team Flash. What were your predictions?
2-1 as well, so they really took it to game 3.
We all did for 2-1, but who exactly is the one that gets the 2? Who's going to be the one to go back home as the veterans? And who's going to go back home as the retirement home?
Wow,
that is
that's
the biggest
harsh.
question.
Retirement
That's
home.
harsh.
Yeah, that's harsh, man. I mean,
technically speaking, Team Flash were like looking at themselves as a retirement home in the previous season, and then they were kind of like hibernating in the regular seasons. And then when it comes down to playoffs, for some reason, they like it is no longer spring. It is no longer spring. They're just suddenly like, boom, it's now autumn. It's not autumn, let's whack everyone.
They said it in the interview as well, right? They were like, yeah, maybe we won't be there for the regular season, but we're going to show up for playoffs. No, they showed up in the regular season as well. So maybe in the old folks' home, it gets boring and you decide you really want to go ham starting the season off.
Guys, they're old, but they're not that old. Okay.
It sounds like you feel attacked right
Yeah,
now.
I feel attacked. Okay, I'm not say very young as well. Thankfully, I look younger than I am. But nonetheless, of course, in esports, this is a very fast-paced industry, right? So I think, yes, we can call them a bit older, but let's use the word experienced.
Okay.
Yeah, more
okay.
experienced.
Team Flash, they are the old folks.
Just going for it right there.
Yeah, I'm just
But
squeezing it.
Looking at the game previously, right? I mean, Team Flash, yes, they have the experience, but it shows that Stellark doesn't lose out on that either. You know, you said they had to have 2 win conditions, and Stellark, they doubled down on that, and they were able to adjust that in the game number 2.
Yup, and then it reversed the question to Team Flash now, because Team Flash seemed to only have 1 win condition where Pokemon was supposed to be the one that got fed and potentially carry them into the game. But what happened that I failed to bring up just now, which I want to bring up now, is the fact that Pokemon couldn't take the fights early on. Right, the moment Pokemon stepped up during that first skirmish where Smelly Cat just showed up and just threw everything in Pokemon's face, that was kind of a signal to Pokemon to say that you cannot enter the fights early, and he really didn't. So by the time Pokemon entered the fights, V9, who was supposed to be the guy who soaks up damage, and Yves, who was supposed to be the one to provide the cover fire, they just didn't exist per se, because the whole lineup of Stellark just really broke them apart, and no option for Pokemon to appear. If he appears, he dies, and so it's really painful for them for this game too. But going into game 3, I believe both teams should be thinking of a composition that has multiple win conditions, right? As well as the options for number of stuns. We're no longer talking about 1 stun to win a fight, right? It is probably a split fight and multiple stun options, right? We have Esmeralda, who has the Falling Star Moon. How much displacement can she do? How long can they stop the opponents for? And from there, it really just comes down to individual technical skills.
Honestly, we have been looking at so much front to back to front, death ball synergies. I'm missing the days where we have split compositions. Remember the Hayabusa Benedetta days?
Agree.
You just have some vested interest there in the Benedetta.
Yes.
But we're seeing it exactly now, right? With the Selena and the Cho splitting out entirely the team of Team Flash earlier on. But let's see. This is down to the wire. The last game here between Stellark and Flash. Now, right off the bat, it's going to be Stellark banning out the Diggy as well as the Ballman. Flash opting for the Akai and Valentina. I think this ban phase is going pretty fast as well. Both teams still not going to ban out the meta heroes. Don't know if Team Flash will take out the Sabina.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's a tense game, because right off the bat, when we talk about Team Flash and Team Stellark, we understand that both these teams have the potential to be a top team in this regular season itself, right? So now I think this game will kind of set the standards for both teams, regardless of the moniker of old man or veteran. It is a stage for them to set where they can let everyone know within the league that we are here to be champions as well. Both teams did mention that they are here to win it all. I mean, you're a professional. You come in to take the top position. If not, you won't be playing so hard.
Yeah, for sure. And I think them being at the 5th and 6th positions, or rather 6th and 5th as you see on the screen respectively, are definitely just signs of them duking it out at almost the same level. And that's why we've been seeing game number 3s throughout this whole morning. Stellark gonna go ahead and pick up the Julian because it was left open. So potentially this could go into the jungle. It could also go into the hands of Sync. I think it's very aligned with his playstyle as well, and also a comfort hero. Flash gonna go ahead and pick up the Paquito, most likely for Alpha V9, although Reminiscent could also use it if he wanted to.
Yep, Alpha V9, we already know he's very strong in his laning phase, as well as his ability to pick up opponents and create difficult situations as well. So his counterpart on the side of Stellark, which is Chu, will be the last pick, right? But now I'm very interested to see where does Forza go in this particular draft, right? Game 2, that Selena pick really increased their chances of winning by quite a lot. The sudden Abyssal Arrow, the ability to stop A1, A2, who, by the way, has picked up Eve again. They're going to try this formula again, perhaps this time provide more cover. And I believe this is a better composition, at least with these 2 picks from Team Flash, because now Alpha V9, plenty of mobility, plenty of lockdown as well. The ability to stop opponents from jumping your backlines, or at least going into the fight from a proper position for a longer period of time. This is definitely looking good for Team Flash, just based off on these 2 picks.
I agree. I think though Stellark also has an equally good composition against this, because earlier on it was Forza with the Abyssal Arrows. In this game, you still have to be wary of the combo coming from Julian. There is the potential knockup, so Julian could be diving right into the backline for Eve to stop that real world manipulation. Or you could also have Forza with the Circling Eagle. So they still, like game number 2, have multiple options to shut down A1, A2 in this game, and Sync with the Lilia once again.
I believe, and I am channeling my inner oracleness, that Flash would want to get themselves an Atlas. And Atlas will be really good here, that is provided that Stellark doesn't ban the Atlas out. With Diggy out of the way already, and the fact that Team Flash, they are playing into Eve again, they would want to look for roamers as well as heroes that can actually stand in front of the real world manipulation in order to really help A1, A2 out. And for Atlas, great for initiation, great for holding down the fort as well. Anyone that dares comes close or run away from the real manipulation can be dragged back in again.
I agree. I would coin this as the black hole theory there. Get everyone into the black hole that allows A1, A2 to just cause chaos, right? And I agree. With Diggy being banned out, Atlas is definitely one of the considerations that Team Flash can consider. And we know how KZB plays. He is definitely apt at this hero as well. Now, Smelly Cat, the options for him as the Hyper is going to be a bit limited. There's no Claude, there's no Beatrix. He might go back to the Poopo and Cooper, or he might continue his Rampage as a 1-1 again. So far, 1-1 was looking good in the previous game, right? But that was only because they had the laning advantage in the first place. Now, with this lineup for Alpha V9, he is going to be able to move around the map much faster, which means that they can shut down and slow down the farm of Stellark a bit more cleanly this game. So it remains to be seen where Smelly Cat will go with his Hyper. And for Chu, right, what is he going to pick up to go against this Paquito?
Oh, well, he does have a few options. The Deroth is still available if he wants to get that early game lead. Esmeralda banned out. Uranus is also available if he wanted to hold out that lane a little better, just kind of go on a stalemate and fight against Alpha V9.
I would believe that Stellark does have an opportunity to play a Benedetta, actually. You know, not because of my love of Benedetta, but that could actually be a pretty good chance for them to pick up a Benedetta in order to go for a very divey composition, which is what Julian is relatively good at. If you want to go for enhanced chain, you can jump in pretty nicely. And with the help of Forza can also enable with the guiding wind to move right into A1, A2. Most of the time, we should be expecting Forza to just knock off A1, A2. So I don't think that A1, A2 will have any ways to get out of that unless there are other zoning tools, which Team Flash has decided to go for Lolita. Well, it technically works as the frontliner, but I think that they should be looking into another hero, such as for the marksman, someone that can really do zoning very well. Hopefully, will be Pupil and Cooper, but Stellark actually took that away.
Difficult decisions for the start of Team Flash, because with that, Stellark going to secure the Fredrin as well as the Pupil and Cooper. Pupil and Cooper, I think, wow, I didn't expect the win rate to be so low, 13%, with a 28% pick rate across the games. Smelly Cat is a hit and miss, I feel personally, for him on Pupil and Cooper. We have seen him do very well, and we have also seen him crash and burn, right? With that, Pokemon is going to pick up Melissa. And I'm liking Team Flash's lineup a little bit more at this point, even though I predicted the scoreline in the reverse way, right? But if Flash is able to pull off the composition in the style that I presume they are looking at, it's going to be very tough for Stellark to jump in and get the kills.
Holy crap, have they been setting this Melissa up? Because this kind of seems as though it's an entire bait altogether, making the opponent think that, oh, we're going to pick this, we're going to pick that, but no. Melissa can work pretty well working with the A1A2. Remember how I talk about the fact that if the Circling Eagle is, of course, honed in onto A1A2 as a Yves, nothing can stop them. I forgot about Melissa.
Yeah.
So that is going to be what we are looking for. Looking forward to see this game in Team Flash versus Team Stellark. Who's going to be the one coming up on top? I am stoked for this game number 3.
Yup, it's going to be this last game, the make or break between the two veteran teams, Stellark and Flash. Now, this is definitely the game to watch. And when you talked about the Melissa, it is basically that this hero was created to counter Popol and Koopa, because you do additional damage on the Koopa, basically. So I think it's very interesting that, Flash probably sniffed this out, either set this up or sniffed this out, that with all the marksmen banned out, Stellark would most likely go into the Popo and Koopa, so picking up the Melissa for this. Now, this is very, very exciting to watch.
Haven't seen a Melissa game for the longest time ever, not even in ranked. This is really all about team composition. The main thing that we want to look out for is that Pokemon can still stay within the grid of RWM. In the event that he realized that, oh, you know what? It kind of seems as though Forza has zoned in with the Circling Eagle. I can pop my ultimate and just bring everyone else away. The Circling Eagle would not be able to touch A1A2. I protect myself, I protect A1A2. And as for Odebambi, I think that is the only other thing that could really help A1A2, that could really be the problem for A1A2, is that Odebambi can just jump right in with the enhanced chains.
Yeah, I think not just the enhanced chains, when you were talking about the lane below as well, right? I think the pickup of Melissa might have changed the dynamics here a little bit, because picking up the Popo and Koopa, naturally you might expect yourself to dominate in the gold lane, at least in the beginning. But with the Melissa pick, the tables have turned. Pokemon is now expected to bully out Smelly Cat, and with that, they might have 2 at least winning lanes with the Paquito as well. Alpha V9 on the Paquito that I believe is better clear than the Fredrin, although it seems like they're evening out a little bit. So Flash can potentially push this advantage.
We do have the turtle currently available for Team Flash's picking. Team Stellark, they do have the advantage, or rather they can definitely take a fight like this as well. It's a 4 versus 4. The turtle goes down to the hands of Odebambi. RWM popped up way behind. KZP, Alpha V9 Reminiscent decided to run right off and back to A1A2's loving hands.
Unfortunately, the first objective still went the way of Stellark. Odebambi able to pick that up for himself. So a slight lead there, but here comes a fight on the bottom side.
Yep, Pokemon, he does have the answer to the Circling Eagle. And Forza couldn't do anything at all as Pokemon continues to throw out all those needles right on Forza.
Right now, the two teams just brawling it out in the middle. I think with this composition so far, it looks like they are pretty even still at this point, although with that turtle, Odebambi has a slight lead ahead of Reminiscence, so he could potentially capitalize on that, as you can see down bottom.
Super lot of different places that we should be expecting between Stellark and Flash. We are still pretty early into the game. I was expecting and thought that yes, Stellark would have been able to play a little bit more aggressive, considering the fact that Julian pops off at level 3. We should be able to see something like that. And let's not forget the fact that there is a Mathilda that can really jump onto the opponents. But just from the fact that Melissa is so self-sufficient with her little bubble of escape, there's no one that can really touch this Melissa unless her ultimate is on cooldown.
And not to forget that KZP this time is on the Lolita as well. So not only do you have the ability to protect yourself, KZP can also block projectiles that might be coming in the way of Pokemon. So he does have that in favor. Right now, mid-side, a bit of a brawl here. Real-world manipulation going to be popped down to zone out Forza while the rest of Team Flash rotates in to help out.
It's expected to see that KZP will always be heading over to where he finds Forza, as Lolita is, of course, a pretty good counter over to Forza because of all of those glowing orbs whenever she uses Soul Bloom and just absorb all kinds of damage. And of course, you'll be able to retaliate back as well. That's the amazing thing about KZP. Not exactly and necessarily to counter Smelly Cat, but the other way, of course, is to counter Forza. And in the very event that Bambi decided to go for Enhanced Scythe as well, that is also a pretty good counter.
Right now, Oh Dear Bambi, he actually secured the second turtle of the game. So he is still in the lead in terms of farming up here. And I think this isn't going to look good for Flash if it continues as well. Stellark, they actually have a lot of CC available on their end. Although most of these are single target, I would say, except for Julian, you have huge CC potential on the Fredrin. You also have the stuns on Smelly Cat and Forza. So Flash definitely has to be careful entering a team fight just because of that.
Now, the thing about the front lines of Team Flash is that they actually do not need to be too worried about the damage dealers of Stellark. Yes, you should definitely take care of Smelly Cat. He's gonna be a pretty annoying marksman later stages into the game. But remember this, Oh Dear Bambi deals magical damage, Forza deals magical damage, and Sync also deals magical damage. The front lines, they are afraid of all these players, but they all do magical damage. As such, Tough Boots is so important for whoever is gonna be the front lines, whoever is gonna be soaking damage. As such, it is definitely important for Karina as well, Lolita, to pick that up, and not to forget Athena's shield, which is something that Karina has already taken up.
Yeah, and not just that, looking at the items, right, actually Smelly Cat seems to have the lead ahead of Pokemon as well, even though we talked about how Melissa might have an edge in this lane. Oh, Sync though falling really low. KZP with the flicker there.
Immediately takes him out, but unfortunately Smelly Cat did manage to go for an avenging frag and goes for the trade against KZP. It still is a not that good of a trade for Stellark, as Sync himself, he is a position 3 in this game. They lost a position 3 for a position 5 from Team Flash. Finally, first blood.
two bloods drawn at that as well. But just in time for this turtle take up top, you can see Reminiscent and Alpha V9 just trying to position themselves to take this one. Chu has already leashed it to his side. Alpha V9!
It doesn't seem like Alpha V9 will be able to do anything on the Sync because of black boots, or rather, black shoes. The turtle currently still have quite a chunky amount of health. Both Stellark as well as Flash, they do not want to overcompensate for the turtle. They do not want to lose too much of their utilities as well as skills just to bring the turtle down, especially since there's Oh Dear Bambi around the area of Forza Sync. And not to forget Chu, they can come from behind, goes for the knockup as well as a taunt. That is gonna give Stellark a lot of time to actually give the knockup onto Reminiscent, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be enough to bring Reminiscent down just yet. The entirety of Stellark, they tried to go for aggressive, but that did not work very well.
Yeah, a clutch stun coming in from KZP to stop the siege in from Stellark, and followed up by Alpha V9 again, dishing out so much damage to stop them. Foster now just disrupting the jungle of Reminiscent a little bit. All this time, the turtle is still up.
Well, I'm craving for turtle soup, and I'm pretty sure all of these players are as well. But, well, one thing's for sure is that this turtle does have some armor. You gotta have to strip off all of that armor before you'll be able to get into those meaty stew. Team Stellark, they only have got 22,000 gold, which is 2,000, close to 1,000 gold on top of Team Flash. So it's not necessarily any form of massive advantage. on top of Team Flash. So they're gonna have to be really careful. Any small little mistake may actually be overly detrimental to their later stages of the game. As now Chu went straight in for the knockup as well as Taunt, trying to buy a bit more time as well as to set something up for Odie Bambi. But unfortunately, not quite enough.
Reminiscent completely zoned out of that turtle fight, and along with the turtle, Stellark also takes this mid-tier 1 turret. Oh my goodness, Pokemon gets bursted down bottom side as well. So Stellark all across the map, putting so much pressure onto Team Flash here.
Pressure by the minute in every single nook and cranny in here in Sanctum Island. Team Flash, they have about 3,000 gold deficit. They have to work something out here. They do not have control in their bottom quadrant of the jungle, right around the purple buff. There's no way that they will be able to get in here. As such, losing the bottom lane turret is gonna be inevitable. But somehow, Matilda as well as the Sync, they do not want to press their advantage. They do not want to press the attack as well. Why? Beats me. But Stellark, they're playing it slow and steady.
Yeah, I guess slow and steady, and Flash as well, a little bit too slow, I think, for my liking. I feel like so far, maybe they have had some opportunities to do that, but haven't capitalized on that. And maybe one reason for that is also that they are pretty behind in terms of the EXP. It is difficult for them to contest against Stellark, especially in these team fights. They stand to lose a lot when they come up head-to-head against them. And now Stellark just taking full advantage of them and raiding the jungle here.
The RWM pops up coming from A1A2, but the taunt connects onto him as Chu runs away with half health. He's still waiting for the perfect time to unleash his ultimate, but he have not yet get himself the stack. Alpha V9, but the skin on the teeth gets himself away. So will Odie Bambi. Chu tries to get himself closer, and of course, to be the front line of Stellark, to be there, to soak up everything, and indeed he will. He crashes down the ultimate. It connects onto Reminiscent, not quite enough to bring him down just yet. But the entirety of it all, Team Flash still did not get much but one kill.
Nice fight back by Team Flash, so at least pushing back Stellark a little bit, and with that they take the mid-tier 1 turret, so this thankfully opens up a bit of the map for them to start sieging onto this Lord as well. One member down on Stellark, Flash has the advantage.
A humble turning advantage for Team Flash. Even though they only gotten one, they made full use of the one kill and get themselves objective. Translated a single kill just for objective because they have lost their front line. That is exactly what we want to see from the side of Team Flash. But for now, Alpha V9 zoned out a little bit up into the top side. Smelly Cat, he went in a little bit too deep, but will he still gonna be A-okay? Yes, he will! Force a HP down low by KZP also well! He goes down before the shield goes up, then now he's gonna be Reminiscent taking up to the Lord. Oh, the Babby goes right in. He does have the retribution, he wants to steal right away. All of the members flew right up, thanks to the Lord, but the Lord goes down. Oh, the Babby takes it away. A1, A2 gets taunted right down. Smelly Cat with a triple kill. He wants to go to Alpha V9, but he's ready back home.
Oh dear, Flash! The moment Smelly Cat joined into the team fight, he was starting to rip apart the members of Team Flash, and right now, level 13 on this Popo, and Koopa definitely dishing out some damage that Stellark needs to close out this fight. Now we're gonna see exactly what happened in this fight over here. First, Flash had the high ground, but KZP being chased out on the bottom, as Smelly Cat managing to close out that kill and immediately rejoining the fight. Reminiscent was already taken low, so they were forced out of the range of the Lord, and it was basically just Stellark cleaning up the draft of Team Flash from this moment on.
It really comes down to trigger fingers coming in from A1A2. They wanted to press the attack, continue that advantage from killing Chu, and they already have gotten themselves the 50 line all the way down from the top to the bottom because of that win. So A1A2 really want to force the pressure, wanted to get the members of Stellark down even more, get more kill. But once they miss that out, the Lord fight happened, and he doesn't even have the RWM to back the team up. So that was an unfortunate mistake from a Team Flash. They do not have all of their utilities up, but at least for now, they do have the utilities, and it doesn't seem like Team Stellark will be able to hold it down, as Team Flash, they have got it A-okay.
They have. And the thing is, Stellark just needs to bait it out. They know that the moment they bait it out, they can re-engage for a team fight, and this is where Smelly Cat would do very well in. Pokemon A1, A2, the moment they pop their ultimates, they kind of are just sitting there for you to take as well. And KZP is only left with the shield as well as the Numenon Blast to be able to help fend for the team. Now Flash sitting on this last legs of their defenses here, trying as much as possible not to let Stellark come in closer, but they still want to. Numenon Blast!
Doesn't seem like the Numenon Blast was able to do much, but here comes the RWM coming from A1 into right underneath the Tara's name. Now Chu, HP down low, he dashes himself up. Alpha V9 catches him in, but he still did not get the kill in. Stellark quickly reinforced themselves and disengaged before anything else goes bad, as both position ones has been taken down.
Yeah, but very, very tanky coming from the side of Stellark. They trade out both of their marksmen, their gold laners, so they have to call off the fights for it now. Going to just both of them trying to gain as much control of this map again, brawling it out and see choke out as much as possible the farm of the other team.
Eventually 41,000 gold on the side of Stellark, and Team Flash 36,000 gold. A 5,000 gold lead that Stellark have got. How big of a difference is that? Comparing the junglers to the junglers, we've got Julian that's almost full items, while Karina doesn't pretty much only have 3 items. So that, just from the junglers themselves, is a big lead. Odebambi is level 15, Reminiscence is level 14. Just from Retribution Battle alone, Stellark will have the lead.
Yeah, and they have been using that so far, again and again, to take these objectives away from Team Flash. KZP in the bushes!
KZP, he will be A-OK! The Numenon Blast, the RWM, none of that is going to be much of an impact! They are going to be floating themselves around the top side of the Lord. Sync comes in, none of the gloomy things is going to be touching Flash yet.
But they realize, you know, that Alpha V9 is on the bottom side, so trying to engage on the Team Flash, and they have baited out the huge ultimates from the side of Team Flash as well, so those have been spent, but Stellark being very careful here, but they want to engage now.
Buying more time, Team Flash, they must, because Reminiscent is not exactly level 15 yet. The enhanced change is flew Reminiscent up. The rest of Team Flash, they are still all around. Reminiscent, he wants to run away, but he couldn't catch it as Sync slows them down. Alpha V9 came into action. Forza comes in. He holds everyone back. A1, A2, RWM. He blasted everyone away. That is going to be enhanced size. Enhanced change rather. Just going to be flying A1, A2 up. He's still alive. 3% down from the side of Stellark. Forza's down too. And now is the moment that we have been waiting for. With Forza taken down. Oh, the Bambi the only one in. The rest of Team Flash, most of them are still alive. As such, the Lord will be taken by the hands of Reminiscent. 7-9. The game is almost over.
Phenomenal plays there by Team Flash. Yes, the ultimates were baited out, but they waited for it to come back on, and just at that precise moment, they were able to use A1, A2's real manipulation, take down Smelly Cat, and right now they're going for Odia Bambi as well.
Odia Bambi, can you hold right down? Immortality Pop. Does he have the quick fingers? He doesn't really quite have the time to eventually buy the next item, which is going to be the Winter Truncheon. Maybe he just doesn't quite have the money. The Lord pushes up to the top lane. At least Lolita is there to save the lane, to save the... Oh, sorry. I forgot. Team Flash is the one that got the Lord.
Yes, they did. And I think they're going to try to make the full use of it this time. Finally, they have the advantage. They are able to push Stellark in, and now it's up to Stellark to be able to defend this. And I don't know. Will they be able to do it? Team Flash looks like they're waking up right now.
That is the question. Who is going to make it? Team Flash, will they be able to get this push in? Well, we gotta have to watch as the Lord crashes in onto the inhibitor turret at the top lane. He slowly moves by, and Team Stellark, they want to get in. RWM, we gotta look out for that. It's now gonna be the change, and just gonna be flying A1, A2 up on the Bam in the middle of everything. He wasn't able to do quite much at this point in time. A1, A2 taken down. Alpha Foster, he got blown away from the side of Pokemon's ultimate. The whole of Team Flash, they hold themselves in, and with the help of the Lord, they got the crystal down.
2-1. Team Flash taking this match in their favor after a hard-earned fight. And wow, props to Team Flash. I mean, it looked like they were losing in the beginning, but they managed to claw it back, find Smelly Cat in these fights, shut him down, and then take the rest of Stellark as well.
Well, what a game, what a game. Team Flash, they may be the one that win against Stellark. I guess we can give them the title of veterans. And for Stellark, well, I can't exactly just call them retirement home or old man anymore because they themselves have gave us a good game. Even they themselves deserve the title of the experienced.
Yup, that's right. Experience for sure. And I think the game was kind of one-sided from the start, right? Stellark, they found a way to nullify the RWM. Every single time Yeeb had the RWM down, the entire lineup from Stellark just backed out and like, bye, I'm not here for this, right? And besides that, they also had a lot of poke and peel from the lineup of Stellark. During the early stages of the game, they always threw their skills down, got the objectives carried over, got it done, and they left, right? And from that on, it was wave management for them. And so far, that was the winning formula for them in the early game. But towards the late game, that was when Pokemon came online. And when Pokemon comes online, like you said, he's a natural counter to Poopo and Koopa, right? So Smelly Cat couldn't exactly deal with him. And that one mistake on the backline by Smelly Cat where he got caught by I think, Alpha V9 was the start of the downfall for Stellark itself. We are going to take a look at the stats itself. Let's see what went down.
Yeah, looking at the items here, I guess for Pokemon, there you go. Full build with the Malefic Raw and all that crit as well, the Scarlet Phantom. So like you said, the moment he comes online, it's very hard for Smelly Cat, even if he has the Wind of Nature and also a Rose Gold Meteor maybe at the last minute to be able to try to hold off the damage, but it was not enough. You saw him just get bursted down once he was picked off by Alpha V9 and Pokemon.
Yep, that's right. So another thing to note that the final few fights before Team Flash took the victory was that A1, A2 successfully got his RWM down, and that Stellark were locked in that position. The Lord was marching down. There's no way for them to avoid and nullify the RWM. You had to fight. That was your base, right? That crystal is there. There's no way you don't defend it.
I guess the thing about Stellark's lineup is the fact that this time they don't really have the mobility as compared to the previous game, right? I don't think a lot of them have got Sprint other than Sync. I remember seeing Sync using Sprint. I don't remember the rest.
I think maybe Smelly Cat might also have had a Sprint. There is the Guiding Wind as well. But looking at the builds earlier on also, there was a lot of defense coming the way of Stellark. But the thing is, Flash could just dive in, and Pokemon with the go away definitely helped that. Smelly Cat with 100% kill participation together with Forza. I guess they rotated really, really well to try to take these fights together, and it was pretty much all in as well, with the exception of maybe Chu, but still not enough.
Yeah, I think once Team Flash figured out the playstyle of Stellark for their composition, they really adjusted really well. At the start of the early game, Reminiscent was always zoned out from the objective, so he couldn't contest for any of these turtles and lords and stuff like that. But as a team, Team Flash, I think they kind of got together and realized, okay, you know what, we're not hitting the RWMs, let's force them into a situation, right? But of course, in every team, there is an MVP. So let's take a look at who the MVP, and yes, nonetheless, it is Pokemon, right, on that Melissa. Didn't exactly have the best start to the game, but look at how he ended up. 8, 2, and 4 on this Melissa with a GPM of 715 with a kill participation of 86%. And I mean, Scrubby Cheeks, like you said, the amount of damage he's able to dish out is absolutely insane.
Yeah, and I think the kill participation is quite interesting, right? 86%, because for the most part of the game, Pokemon was actually laning.
Yep.
He was in his lane, but the fact that his KP is so high really means that it is when he started to come online and when he started to enter the fights was when Flash started to take the kills. And because of that, he was able to basically help run over the team fights and take down the draft of Stellark. And so props to him, definitely. I mean, nature of the gold laner, but still the fact that he was able to go in and dive in for Smelly Cat and dish out the damage on the correct heroes, I think made the plays for Team Flash.
After looking at this entire series, I think it is relatively fair for us to say that Pokemon, at least on Team Flash, is no longer the only win condition.
Yes.
A1, A2 is a win condition all by himself, and I gotta give him that shout out, man. Everyone threw respects all over A1, A2, and from all of these highlights that you're about to see, with the members from Stellark, they need, no matter what, they needed to address it. And if A1, A2 doesn't have his RWM, the game is theirs.
Yep, exactly. So you can see it's a really hit and run tactic from Stellark right all the way. And I think once they understood this factor, Team Flash really just turned it around. Right off the bat, when you take a look at the different fights, RWM, whenever it's committed, the whole team on the side of Stellark will try to get out. And V9, you can see very early on, they are trying to do what Stellark did to Reminiscent, which is to zone him out of the different fights itself. This is where they got committed for the law, they got it on their hands. And once that happens, it becomes a pick-off game, right? They go in 1-for-1. And down here, you see every single time Stellark is unable to stop the RWM, that's when things go wrong, right? Straight away, and it becomes a simple pick-off, hit-and-run strategy, right? I come back in when my health is regen a little bit, and the rest of my teammates will help to clean up. At this point, it was a lost cause because it's really difficult. They had to stand there and take the RWM, and there's nothing else that they could do. It's really tough.
And like Alpha V9 is just an absolute beast as well.
Yep.
In every of these team fights, you see him trying to flank, find the right targets, either on Smelly Cat or if Odia Bambi is trying to find Pokemon in the backline, he's there to help peel for him as well. So phenomenal plays there. I think Team Flash struggle a little bit, but they still managed to close out that one.
So far, A1A2 has played the Eve 100% of the time for this series. Perhaps they have found out something. They are done hibernating. They are now just about to walk out of the retirement's home, and now they are ready to show us what exactly they are made of. How are they going to play the rest of the series? Well, perhaps Cheryl will be able to give us a little bit more details about them.
Alrighty, and just like that, literally true to the name, in a flash, the tables were turned. How about that? And right now, I have A1, A2 right here with me. He is literally the fly in the room that everybody wants to kill, but keeps getting away. So yes, we do have so many burning questions for you. Now, what do you think was the winning play in Game 1 to secure Flash's victory?
So Kaita was their condition. Most of our cores get bursted by Kaita. So we keep for the Kaita.
Yes, definitely. Like Kadita can't even get close to you at all. So that was absolutely insane. Yes, you were just, having your real world manipulation, whereas Kadita kept trying to get to you. Even though you're someone who can't move, right? During your ulti, she just couldn't get to you. So that was absolutely insane. So the next question is, interesting one, is why did Flash let 1-1 through to Smelly Cat?
Yeah, we know that 1-1 is one of his comfort hero, but we also want to try out. It was actually our coach drafted the whole thing, so I don't know the exact reason. But we're still in like a progress of experimenting since it's regular season only.
All right. So it's a little bit of strat there. So yes, initially I was about to call for animal views. You guys were choking out Smelly Cat right there. But I think there was a little bit of technical issue. So maybe we'll go back to the very first question of what do you think was the winning play in Game 1 to secure Flash victory? Once again, let's recap.
Okay. So he played Mage Kaita, Sync was playing Mage Kaita, and then our losing condition was to get ulted by Kaita. So we trying to keep spot where he is. We keep reminding each other where Kaita is, and that brought us the victory.
Yes, that was simply amazing. If you guys are able to come here live, you could really hear all of the communications. Those were fantastic. And let's not forget, all right, you guys are able to come down. So stay tuned to our official MPL Singapore page to find out how to get tickets to come here physically to watch us live. Now, we have another question for you. How do you guys feel? How do you guys feel in your headspace and everything when Stellark actually took the win for Game 2?
Honestly, nothing much. It's just that we reset really quick, so it won't affect on Game 3. So we quick reset our mentality, just prefer Game 3. What are we gonna do? How are we gonna draft? Didn't really affect much.
Right, and what do you think happened during Game 2 that cost the game for Flash?
Game 2, right?
Yeah.
I think
I think it's actually 1-1. 1-1 was the problem for us. We have no like hard crowd control to stop 1-1. Yeah, that's it.
And I believe for that game, you guys had 4 magic damages as well.
Oh, actually, I remember the part.
All right. So yes, anyway, 1-1 was definitely something to kill because she had 0 deaths, according to what I remember. That was absolutely amazing. Now, the final question for game 3. It felt like it was totally in the hands of Stellark. What did you guys do? What's the magic trick that, in a flash, literally, true to your name, the tables were turned? And what made you guys fight so hard to come back for the win?
I remember we were down 7k gold, but we never thought we were actually losing. So my plan was just to aim Popo because once he's in my real manipulate, what's my E40? Yeah, E40. I'll just say E40. So once he's inside my E40, I knew that we're gonna win the team fight. So we just patient, follow our captain's call. Actually, I'm the captain. Oh yeah, KZP.
KZP. Now, yes, definitely we could really see there was a lot of attention then fixed on to Popo and Koopa with Alpha V9 as well, camping right there for him. So yes, good on you guys. You did so well. We're very proud of you. Congratulations on your win. Thank you so much, A1A2. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alrighty, so that was A1A2 from Team Flash. What a spectacular play. Alright, so that is why right here at MPL SG Season 4, we have mentioned once, and we're going to keep mentioning it again. Anything can happen. No team can rest on their laurels. And as you guys can see, in a flash, tables were turned. So let's keep a lookout for the next match that's about to happen later on at 4 p.m. That would be Zion versus RSG. So stick around to find out more.
We are playing professional.
I remember there's this one time where, Evil came up and started slaying all the Titans. Hopefully you guys can beat them. So, are you guys ready to face up like other dark horses like Evil?
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely, right?
Yeah, I think Evil as a team, even though they are young, but I feel that they have quite a bit of potential also.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the holy blade of House Paxley, Guzhen. Guzhen's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhen with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's mana shards design at the end of Guzhen's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhen's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhen. That's why we're bringing Guzhen's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhen in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhen's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Should petal.
We all know the previous season, SMG didn't really quite make it. So what's the difference between the previous season and this season?
As a team, we agree that there was some gap somewhere along the team. So there were conflicts here and there. When the season ended, the whole roster disbanded. And I came back and reformed the team. So I find like players that like Noah and I think they got potential. And
Notice that Jox is not on the roster. He's in SMG right now. Is there a reason why he need to leave?
Due to the previous season performance, he himself felt that he needed a place to start learning first. He thinks that it's better if he gets the first-hand experience, right? Instead of being on the bench while learning. Jox is definitely gonna come up as, you know, one of the new generations. Seeing that he's approaching this with a very, very good mindset.
Which team right now, in your opinion, is the most inconsistent and maybe has some, problems?
Rocky issues. I would probably name our own team. We've been facing some issues recently when it comes to training. So there are some quarrels here and there. And, I don't know how it's gonna turn out. You cannot just look on the surface of other teams and try to figure out whether they got any internal conflicts of their own.
What do you feel about this current jungler role that you're feeling up, especially taking over Jox?
Yeah, like what Adam said, I think he decided to go on a more
Step by step.
Yeah, slowly first. Go down one step. Maybe learn a bit first. Then maybe he can come back with us. Yeah.
So you're still looking forward to John's return so that you can go back to the XP lane?
Yeah, I can retire.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM.
Hello, little friend.
Who the hell are you?
The one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Playmate? Hand over the stone! Interesting proposal. But no. Get him! Bit early for warm-up. I'm fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of animal, I, Gujin Paxley, will never surrender!
So Phoenix, tell me more about your new members in Zion.
For example, like Azura and Sky. Sky had to change from EXP to tank, so it's quite hard for him. But actually, it's quite okay because EXP and tank has the same role, it's just that XP need to clear lane. Then for Azura, he have to change from jungler to mage, which is quite hard for him also. So we train a lot. Then I think we are doing quite well for the trainings.
So this year in MPL Season 4, we have the award for the most handsome player award.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, we're gonna have the most handsome player award. So the top contenders are Diablo, obviously. Maybe you're in third place, but a close second would be Supergirl. Are you? Do you think you have what it takes to beat him in terms of how you look and the handsomeness factor right there?
That's not up to me to decide. That's up to the girls to decide.
Ooh, okay.
So what are your commitments in life right now apart from MPL for you, Vanix?
For me, it's just studying for my final exam. So I think there will be a final exam for during one of the MPL weeks.
For me, I'm still in national service. So
You're gonna lose your hair.
I'm gonna.
Thank you for serving our country.
Yeah. So I have time to kill. So I'm here and I'm back. Yeah, stronger. So yeah, that's my only commitment right now.
I see.
Who is the player to look out for this season?
Maybe Zion. With
As the biggest threat?
Yeah, probably. But it's the team itself. None of the players scares me. It's just the team, because of Potato coaching them. Then, yeah, it's kind of like a threat. For players, I don't think anyone threatens me. So yeah.
We also need to talk about Stellark because there's sync over there. So, LI4, what do you feel about Stellark?
I'm kind of glad to see Sing come back into the scene again.
That's correct.
Because I think it's been a very long time since he has played MPL, and we used to be very close together.
Actually, to be honest, I don't know much about that team. Only the main names like Bambi, Sing. I think only these two, right? It's like the more famous one in SG.
It's also,
and also
there's also Fossa.
Oh yeah, Fossa, yeah.
Yeah, there's also Fossa.
So basically, that team is all quite old, basically.
I would believe that I can expect seeing BZ, randomly going overly aggressive at times. If it happens, what would you guys do?
We'll try to tone down his level of playing, right? Because it's a bit unmatched. And what we have here in the local scene, if you compare to other countries, the playstyle is very different.
Let's talk about other teams. What do you feel? Is there a player that you want to point out? You're scared of him, or is that an admiration?
All the teams, I think, because we have played with them in rank or what, I feel that it's quite equal in the strengths and weakness. It's just that it's just basically who trained the hardest for this season will win.
Okay, so BZ, of course you are from a different country. In Laos, is this the same case for you? Are your parents supportive?
No, my parents don't support me to playing this game. They just lock me in the room and don't let me play this. But I just try a lot to show them that I play this game. I'm good in this game. And they give me a chance to continue study university here for playing MPLs. I also don't think about it I just arrived here 2 weeks. I didn't think about I will get in the MPL too fast like this. I'm still thinking I'm not ready for it, but yeah, I get in already. No choice, have to try it.
Yeah,
no choice.
No choice. No choice.
It's the era of change, a time where new teams fight old teams.
Every year is the same. This time is different.
We see old squad mates becoming competitors, and some becoming a new dark horse.
This year is going to be the hardest fight for us. Without a challenge, there's no way to elevate yourself and the league.
We will bring our best at every fight for the honor that we are all trying to attain.
RSG are the favorites, but we are evil. That will stop the track to the finals.
Being a new team has never been our disadvantage. The old boys just need to remember, it's just another day for us.
This year, we will be the champions.
how has the team changed since qualifiers, since getting into MPL and right now going into this, in terms of how you think, how you communicate, your strategies as a team and so on?
Qualifier in last year is all about like we always set a limit goals, right? Like for qualifier we say we just need a good qualifier. For the last season we just like okay, we have to get top 6, so next year we will be back again, then we can retry and get the top 2. So we slowly set our goals higher and higher, and in the meantime we bond a lot during the times lah.
Do you have a member that you want to point out, good or bad?
I think I want to point out LY4.
Danny LY4.
Yeah, even though he just joined the team, I think he have bring a lot of knowledge and like all the skills, be it micro or macro wise. He really taught us a lot. He's always the one that is like being the positive one. It's like the daddy lah, basically.
The daddy, the backbone of the team.
Actually, I want to find out. I'm curious. So you guys are cousins, right?
Yeah.
What does your family think of like this? You guys playing ML together?
Actually, my mother's not very supportive of me playing Mobile Legends.
Okay.
But I make sure that I balance my play and my study.
For me, just balance it well lah, for studies and playing game. Then my family will support me.
So your parents are okay with you guys playing ML, but do they know you're professional players?
After they see us on the live stream, and they starting to understand we are playing professional.
I remember there's this one time where Evil came up and started slaying all the Titans. Hopefully you guys can beat them. So are you guys ready to face up like other dark horses like Evil?
Yeah,
Definitely, right?
Yeah, I think Evil as a team, even though they are young, but I feel that they have quite a bit of potential also.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skills animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Gusion. Gusion's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Gusion with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Gusion's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Gusion's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Gusion. That's why we're bringing Gusion's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. we've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Gushin in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Gushin's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Thorns remain. Should petals fall?
We all know the previous season, SMG didn't really quite make it. So what's the difference between the previous season and this season?
As a team, we agree that there was some gap somewhere along the team. So there were conflicts here and there. When the season ended, the whole roster disbanded. And I came back and reformed the team. So I find like players that like know and I think they got potential.
Notice that Jox is not on the roster. He's in SMG right now. Is there a reason why he need to leave?
Due to the previous season performance, he himself felt that he needed a place to start learning first. He thinks that it's better if he gets the first-hand experience, right? Instead of being on the bench while learning. Jox is definitely gonna come up as, you know, one of the new generations. Seeing that he's approaching this with a very, very good mindset.
Which team right now, in your opinion, is the most inconsistent and maybe has some, you know, problems, key issues?
I would probably name our own team. We've been facing some issues recently when we come to training. So there are some quarrels here and there. And, I don't know how it's gonna turn out. You cannot just look on the surface of other teams and try to figure out whether they got any internal conflicts of their own or not.
What do you feel about this current jungler role that you're feeling up, especially taking over Jox?
Yeah, like what Adam said, I think he decided to go on a more
Step by step.
Yeah, slowly first. Go down one step. You know, maybe learn a bit first, then maybe you can come back with us. Yeah.
So you're still looking forward to Jox's return so that you can go back to the XP lane?
Yeah, I can retire.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
knows him.
Hello, little friend.
Who the hell are you?
Callan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Playmates.
Hand over the stone!
Interesting proposal, but no.
Get him!
A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of animal, I, Gujin Paxley, will never surrender!
So Vanix, tell me more about your new members in Zion.
For example, like Azura and Sky. Sky had to change from EXP to tank, so it's quite hard for him. But actually, it's quite okay because EXP and tank has the same role, it's just that EXP to clear lane. Then for Azura, he have to change from jungler to mage, which is quite hard for him also. So we train a lot. Then I think we are doing quite well for the trainings.
So this year in MPL Season 4, we have the award for the most handsome player award.
Who's it?
Yeah, we're gonna have the most handsome player award. So the top contenders are Diablo, obviously. Maybe you're in third place, but a close second would be Supergirl. Are you? Do you think you have what it takes to beat him in terms of how you look and the handsomeness factor right there?
That's not up to me to decide. That's up to the girls to decide.
Ooh, okay.
So what are your commitments in life right now apart from MPL for you guys?
For me, it's just studying for my final exam. So I think there will be a final exam for during one of the MPL weeks.
For me, I'm still in national service. So
Oh, yeah. You're gonna lose your hair.
I'm gonna.
Thank you for serving our country.
Yeah. So I have time to kill. So I'm here and I'm back. Yeah, stronger. So yeah, that's my only commitment right now.
I see.
Who is the player to look out for this season?
Maybe Zion. With
As the biggest threat?
Yeah, probably. But it's the team itself. None of the players gets me. It's just the team, because of potato coaching them. Then yeah, it's kind of like a threat for players. I don't think anyone threatens me.
we also need to talk about Stellark because there's sync over there. So, LI4, what do you feel about Stellark?
I'm kind of glad to see Sing come back into the scene again.
That's correct.
Because I think it's been a very long time since he has played MPL, and we used to be very close together.
Actually, to be honest, I don't know much about the team. Only the main names lah, like Bambi, Sing. I think only these two, right? It's like the more famous one in SG,
there's
MPL.
And also there's also Fossa.
Oh yeah, Fossa, yeah.
Yeah, there's also Fossa.
So basically, that team is all quite old lah, basically.
I would believe that I can expect seeing BZ, randomly going overly aggressive at times. If it happens, what would you guys do?
We'll try to tone down his level of playing, right? Because it's a bit unmatched. And what we have here in the local scene, if you compare to other countries, the playstyle is very different.
Let's talk about other teams. What do you feel? Is there a player that you want to point out that you're scared of him, or is that an admiration?
All the teams, I think, because we have played with them in rank or what, I feel that it's quite equal in the strengths and weakness. It's just that it's just basically who trained the hardest for this season will win.
Okay, so BZ, of course you are from a different country. In Laos, is this the same case for you? Are your parents supportive?
No lah, my parents don't support me to playing this game. They just lock me in the room and don't let me play this. But I just try a lot to show them that I play this game. I'm good in this game, and they give me a chance to continue study university here for playing MPLs. I also don't think about it I just arrived here 2 weeks. I didn't think about I will get in the MPL too fast like this. I'm still thinking I'm not ready for it, but yeah, I get in already. No choice, have to try it.
Yeah,
no choice.
No choice. No choice.
It's the era of change, a time where new teams fight old teams. Every year is the same. This time is different. We see old squad mates becoming competitors, and some becoming a new dark horse.
This year is going to be the hardest fight for us. Without a challenge, there's no way to elevate yourself and the league.
We will bring our best at every fight for the honor that we are all trying to attain.
RSG are the favorites, but we are evil. That will stop the track to the finals.
Being a new team has never been our disadvantage. The old boys just need to remember, it's just another day for us.
This year, we will be the champions.
How has the team changed since qualifiers, since getting into MPL and right now going into this, in terms of how you think, how you communicate, your strategies as a team and so on?
Qualifier and last year is all about
And we're back for the third match of week 3, day 1 today. Now, earlier on in our previous 2 matches, it was really exciting, and I hope you guys catch that as well. But right now, one of the highlight matches that's happening from week 3, day 1, that's happening right now, we're gonna have for match 3, Zion attempting to surmount the mountain of MPL SG Season 4 RSG SG. Are you guys excited? I sure am. So right now, just a quick shout out to our sponsors. MPL SG Season 4 would not be possible without our amazing sponsors. Now, a quick shout out to MPL SG Season 4 is powered by Moontan Games, as well as Zenway Production, and supported by Frank by OCBC, OSIM, and TikTok. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, it was a very exciting match 1 and match 2, and right now we are at match 3 with a very exciting lineup of Zion versus RSG. So without further ado, presenting you our teams right now for match 3. Lining up to make a splash today, presenting to you Zion Esports. And taking on Zion Esports for today, we have the champions of MPL SG Season 3, the Juggernauts that have meticulously picked apart their opponents so far, presenting to you RSG SG. Alrighty, so I don't know about you guys, but if you have been taking notice of each of our teams, respective social media pages, they were already exchanging friendly fire on social media. Now it's time for them to take it on the stage. So yes, without further ado, heading over to you guys, casters.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the next series of the MPL SG Season 4, Week 3, Day number 1. My name's Abstract, with me here is Ken as well as Scrubby Chicks, and the 3 of us is gonna be your casters in this game between Zion and RSG.
That's right, it's a wonderful day and it's going to be RSG against Zion. This is a lineup we have been waiting to see all week, right? Definitely, I think they have a very strong lineup on the side of RSG. They are one of the most well-rounded teams and well-oiled teams in the league. Now, Zion, what is your thoughts on them?
So far, they've had a tough loss last week, right? They've had a difficult loss, and I'm wondering whether that has taken a hit on their morale, or whether or not they will be able to turn that into power, into a fighting spirit to come back even stronger, because they definitely need it coming up against the giant, the mountain of RSG.
Well, I do want to find out what are they gonna be thinking about, how are they going to surpass their limits right here, right now. So how is it gonna be like? Well, Zion, they have a huge road ahead of them, and of course a very long road. Now, let's break it down and take a look at their players' stats and what kind of story are we able to find out from them.
Well, looking at the kills all around are pretty good, and I think it shows that Zion as well is not very they're not super hungry for kills, right? They are pretty disciplined, especially in the early to the mid game. Usually they are able to lock that down pretty well. Signature heroes all around: Supergirl on Iritel, Azura X Lilia, phenomenal plays, Esme on Mango, Bauman, Vanix, Latte, Diggy as well. So already we can see some of the prio picks coming out on the side of Zion.
Yep, that's right. I'm very impressed with Latte when he joined this new lineup, and I think we have to take a look at the competition as well. So moving over to RSG stats, let's have a look. We have Baby Cakes, Roy, Diablo, Bray, and Lawsy. Ow, the KDA is much higher. And just for a fact, this is Roy's first game in the league for this season.
So we don't have any statistics that we can yoink out of him, at least for now. So this is technically his debut. How is he going to fare together and alongside Baby Cakes, Diablo, Bray, and Lolsy? Especially since they have such a banger of a week or banger of a season so far. Will he be able to hold himself well, or you know, maybe something else may happen? And this is the point in time whereby maybe Zion will be able to nitpick a little bit and make full use of.
I think two things that are pretty interesting here. One is that Roy's signature hero is Farsa, which we actually haven't seen played in this season yet. So I'm excited if he's going to bust out his signature hero in this game. The second thing also is whether he can fill the shoes, because let's be honest, he has big shoes to fill. 505, great mage player, and he's quite a key player as well in RSG's lineup. I mean, obviously the rest of the players are great as well, but let's take a look. If we're talking about the players, RSG up against Zion.
Yep, wow, 100% win rate so far for RSG. Of course, that is not counted for the match that has not been concluded, right? But this is the first time I think they will be meeting here, 0-0.
0-0, yeah, more or less. I mean, for Zion and RSG, they literally have not touched each other yet. Hopefully, we'll have, once this game is done, and then we head over to the playoffs, we'll have a better statistics and understand how these two teams will fare against one another.
Yep, so if you take a look at the objective rate, equal for both sides, 18% and 80%. Now, if you take a look at the gameplay by Zion and RSG, you'll notice that they're very aggressive in the early game. RSG is known for invading the jungle for that first few jungle camps of the opponent's side, and Zion does the same as well. So this game, we'll see who is the better invader and who can pull out that snowball strat.
Yeah, and you can see that in the picks and bans as well. The contested heroes being things like the Archive, the Bowman. So really, both of these teams want to be able to play that early to secure these objective-oriented heroes for themselves in the jungle role.
I would love to see more heroes that can do these kind of objective stuff. You know, something completely different but same to Bowman. You know, this is like the flavor of the season. Bowman just went straight in, and well, I was trying to think of some helicopter puns, but I can't really think of anything except for Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I mean, Bowman might taste like almond milk, you know? You might like it, you might not. Right, this double retry strategy might be up to your liking. It might not be. I personally don't like
it.
I don't like this double retry strat.
Why?
It's too simple and too straightforward.
How dare you!
But let's take a look at the key win conditions for Zion Esports. They have to be very careful of the aggressive early game plays. Right, this like we mentioned before, RSG known for this, so they shouldn't let RSG pick their comfort heroes as well. And they have to watch out for their objective gaming. They're pretty strong in that aspect, but they have not faced off against RSG yet. So this is something that they need to make sure they take care of.
Yeah, also not to let RSG pick comfort heroes and to play around objectives. We know that there's a lot of information on RSG's heroes as well because they have played so many games. So it's pretty obvious, but I think also RSG has enough of a hero pool for them to get around the draft. So Zion has to be really targeted in what they choose to play against or to take out from RSG.
So far for Zion Esports is always, well, as much as I don't want to say this, protect the precedent. But RSG, they do have a standard of their own as well. This time, well, we've seen before in previous games as well, Jace have said it himself, well, we do have some secret service available for the side of RSG. And how is that going to work out for them? Let's break it down for RSG's key to victory.
Yep, they have to prevent Supergirl from dominating early game. We know that both of these teams are snowbally teams, right? So it's important to keep Supergirl in check. And of course, just doing what they normally do as RSG SG, invade and pressure the jungle, one of their favorite things to do against any team. And of course, we have seen how Zion Esports plays, right? They do suffer a bit if they have to face a split fight as well as a split push. So this is one of the ways RSG will be definitely trying to capitalize on.
Yeah, they play really as a team, right? And it shows in ways that Latte picks as well. The heroes that he's taken, for example, Atlas, the Diggy. You know, it really shows how they play as a group when they go into a team fight. So if RSG can split that up, then potentially it is a lot easier for them to dive into the backline and pick off members from Zion.
Now, the question that all of you guys has been asking, and even for ourselves, yes, we definitely do have some of us that believe that Zion can make it. How many of the audiences in YouTube and Facebook have got the same idea?
Wow.
It's gonna be a staggering difference here. 92% on Facebook gonna take the side of RSG SG, as well as a 82% on the side of YouTube. So Zion Esports, a lot of proof to the members of the public today, right? Perhaps they can pull an upset. I think we have a lot of RSG SG fans across the country as well as regionally. So this is going to be a tough challenge for them. Do bear in mind we have a live audience in today. So that might play into some factors on the stress that Zion Esports may face.
Well, I would say that, you know, is the gap, the differences is abysmal, and I am just generally really surprised, to be honest, because Zion Esports, they are the team that have seen improvements from Season 3 all the way until now, right? When we're looking at Zion, they definitely do have a couple of games that they have lost, but also one game that they have won. But the biggest question is the fact that it's, well, inconsistent, right? Winning against Stellark and then losing against Revival, the rankings just doesn't prove it right.
Yep, I think it might not be a true representation of the strength for all the different teams in this season's MPL, but nonetheless, right, most teams, I think they are also going to treat this as an experimentation period, try out some new strats and try to look for what are the different win conditions certain teams have, and that's how they can better position themselves for the playoffs, right? Right off the bat, let's take a look at the bans that they have. Scrubby, can you help me out for this?
Well, Masha, Paquito, as well as the Diggy taken out on the side of RSG. Very, very targeted towards comfort heroes of Zion. We know the Paquito played a lot by Mango as well, along with the Esmeralda. So I think so far he's mainly played these two heroes in the league. On the side of Zion, they're gonna ban out the 1-1 as well as Akai. So with the bans from RSG, actually, they're leaving a lot of so-called meta heroes open, right? Things like the Feramis, things like the Valentina. These are all still up for the taking, along with Beatrix as well.
Yep, that's right. So far, I think if we were to look at the performances by each team individually, to be honest, I would say that this is a pretty even match. Yes, RSG SG does have advantage, right, in terms of the way that they play, but I don't think you can discount Zion from this game in any way, because the teamwork they have is actually quite sick.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen them play. The thing is, they are really strong in their early and mid game. They really do get the advantage. I think maybe just towards the end, sometimes it seems like they're struggling to close out the game.
Yep.
So if this is something that they can work on, for sure, I think they have a chance to take this game. Looking at the last ban here from Zion, it's going to be Fanny. So taking that away from Bray, the hands of Bray, you don't want him slashing and dicing through your team members. First pick on RSG going to be the meta Valentina, win rate of 60%, ban rate of 66.
Okay, so Roy is going to get the ball rolling for RSG SG. Remains to be seen, right? Is he going to be a joy for the team, or is he going to be a toy for Zion? Roy is going to be quite monumental in this. I think having a new addition on your lineup definitely changes the synergy as well as the communications within the team. So perhaps we'll see. Does RSG SG get even stronger with this lineup change?
I see what you did there. I see what you did there. Roy, Toy, Joy. Yeah? Okay, I got it. Just in case you guys didn't catch it. On the side of Zion, it's gonna be the Feramis picked up as well as the Bowman. Feramis, we actually haven't really seen him act. Oh, I think the ban rate is ahead, above of 90% actually. But picking that into a Valentina, that's gonna give the call alter to RSG as well.
Yeah, this is a replay of one of the games last week. We had a Valentina and Feramis duking it out as well. It was a double cult alter and it was super messy, right? As a caster, it made me go blind. But of course, with that being said, this offers a lot of room for Zion to play around, right? Granted, yes, the IMU is potentially usable to steal this ultimate from Faramis. It could be detrimental to RSG as well.
Yeah, and now to top that off, RSG also gets their comfort pick. Franco, lolzies Franco. Wow, win rate of 100% actually.
Oh my, no one banned it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Franco gets, Lolzy gets the Franco seat, it's almost synonymous now. Baby Cakes gets the Comfort Beatrix as well, so this is looking good for RSG so far.
Well, so far, when it comes down to RSG's lineup, they definitely look pretty darn good, right? With Valentina, Franco, as well as Beatrix. It's a very standard front to back kind of fight, but they haven't really quite solidified as to exactly what they want to pick up for themselves just yet. For Zion, they don't really have a member that really have any form of crowd control. Understandably, when it comes down to looking at Faramis as well as Bowman, they don't have much. The idea of their winning condition is still open. It is still very flexible for them to play around, and we gotta have to take a look at the bans in order to find out more.
Yeah, but definitely I think Zion needs more CC from their lineup, right? I agree with Abstract. The fact that they don't have any CCs or sustainable CCs at this point is kind of dangerous. Yes, you do have the pool from Faramis, but that pool can it doesn't amount to much if, let's say, the rest of the teams can follow up from that move itself, right? Vanix on that Balmon and Latte on that Pupo and Cooper. Yes, they offer a ton of damage, but who's gonna save you while you're dealing the damage?
Yeah, but I would think that actually the Shadow Stampede does offer quite a lot, and you're able, the advantage of it is you're able to hook a number of people at once.
Yep.
Pull, for that matter, pull a number of people. Latte does have that single target stun, and coupled with the lethal counter, not just used for objectives, but also just huge damage output towards the side of RSG, could potentially work out. But like you said, I think maybe more AoE sort of damage coming to follow up on the side of Zion might help. Looking at RSG, it's also the same. I mean, very single target based. With that Franco, you want to be able to catch somebody and burst them down as well. They're gonna ban out the Deroth now on the side of RSG, so they're probably looking towards some hero that can give them a little more lane dominance, or setting up for Diablo to take something like the Esmeralda.
Yep, they need a backline diver from both sides. So this is definitely something to consider for both teams. Zion, I think we already established that Mango loves to play the Esmeralda. I don't see that being banned out. So I think there's going to be a contest, right? Who's going to be the ones who have their hands on the Esmeralda? Or perhaps Cho as well, because this Paquito and Marsha are taken out.
Yeah, the last bans here on the side of Zion going to be the Julian. I'm surprised he made it this far into the draft.
Yep.
As well as the Ling. So they've taken out a number of options from Bray here. 3 to 4 bans targeted at Bray's potential junglers. So that does thin down his options a little bit. If he wants to go into something a little more tanky, given that there's only the Franco here, he could maybe look at the Karina, the Baxia perhaps as well.
Yep, they're gonna ban out the Atlas as the final ban from the side of RSG SG, so taking away a lot of AoE control from the side of Zion. Once again, I think we can go back to address, to me, what seems like a potential issue, right? You do have the pull from the Faramis, but who is going to follow up and protect you while you're trying to get that initiation started?
I think that right now the main question is if whether Faramis is going to play as a mage or a rogue. If Zion is going to be looking at a Faramis that is going onto a roam, it would have been great if Zion eventually has someone that can actually play more towards backlines and of course really work on to the high ground, such as Sicilian. Sicilian would have been great, especially since you can chain together with the Stampede plus Bad Impact or perhaps even the Sanguine Claws. But right now, we still don't really have a very good idea. They're leaving the final pick up to the opponents, up to RSG. That way, they will be able to get a better idea if whether they want to go for a roam Faramis or a mage Faramis. RSG, they have quite a bit in their shoes right now. They still don't know Zion's main win condition, and they can only rely on the fact that Popol and Koopa is the one.
Yep, they are gonna secure a Barat and a Benedetta. Okay, one of your favorite heroes,
Hey.
So, okay, interesting. Barat as well as Benedetta, they are able to delay fights and provide huge bursts as well. Barat with the Swallow. It's going to be quite irritating for the side of Zion, right? Mango can jump the backlines, but he risks being taken away from the fights for a bit. From Lawsy. So I think this is interesting.
Okay, so it's interesting how they actually picked the Barats here. We haven't seen Barats in the longest time.
Yep.
But the Barats is instinctively picked just for the Bowman, ensuring that the Bowman would not be able to get the double retribution in. So RSG, they are sticking to their keys to victory, and that is to win the early games, ensuring that the objective goes over to them.
Yep, I think maybe the only thing is that Barats doesn't have that much mobility as well, but we'll see how that works. The capability of isolating someone could be just as strong, like you said, the Bowman, or for the meta, it could be on Supergirl as well. Last pick here for Zion going to be the Lunox. So with that tanky lineup on the side of RSG, they're looking to burst them down with this, the Chaos Assault on the side of Azura X.
Yep. It's going to be tough though. I don't exactly feel very comfortable with Zion's lineup so far. I can see how it works, but I think RSG SG's lineup has a bit more versatility, right? They are able to kind of kite away the movements by Zion. They can cover their mistakes every now and then with the options they have from the picks so far. But of course, every game is an equal chance. We will see if they're able to get the farm up going in the laning phase, whether they can snowball. These two teams to me are the snowballers. They get things done, and when they get the track right, they will zoom down that road and go for the win.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, here we are going in and exploring Sanctum Island. Zion versus RSG. Both teams, they do have a pretty interesting lineup, and I gotta have to say, they do amaze me at this point in time. RSG at this point, well, looking at Barats, I would love to play it around. I'd love to see how they play with this. But RSG, they do have lineup that do work pretty well into the late stages of the game, while Zion, they do have early stages of the game. But, you know, it really boils down to execution.
Alright, so if you take a look at the emblems, these are what they have in store for the teams. But I want to highlight something that Lawsy was doing just now, just right when the screen came up. Lawsy actually hooked away the Balmon, so Vanix away from taking the jungle camp, and so this allows RSG to snowball a little faster. Although the goal does not show this at this moment, that allowed RSG SG to have better rotations up to this point. And if you can take a look at the positioning by RSG SG, you can see that Lawsy has very, very clean objectives to fulfill. He wants to delay this Balmon for as long as possible, while Roy is handing it to Azura X in the mid lane.
RSG SG identified that for Team Zion, in order for them to win in the early stages of the game, most of it rests on the shoulders of Bowman. Bowman can play in the early stages by playing super aggressive, but I doubt that that is exactly what they're gonna do. Yes, he can be buffed up, and of course, with the help of the Cult Altar coming in from Faramis, Zion can just go all in right in the faces of RSG. But I don't think that that is going to be the case right here. RSG, the way that they're playing is super aggressive, and even as a Bowman, you can't just face in and dive 3-person. You know your limitations, and you can't just do it because Bowman is meant to do that.
Yep, it's going to be a difficult situation here. They do have 4 members, and it looks like they'll get it started.
Immediately, the Cult Altar has already been popped, and I can't exactly tell who is dying and who is not. But one thing's for sure is that Vanix has already popped his own Cult Altar, or rather his own additional health. From all of that, we don't have a conclusive idea, or rather, we don't have any conclusion as to who actually won in that fight.
Yeah, but it is the turtle being secured by RSG SG as per usual, right? I would take it that RSG SG, this is a staple of their gameplay. Regardless of how the results or the kills turn out during the fights, they will secure the objective more often than not. So now this offers them a slight EXP lead, although they are trailing in gold by a little at this point. But it's a minuscule difference, so it doesn't really matter to them at this point. More importantly, they need to get the wave management down, and you can see they are jumping in the mid lane as well.
Both Diablo as well. Oh, there we go. Talking about mid lane. Azura X have managed to find himself a death to his name. A big L, at least for now. Understandably, when looking at Lunox, Lunox comes in pretty strong at level 4. When it comes down to Power of Chaos Darkening, you can definitely play very aggressively, or Power of the Order Brilliance in order to play defensively. Zion moved himself onto Lolsey, brought him down to the grave, and say goodbye to him at least for now. The Cold Altar is going to be popped coming in from Zion, and RSG returns in kindly with their own version of Cold Altar, moving onwards to Latte, allowing Diablo to pick off yet another kill.
So far, I would think that RSG has the advantage already, as they're going to try and catch out Roy, right? And it looks like they will commit for it.
Roy, his HP not looking very good. Longsi would want to move on to the Zion, the escaping Zion, but did not quite connect because of the very intrusive creeps that were marching down the middle lane. RSG have got 2 kills ahead of Zion, but the gold lead does not tell too much of a story, with only 600 gold lead. And now that the turtle has just popped in, none of the RSG SG members have prepared themselves for this Lord. Turtle, and they did not put themselves in the brushes that could give a full wide view of the turtle. Until now, where Bray moves in with a hook from Laws, he connected down onto Azura X, brings him down almost immediately. No Cold Altar whatsoever, which is relatively unfortunate, but in the end of the day, it's a 1-for-1 trade. A Lunox trade for a turtle.
That's right. I think RSG SG did not like that trade at all. If you take a look at the wave management across the map, Zion is doing pretty decently, right? They are getting much more farm for themselves. Of course, RSG SG, so far, I think they have slightly turned the tables at this point. They have the higher farm. And I think Lolsey has to be very careful about his positioning, because he wants to provide space for Baby Cakes. And with that, they're going to take the first tower on the top lane. In the middle as well, Bray is going to be taken down in quick succession.
Unfortunately for Team Zion, they have tunnel visioned onto strictly objective. All they are looking out for is, let's help Bauman, because RSG has constantly been up into the horses of Zion and keeping it short, that Vanix will have a competition for these objectives. But one thing that I've forgotten is the fact that Beatrix is still in the game and still definitely one of the main win condition coming from RSG. Beatrix is already at 002, so he has got 2 assists to his name. He has destroyed the first turret in the top lane and is moving himself to the middle so that they can go for a big wide swap. With the itemization that popped up, the Blade of Despair is already available. That's 4k in the bag for this Beatrix, so that is big news for RSG. That is where most of the gold advantage is coming out from.
That's right. And if you take a look at the farm on both the Hypers, on both teams, both of them have not died yet. So if you're taking that into consideration, I would say it's still pretty much even. It can go anywhere. All it takes is just one fight to change the whole story for either team. And if you take a look at it, oh, okay, Vanix is going to jump in.
It doesn't seem like Lolsey will be able to get away scot-free though. The members from side of Zion immediately just went straight in and looked at Lolsey. So told him, you will not go away. Diablo, he's going to be responding kindly in return to the members of Zion. He hid himself inside of the brushes waiting for the members of Zion to creep right in. He returned in with Electo Final Blow, but was managed to leash a bit of damage from the side of Zion. Now, the counter coming from RSG SG themselves did manage to give them extra life and as well as a lot more aggressive options to move on to Zion. Bring Azura X down as well as moving on to bring down the first defense turret as well as the hook plus that ultimate. That is one heck of a hook and a bite.
Well, level 9 for Baby Cakes already. After taking, they lost that turtle to the side of Zion, but they do get 2 kills in succession for that. So I think it's a wonderful trade for the side of RSG SG, and they're going to push the fight even further, but Lolsey might regret his decision.
Quick little flicker, but the hook fell short just by a tad little bit, literally. But unfortunately, Zion, it is not going to be the end of the demise just yet, because RSG, they have gotten themselves quite a bit of control. RSG took the entirety of the river for themselves. They managed to destroy all of the first tier defense turrets, while Zion have yet to do any of that.
Yep, Zion is playing a bit more passive in this stage, but for good measure, right? You can see the lanes across all 3 lanes. The turrets are already, suffering quite a bit with the top tier 2 being so low. And the rotations by RSG SG are making much more sense for them at this point, because Zion now, they're gonna be forced to try and travel as a unit. And it looks like Benedetta might suffer the fate if he gets caught out.
Well, here's the thing. When it comes down to fighting against Zion, you wouldn't want to play in a very coordinated fashion by all 5-man death ball onto Zion. You can do that per se, but RSGSG's lineup allows them to play in a split composition because of the Benedetta. That alone has unlocked quite a bit potential and put a lot of pressure onto the other side. While all of this is happening, Benedetta is actually pushing down the bottom lane. RSGSG bought so much time. They used the cold altar that they sapped away from Zion because they know that they will be able to get themselves away scot-free. Because remember this, the opponent's Faramis is playing as a roamer, while the Valentina is the one that stole away the ultimate. So Valentina is a mage. You have the magical skilling to make his cold altar even better. As such, it is going to be a suppress down to the side of Vanix. That is no more Bowman coming from the side of Zion. That is going to be a push coming in from Bray. They are working it on, and they brought down the Lord.
One simple mistake from the side of Zion and they got punished extremely hard. Right before they were taking the Lord, they only had 3 ultimates up on the side of RSG SG, and what they did was wonderful. They actually delayed the fight slightly so that they had all 5 ultimates on hand, and you can see how painful they are and how punishing this lineup is when Zion makes the mistake of giving them time and space.
A 5,000 gold lead for RSGSG, and they have the Lord marching in the northern side while they continuously put more pressure in the middle lane. They are stalling it a bit, freezing it a bit, allowing the Lord, the bottom lane and the middle lane to push in together. The Bowman is forced to go down to the bottom side, the rest of the units in the middle side, and for the top lane, well, the Lord is trampling, or rather, he's surfing it.
Yep, the wave management by RSGSG as impeccable as ever. They are going to have the Lord marching down the top lane, and it looks like they want to mount this defense. But Zion, they are not looking good. It's very tough. Everyone is still so healthy. The Lord is healthy as well.
It does seem like the Lord will be dropping down right as you speak about healthiness, because Zion knows exactly what they are looking out for. Top lane, middle lane, inhibitor turret taken down. How about bottom lane? They are just going to be wrecking havoc as much as possible. Bray's HP is looking darn good. He managed to run away with so-called teamwork.
Yep, simple job by RSGSG there. I mean, they have taken all the 3 tier 3 turrets in the base of Zion, and they are ready to reset, right? The next Lord is only coming up in the next 85 seconds. Plenty of time for them to reset the wave management, put the pressure on Zion. Now, it's really up to Zion to make the mistake, and RSG will really just tear them apart from here.
An absolute barren wasteland. We're looking at the Sahara Desert.
Yep,
that is coming in from the side of Zion's base.
And, I mean, at this position, all they're waiting for on the side of RSG is for Lawsy to just land a hook.
And they're also technically waiting for the Lord to come out for them to try to steal. That is the best case scenario here. They are just constantly managing the wave. They're killing every single one of these waves, because we all know, for the matter of fact, that MLBB, you just need to make sure that the core is dead. Defend your core. Main thing. The Lord comes out in 40 seconds, and you need to find a way to help Vanix advance. He is level 13, yes, while Bray is level 15. You will lose in the Retribution fight, but you're talking about Bowman here.
Yep, exactly. That double retry is one of the keys to victory based on the lineup across on Zion. But here's the thing. Zion, I think, like you mentioned before at the start of the game, they tend to tunnel vision, and it seems to be hurting them extremely bad. Diablo doing his usual Diablo stuff and taunting right in the middle of the lane. But bear in mind, RSG SG, they know how to deal with Zion. They are always looking for the split fight and split push as well. Every single time they are fighting, Diablo, most of the time, he will not be there. He will be always at the bottom lane pushing in the waves or trying to set up kills for the rest of the team. And I think it's going to be a tough situation for Zion, because now the Lord is here. He has arrived, and it looks like RSG are in prime position to get this.
Well, we do have the Trident coming in from the Lord, ready to impale the hearts, the chest, and every single parts of the bodies from Zion. There is absolutely nothing for Zion to do. They can't just wander into the brushes because they are scared of Lawsy. right? A single bite is all it takes to bring one person down. So they can't afford to do anything. The only thing that they can do is stay home now. Stay home, slowly skill up. But the lead is a little bit too high.
Yep, they are unable to pressure RSG SG mentally. The fact that you can have Roy just focusing on using IMU solely on the cult altar means he really doesn't care about anything else, right? That's the only thing he has to focus on. And when you have that RSG SG who's like mentally sound and capable, it's difficult to fight against that.
Yep, and that is a single snipe coming in from Baby Cakes, dropping his right HP all the way down low. Both of these teams have managed to pop themselves with the cult altar, but they know that they don't have to take a fight with the cult altar. Let's just destroy the core. This is true game from RSG. They really did not even break a sweat just from looking at it, and it all starts off from the draft.
That's right. RSG, you can see the players are extremely comfortable. I mean, this is like watching exquisite, expensive culinary being made in the first place, right? The way they've plated Zion, how they've decorated all the different ingredients and just ended them, presenting them with that full Lord push as well as a clean base. Right, it's really difficult to do in a professional setting, and I think RSG really shows why they even won Season 3 in the first place. And looking like how they've been in the past game, this is where they want to showcase, hey, Season 4 is ours.
Well, Zion, they really need to pick their brains, pick their mind, and find out what has went wrong. But perhaps Grubby Chiefs will be able to give us some insights.
Seems planned out to be. I will say though, I can take a guess, right? I can take a guess. I'm not a pro player or a pro team, but I can take a guess. I think from the draft, from the onset, RSG already got it, like you mentioned, abstract, right? The fact that they picked up the Valentina first, probably they anticipated Zion to pick up the Faramis and use the Cult Altar. I think for RSG it was pretty textbook, and they played it very textbook as well. They played around the objectives, they played around the lanes very well, and they also played around their ultimate timers. So looking at the items here, I would say Faramis here actually opting for a more tanky build on the side of Latte, and like you mentioned, Roy, building a lot of damage actually enabled him to scale better on that Cult Altar as well. So it gave him that advantage. And Baby Cakes, looking at that Blade of Heptasis and Blade of Despair, you saw one shot taking out so much from the side of Zion, and especially on Azura X. They are just kind of underfarmed here. I think by the end of the game, they were probably 10k gold short, which is essentially almost an item averaged out. But if you take a look at the carries, it's definitely a setback for them.
Yep.
Now, the thing is, now that we look at the game, like the end of the game, and then we think back about our draft, leaking Faramis is one thing, but leaking both Valentina and Faramis is a whole different thing. You don't even have to prioritize the Faramis anymore, because if you pick up a Valentina, your opponents pick up Faramis, you are forcing the Faramis to play mage, because their Cult Altar is essentially not gonna be as monumental as yours.
Well, and we have the rich guy, Baby Cakes, 809 GPM, the highest we have seen today, right? And I think that's definitely one of the reasons why they're able to farm so much, get the damage in as well. And the fact that Roy and Diablo, the two of them, I think they're very monumental in the win, because Roy first off stole the Cult Altar multiple times, used it against the Zion lineup, and Diablo as the Benedetta did extremely well to do the split push, split the fight as well, and that really destroyed Zion from the inside.
Now, when it comes down to the Forgotten One, that's not exactly something that you would expect to see Bray under the Forgotten One portrait. I mean, technically speaking, we are talking about the jungler that is playing utility jungle, right? With the Barats, your main goal is to really just ensure that the Bowman does not get his ways. As such, most amount of assist goes over to him, and with very good purpose behind it.
Yeah, I mean, it's surprising that, Bray usually makes the flashy plays, right? He's the young prodigy on those flashy junglers, but choosing to play into this utility and still did it very well. Let's look at the MVP for this game. Going to be Roy on that Valentina. His debut into this MPL SG scene, and already the MVP kill participation of 100%, 4-0 and 3. I think he really did a good job. Essentially, we were talking about Valentina not just playing as a mage, right? His purpose was also utility. His job was to steal that cult altar and help the team play towards these objectives, and he did that again and again to a T. I think the way that he played really complemented RSG's game plan and strategy, because how RSG played, they really played around the objectives, and you can see that. They waited for their ultimate timers to come back up, and then they would go for objectives. And the way that Lawsy rotated as well reflected the same. He would babysit baby cakes for a bit, and because he knows Diablo is okay, and the Benedetta pick pulled that off very well as well. So he was able to babysit baby cakes, and then when needed, rotate to the objectives. And just playing within these two lanes allowed baby cakes to scale up really fast. Using the cult altar as well, just textbook.
I find it absolutely phenomenal that RSG is able to play around with two different kinds of win conditions. In this case, I wouldn't even call it win condition. I don't even know what it is, but different ways to build tempo in the game, right? They are holding down the fort onto Bowman. Either they win all of the objectives and the team literally move forward together, right? They grow together. Or they drag the junglers down so much that baby cakes get free reign in the gold lane.
Yeah, I think looking at these highlights here, you can see this was a good pick off by Zion, right? Going for Lawsy. Unfortunately, RSG rotated in time, popped the cult altar, and they used this very aggressively and to a T as well to be able to take down Latte and some compensation. Hook here by Lawsy just brings, one member down on the side of Zion, and that makes the turtle fight very unfair for them. I think at these points you can see Zion tries to fight back, so they did really put up a good fight as well, using the cult altar when they had an advantage. Now this, I think, was the fight that changed. Okay, not yet. There was, I think, the next fight where they knew Vanix was going to rotate to the Lord, and they camped and waited for him to do that, and the moment he did, they took him down and got a free Lord off of that.
Yep, I mean, based on this, one of the other things that we were talking about is the fact that actually, Supergo didn't die in this game, but Supergo was extremely passive and forced to be passive with the way that RSG SG was playing. Like I said, I think RSG SG is like a well-oiled machine, right? And the fact that the lineup of players they have is really like the parts of the entire machine itself. Yeah, sure, we changed Roy, and Roy is like the MVP. First game. MVP debut. What more can you ask for, right? So I think in order for Zion to mess up RSG SG's game, they have to think a little differently. Yeah.
Now, I am just generally glad to see that RSG, they still have what it takes. Of course, after winning Season 3, took a break, quote unquote, and then coming into Season 4, they have improved more than ever. But they themselves doesn't seem to be, very happy about themselves. Like we have seen in the interviews, they really wanted to get themselves and really flaunt themselves. Once I say the word flaunt, you guys pretty much know how the segue goes.
Yeah, I know. I mean, there's plenty of things you want to flaunt when you're going out, right?
Yeah.
But one of the ways
I wonder what? What do I want to flaunt?
I want to flaunt this card with a hole. Okay, so yes, if you want to flaunt your wealth, you want to flaunt your skins, you can do it with the OCB Frank by OCBC cards, right? The MVP of your everyday spend. Abstract, what do they have to do to get these cards?
Very simply, from now on, all the way until 9th of October, all you gotta do is just sign up. Really, just sign up online for Frank X MLBB debit card online and choose from these 5 limited edition MLBB card designs. And to top up on top of all of that, if you are one of the few people, or rather the first 275 eligible applicants, and you spend $200 with your Frank X MLBB limited edition debit cards, you will be given an epic skin in your MLBB account. Just $200. Simple, easy. Every single one of us need to eat.
Yep, so we have some secret strats for you right here. Do make use of it. Get yourself that Frank by OCBC MLBB cards, and I assure you, you won't regret it, right? I mean, you have to spend that money anyway, so why not spend it on something you like?
You might as well, right? And the thing I love about this is there is a card for everyone, right? You have things like Guinevere, you have the one, you have the Link, so whatever role you play, whatever design you like, you have the dark ones, you also have the flashier ones like the Link. There's something for everyone. So check those out, Frank by OCBC cards. You want to get yourself one and just go ahead to their website to sign up.
We can play like a little mini game, right? Because we are like, there's like a distance between us and the camera, and then just be like, what card is this? What hero is this? And then we'll reward the players with.
Is this gonna come out of your $200 spend?
Abstract is gonna take out a prize pool from his pocket. Ooh.
Yeah.
I shall give the water.
While he looks for his money, we need to talk about where the real money is at.
Yeah.
Right now, RSG 1-0 up against Zion. So it's Zion's, the onus is on Zion to be able to figure out something, adjust, and come back. So like you said, we always talked about how Supergirl is the win condition, right? Being able to help him come up. But in this game, he was so oppressed that he didn't have the space to do so. And
exactly.
I think the fact that Latte played Faramis was able to help that a little bit, but there was no really tanky front line. For example, a Lolita that I think Latte has played as well to be able to create that space for him.
Yep, I mean, looking at Latte's gameplay for the past few weeks, Latte is definitely one of the strong players as well, right? Perhaps this game wasn't the best game to really showcase the talents of his nature, but I think we could be looking at a slightly different draft from the start of Zion, right? Zion, I think they're quite experimental in their draftings, so we could potentially look at something new, something creative from the start of Zion. I think that's, to me personally, I view Zion as someone who is a very creative team. And hopefully they can even things out and maybe, you know, let RSG SG know, yes, you are a machine, but a machine does break down sometimes.
Right. Now, at least for my side of perspective onto Zion, a lot of us probably may have the same sentiments, but at this point in time, our sample size is a little bit too small.
Yeah.
The thing that we know about is the fact that they played against Stellark and they won. Then they played against Revival and they lost. So there is definitely a couple of confusions here because we were thinking, okay, so maybe we have a certain power rankings on the board. Is it safe to say that Zion is on top of Stellark and then Revival is on top of Zion? Is that really how the power rankings is supposed to be? Well, that's definitely something that we will figure out next time.
Yeah, I mean, rankings are one thing, right? But the fact that they had what it took to take down Flash does show that they basically have the ability to adjust and come back against these, well, veteran teams, if you will. So we are now into game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. This is Zion up against RSG SG in the picks and ban phase. Now, off the bat, Zion's going to remove again the Fanny as well as the 1-1, so still the same bans across the board. This time, though, they are in the seat of the first pick, so we might expect to see something a little different. RSG is going to ban out the Faramis as well as the Akai.
Yep, it is quite irritating to play against a Faramis. Whether or not that strategy works is another question totally, but having to deal with the Cult's Outer does, you know, drag out fights, and sometimes it may not work in your favor. I think what RSG SG is trying to do right now is to just take Zion out of their comfort zone, right? In a competitive setting, it's very difficult to adjust to a winning mentality. And as you can see here, RSG SG, they have plenty of experience. The players are very comfortable. We have Lawsy here, you can see plenty of smiles, and you know you're in for a treat as a RSG SG fan when the players are smiling and confident, because that's the strength of RSG SG. Now on the side of Zion, they're going to ban out the Franco as well, follow up with the Digi ban by Diablo. Both decent bans, and I think it does provide some room for them to creatively explore, right? Like I mentioned, Zion is a very creative team. I want to see what else they have in store for us.
I think banning out the Franco is interesting. Basically, RSG is kind of forcing them to ban out that Franco, right? Because of the ability of Lawsy to displace people, or force them into basically, you either are displaced or you get hooked, right? So taking that away from RSG costs Zion 1 ban. Now they're going to go ahead to pick up the Valentina here, but that gives the opportunity for RSG to again pick up this Beatrix on Baby Cakes. So that's going to be, I mean, we've seen obviously Baby Cakes be able to play these to a T. It's one of his comfort heroes as well. There are still some heroes that are left on the board for him to pick out. The 1-1 has been banned out. I don't know, do you think they will prioritize Supergirl's heroes in this case?
I'm not sure because they have allowed the Beatrix on Baby Cakes, and that honestly is the last person you want to see having their hands on Beatrix. RSG SG, they are not to be trifled with, definitely, and Bray is going to have his hands on the Paquito. So I think what Zion needs to do is to focus on the synergy of the team, right? How do they play around and be more well-rounded than the RSG SG lineup in terms of the draft? So the answer right now, it looks like they will be going for the Clint, and their protector is going to be the Lolita.
Yep, so great pickups here. I think Lolita being able to shield themselves from some of the shots from Beatrix, and Clint getting a safer lane as well for a Supergirl to be able to dish out the damage a bit more easily also. The side of RSG though, Paquito I think is still a flex pick. Could go to Bray, but we know that Diablo Paquito is his signature hero, his comfort hero as well. So it could well be something that goes into his hands. There you go. Now with the Balmond as well, can probably safely say that it's going to be Bray on this Balmond. So the objectives might go the way of RSG a bit more easily. Now it's for Zion to respond how they're going to pick out their jungler.
Yep, I really like RSG's draft at this point. It's really just a split fight tactic, right? You have Diablos on the front lines trying to push away any of the members on the side of Zion, while Bray is causing confusion together with Diablo in the front as well as the back lines of Zion. Baby Cake's job is the same as every RSG SG game, right? I stand at the back, I come in, I kill you off, and we're gonna get the objectives, we're gonna get the turrets, and we're gonna end the game. So this is signature RSG SG based on just these 3 character choices already. Now I just need to see what does Zion have in mind to counter this. Yes, Lolita is tanky. She has the ability to use the Illumination Blast to try and stop things and slow things down, right? But if RSG SG drafts a more mobile lineup, it's gonna be quite a bad situation for Zion.
They're also thinning down the number of heroes that Lawsy could potentially play into, taking out the Grog from the table. RSG SG responding with a Julian ban as well. So I think that's huge because you don't want the CCs coming from the enhanced chains, especially to be able to knock up and find Baby Cakes in the back line. Let's see, what options though? What does Lawsy and Roy still have to play?
Well, at least for Lolzy, the unpopular opinion is gonna be an Atlas. Even though Zion may have the Valentina, I think that they have their own ideas as to how to counter against the opponent's Fatal Links. It shouldn't be too big of a problem per se. I still really think that RSG will go for that.
Yep, I absolutely agree. I mean, the way that Lawsy can play, as we have seen in the previous series between other teams as well, Lawsy loves to go for the backline with that Atlas, right? He did a 4-man Fatal Links that won them the game on multiple occasions. And oh no, okay, they are not going to go for it. It is a Lilia on Roy.
Still could go for the Atlas. I actually thought they might consider the Cho, but then Zion banned out the Cho as well, especially with Latte with the Numenon Blast. Maybe you might want to try to split up the fight a little bit and come from the flank. But now that that's taken out, I mean, it really narrows down the number of heroes he could play into. If he wanted something like, if he wanted to isolate members, that is still Selena, but that would make the composition a little squishy.
Yeah, actually, speaking of squishy, that might actually work. If they actually go for a aggressive, divey kind of composition, such as having a Mathilda over to the side, I wouldn't see that as too big of a deal. Especially to make things worse, for Zion is the fact that Mango, which is going to be picking up a Dyrov. If RSG SG doesn't pick any frontline tanky heroes, then honestly, this Dyrov doesn't really have that much value anymore.
Yep. Super gonna showcase the debut Lancelot for this season of MPL Season 4. We're gonna see our first Lancelot. And of course, completing that draft is gonna be Mango on that Dyrov. Lousy yet to pick yet, but let's have a short bet. I think he's really going for the Atlas.
Really going for the Atlas, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of tough for me. It's like, I want to see the Atlas. I want to see the Fatal Links.
Oh, not gonna happen.
Okay! Now, Ruby is definitely not what I was expecting. But, technically speaking, Ruby does have the capabilities of what an Atlas could potentially be capable of. But as I've said before, I am not a fan of Ruby Roam.
Yep, I definitely can understand why. I think even based on this lineup, it might be a bit risky. But hey, it's RSG SG. You know, they are very, very strong. So when they do make a pick, I think there has been a lot of calculations. There has been a lot of trial and error on particular lineups. So RSG SG definitely fully comfortable going into Game 2 with this particular lineup.
They have a lot of frontliners though. That is my problem with it.
On the side of RSG?
They have a lot of frontliners and really just melee heroes. If only Zion has like Valia or something like that.
Wow, that's like throwback to previous season. But yeah, I think looking at this composition now, Ruby might not be too bad. I mean, you still have the potential of picking off someone in a huge team fight, and you couple that together with the Balmond and the Lilia. And the fact that Lilia can hold down the lane as well as Paquito might give the Ruby a little bit more chance to help out Baby Cakes in the lane. But we are all ready here in game number 2. So let's see exactly how this pans out.
Well, a standard start coming in for both of these teams, but the only difference is Lolzy playing very aggressive. He's literally right in the face of the purple buff and wanting to be a little bit annoying, if you ask me. But it doesn't seem like they have managed to stole any of the they didn't stole the purple buff away from Vanix, and I don't think the RSG SG is gonna do anything else more than that.
Yeah, but you can see the movement by RSG is still very aggressive, right? You can see Lousy already coming in to try and put some pressure on Vanix. I mean, they don't need to get a kill. The main aim is just to make Vanix feel the pressure, right?
Yes.
It's about the mental stress. How much mental stress can you put on the opponent team? That is one of RSG SG's specialties. Yep.
The stress is one thing. Other thing is really just poking them until they get annoyed, that kind of stuff. Now, let's take a look at a little bit more onto the emblems and understand what is happening and why this is happening. Like, for example, we're looking at a Valentina that have decided to go for Magic Warship instead of Mystery Shop, which we have been seeing quite a bit of time. We're looking at Dyrov that have the Festival of Blood, went for damage as well as penetration for Valentina, move for speed and penetration as well. Other than that, most of these nodes that the players have picked are pretty much the same thing that I expect.
Well, we're going to have a free-for-all in the mid lane, 3-on-3 action here. Don't think we're going to see any kills yet. But RSG SG, definitely, they are very comfortable because they are in a position to get the turtle started. So the turtle dance part 1 will get started with Vanix looking pretty low.
Oh, Diablo does seem like he is going to be the one wanting to assassin the assassin. But doesn't seem, or rather assassinate an assassin. That sounds a lot more like it. RSG has managed to get themselves the turtle as well as the first blood onto the head of Azura X, putting the final nail in the coffin for this Valentina right off in 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yep, I mean, the saving grace is that as a Valentina, if you're under level, you still have a bit of advantage based on your passive. So that is Zion's saving grace at this point. But RSG SG, we all know they like to snowball, they can snowball, and it would be left down to Baby Cakes, right, in this laning phase. Can he grow even faster? He is already ahead in terms of experience, and that's super important, as Latte is going to come in and try and support his hyper, right? But at the same time, you know the guy that we're going to be talking about, Lousy. He has been quite strong in all of the games, and his support is always one of the critical things that helped RSG SG secure the victory.
Now, the thing about Lolzy is that his positioning in most of the heroes that he plays is a very aggressive positioning. But when it comes down to playing as a Ruby, here's the problem. You can't go overly aggressive in the early stages of the game because you just don't have the stat capabilities to do that. You don't really soak up damage that well. The beauty about Ruby is the fact that you have very good sustainability once you pick up items such as Harsh Claws or Endless Battle. But this time, looking at a Ruby, you're literally using the Ruby in the roam role just for its crowd control. As such, you can't tank well, letting Zion take up the kill against this Lolzy.
Yep, calculated trade for RSG SG there. They already knew that probably Lolzy was going to die, so they actually made the rotation down on the bot lane. So they got the kill on Mango as well. And this is good because they actually balance out the lane. Mango was actually having the lead at bot lane with a 1 level advantage. So that kill is definitely very valuable for RSG SG. And paired it up with the Turtle Spawn now already being started by RSG. Zion definitely having to play the game at the pace of RSG.
Let's not forget the fact that it is a position 4 trade-off with a position 5. At this point in time, the Numenon Blast didn't seem to quite connect onto anyone. Bray and his quick fingers managed to slide himself out of the way before anything were to happen. The turtle will be taken by the hands of RSG SG, and right after taking that, they continued with some pursuit, and they would want to go for kills. Unfortunately, the black shoes that Azura X stole, he did not proc it at all. He didn't quite see that Diablo have the kind of burst damage.
Yep, and out of the blue, it's going to be 4 more kills for RSG SG and a 3k gold advantage as Roy jumps in. Might regret that decision, but he's going to be fine because they have to focus on the turret instead. Very good attention management from the side of RSG SG.
They are currently about 4,000 gold ahead of Zion. RSG is constantly putting themselves on the map and having a lot of exposure across the map. This is the problem when it comes down to RSG, right? Or rather, this is the problem for Zion here, is the fact that they can't find RSG. They can't get a proper timing onto RSG. Whenever they get a move onto RSG members, the RSG members themselves, they will do the same thing, except to the other side of the map.
Yep, Diablo very happy with this particular situation, right? 3 members coming to find him from the side of Zion is definitely what they want because there's pressure being built in the mid lane by Lolzy and Roy as well. I'm really impressed with Roy so far. Debut day MVP for Game 1. Take a look at the way he's playing Game 2 as well. I mean, it's as though he has been playing this team for an extremely long time.
Well, there is a lane swap coming in between the Beatrix as well as Paquito. The Numenon Blast connect down onto Roy as well as Lolzy. It doesn't seem like all of these damage are available to bring them down just yet, even though Lolzy is surviving right by the skin of his teeth. Zion does not have all of that capabilities to bring him down, even though he's not the tankiest of the roamers.
Yep, it is more of like playing with your food, but in a very artistic way, right? Based on the rotations, they are already taking down 2 towers, 2 turtles for themselves, and looking very likely they'll secure this final turtle for themselves as well.
All objective. Clean objective game by RSG. They lost 1 player, unfortunately, onto the side of Lolzy, but he is a roamer. It is definitely excusable, considering the fact that he has to open the map. But looking at item-wise, Lilia has already picked up the Ice Queen's Wand, Paquito with the Bloodlust Axe, the Blade of Despair onto Beatrix, and not to forget, Dominance Ice onto the Ruby. On the opponent's side, the one thing that we gotta have to look out for is going to be the Hunter Strike, Endless Battle, and War Axe.
Oh, wow.
Doesn't seem like things are gonna be working well for Zion. It is a amazing ultimate coming in from the side of Lolzy, managing to hook 2-person in a straight row, while the rest of the members coming from RSG moved themselves down south and brought down yet another member. RSG spread themselves thin.
Yep, Zion kind of looking a bit lifeless at this point, 8-1, and you can't fault them, right? Zion, they actually tried to do whatever they were supposed to do. And of course, a mega kill coming out for Diablo. Happy to show them the doorways to hell in this case, as RSG SG extending this lead. Now, an up to close to 8,000 gold in advantage. And I mean, RSG, this looks like a pretty clean game for them.
This is the amazing thing about RSG, right? They constantly spread themselves out so thin as a paper. They can be fragile by themselves, but hey, paper can still cut. And that is the analogy for RSG SG. They can do whatever they want and they will still be able to deliver damage. In the meantime, damage it is. Zion, they are the one to return the favor on the RSG and finally shut down Lolzy again. Waiting for the Lord to come up next. The next objective is going to be very important.
Yep, it is 2 kills finally for them on the side of Zion, but bear in mind they are around 2 to 3 level deficit on the side of Zion, so this is going to be an extremely tough fight. They have to be very careful. RSG SG definitely knows where they are. You can see with that BM taunt with the TP. Zion, they definitely know what's going on, but the question is how do they approach this Lord contest, right? This Red 3 battle, it's already very difficult being under level, but you have to deal with Balmon who has that double Red 3 as well.
But I don't think that Zion will be able to get even an inch closer to the Lord. As you can see from Lolzy and Diablo, they're just doing whatever they can, as well as Roy. But Azura X conceal play doesn't seem like he'll be able to do much, as that is gonna be, I'm offended. He is really offended. He managed to drag 2-person right into his face, give them a kiss of death. And just like that, 2:11, RSG takes the Lord and 2 kills.
Yep, showing them some breath of depth here as RSG SG looking out to close this series as cleanly as possible. 11-2 as we hit close to the 10-minute mark. The members of RSG are just standing out there, you know, sort of doing some part-time modeling right in front of the towers.
Just turning things around and of course, well, just like you said, modeling. They don't really have anything to do until the Lord eventually comes in. They're not necessarily, well, freezing the waves in the middle lane, but I don't think that that's particularly going to be too big of a problem. RSG SG already have got close to 10,000 gold lead. More specific, 9,000 gold lead. So Zion will have a mountain to climb. This is extremely steep for them to even try to deter the aggression coming in from RSG SG. That is a single snipe from Baby Cakes that dropped Azura X from 100 to 50.
That's right. I mean, they're just waiting, right? Lolzy is waiting with the I'm offended. He has the flicker as well. All he has to do is to catch that 5-man, and here we go!
That is the 4! That is baby! Just gonna be bringing everyone down, but it doesn't seem like they will be enough to bring down every single one of these ants to down into their grave. All of the members coming from RSG, they are still very strong, and they wanted to bring down the members of members of Zion before even shattering the crystal.
Just to be clear, for those that are new to the game, RJ could have ended the game much earlier, but they chose to wipe the team out first. Of course, there was one player left on the side of Zion, but RSG, take a look at their faces on their screen, man. They know what they have done in this game, and they're very happy with it.
Understandably, once you win a game, you feel happy. But for RSG, even though this is kind of like a thing that they have constantly been doing, they have constantly been winning, and, well, winning, they are still very excited for when they manage to win opponents in a 2-0 fashion. But for Zion, they still have quite a bit of work ahead of them, and they still have got time to go back home and really just read up what exactly will happen, and of course understand a little bit of VOD before facing them again if they manage to in the playoffs.
Yep, so as they go back to the drawing board, let's go back to our own drawing board with Scrubby Cheeks, who's going to share with us her thoughts on this game.
Well, I think, once again, very textbook plays by RSG here. I really like that it was super clean by them. You can see the players on the screen now. You know, they're friends. They're laughing it out. They know. And I think for Zion, honestly, it was a tough match as well, because they are, although they are, I think, in the upper brackets, upper fourth placings of the current standings, it is still RSG that is, you know, the champions of MPL SG Season 3. And this was their game to be able to prove that they still are worthy of that seat. So I think they did that phenomenally.
But, well, I guess all of the viewers, if not most of the viewers in Facebook and YouTube, has made a very accurate prediction. But when it comes down to tomorrow's games, I am excited to see exactly what Zion has got in store for us, because they have played against the top dogs already. The next few days is where Zion is gonna be really happy to play and perhaps be getting more wins to their name. But for now, get back into the present and take a look at this game that concluded in 10 minutes and 55 seconds with RSG in a 15-2 scoreline for game number 2.
I mean, if you can look at the items, you know, right? Zion is just severely underfarmed. It is difficult for them to be able to get the objectives. You can see Vanix only has 2 items compared to Bray, who obviously can build defense but still has the ability to take down objectives. Baby Cakes almost at full, 3 full items there for him as well to put out all the damage. That one shot took out half of Azura X's health at the end as well. So yeah, props to RSG. I think what they did was also to be able to funnel a lot of gold into Baby Cake, so I would expect him to be, again, the rich guy coming into this next post-match statistics.
Yep, of course, with that, Lawsy itself, the sandbag. I mean, he got 2 kills. Report. 2 kills, feeding the 2 kills away for RSG SG. But Rich Guy, definitely Baby Cakes with 927 GPM. And the carry of this game, definitely, no doubt, is our dear Diablo, the handsome face of the team.
Well, Diablo is got a high amount of damage dealt. Of course, Rich Guy, I think Baby Cakes have broken, like, he has surpassed his limits again.
Yep.
Right here.
Yeah, 927 GPM. But I must say that it is also credit to the rest of the team to be able to provide him with that amount of gold and allow him to farm a lot more safely. Both of them, Diablo, I think in the team fights also did huge work. I believe it was the first turtle, Diablo caused so much disruption that enabled them to steal the turtle away from Vanix. So I think from that, it was a bit tough for Zion as well. Let's look at who exactly is the MVP. Gonna be Lawsy with those hooks.
So you wanted to report him?
Yeah, report him. Why he give away 2 kills? Oh no, I'm just joking. Lawsy, well done, man. Ruby, you're 0, 2, and 11. I mean, like you were saying, the I'm offended flicker. Holy, that was a sick play. And at the end, I mean, we were expecting it, right?
We were expecting it, but I still got caught off guard.
Yeah.
The kind of things that the kind of things that Lawsy does, really, just gives us unexpected things, but even when we expected it, it's still unexpected.
Wow.
I have no idea what I'm talking about.
But I think not just the fact that he pulls off, those micro things like a flicker hook. I think also the fact that he knows exactly when to do that. So I think there was one play where Baby Cakes was sieging the turret up top. He was zoning out the members of Zion to make sure that they cannot contest it. And the moment they knew that the turret was secured, Lawsy hooked them in. It was a split second, they immediately hooked in and Baby Cakes cleaned up the scene. So perfect timing on those hooks as well. We're gonna see exactly how some of these fights played out, so let's take a look at the highlights.
Most of this fight is definitely something that we have acknowledgement and we definitely remember very well. Right off at the start of the game, we do understand that Bray will have the grand advantage because of the fact that he is playing as a Bowman after all.
And I think RSG also made very good use of that. So in the early part of the game, I think they pretty much left Supergirl and Baby Cakes to farm alone. They focused on the objectives. Oh, this was a phenomenal hook there, you go right there. They focused on the objectives, securing that to be able to make sure that they had some parts of the map, down, and they had a reasonable lead. Cool, there you go. One more I'm offended, taking 3, and just every team fight was so much in the favor of RSG just because of the zoning, the hooks coming from Lawsy, as well as the ability of Diablo to go into the backlines and pick off someone.
Honestly, after looking at these highlights and replays, the only thing that I can say is that RSG, they are just a bunch of betas. They are really just debating their opponents and thinking, oh, you know what? We are gonna move back. And then suddenly Lawsy pops off and I'm offended. That kind of stuff. In fact, the only thing that comes to my mind right now when it comes down to debating is Rick Astley. Rick Roll.
Why?
Rick Roll is kind of like,
No, but the more dangerous thing is they might bait us into going ranked, thinking that, oh, we can pull off the save.
That's what we always do. That's what we always think. We think that we look at MPL and that, yeah, we can do that. But well, we'll listen exactly to what the members from RSG have got to say after taking this game.
Alrighty, and that was once again a clean sweep right here from RSG SG. And now I have Baby Cakes. Finally, I'm getting the chance to actually interview him, the carry of RSG SG. So, were you happy to get Beatrix for both games?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, whatever marksman thrown to me, I enjoy playing them, so I don't really mind what I get, but Beatrix especially a bit more fun. I mean, she's the bastard MMRs. Yeah.
So is there a reason why, given a choice like both Beatrix?
I mean, if the opportunity allows us to draft Beatrix, then my coach should just take it. I mean, it's one of the best marksmen.
Yeah, definitely right now. And of course, what's your opinion of RSG's performance right now so far for MPL SG Season 4?
I think we are doing as expected, but I honestly believe it can be better. So the first 2 weeks was good, but it wasn't the smoothest journey. So we are looking to perfect everything.
Wonderful. And of course, this is a very interesting question, but what makes RSG so scary? Now, this is for your future contenders that you're going up against.
I guess it's just the bond that we have compared to the other teams in this tournament. And also our faces, the RPF quite strong, so we look quite scary also.
But you seem like the sweetest one of all. Like the rest all
you.
sending warnings to all of the other teams, and then you're just like
Yeah.
so nice and kind, Baby Cakes. Now, okay, so this is a fun question. So just for fun, whose tilt is the funniest in RSG?
The only 2 people that tilt the most would be Bray and Lauzia, but I would say Bray's one is the funniest. It's like a baby high-pitched scream when something doesn't go his way. So, yeah.
Now that's a fun fact that we all know now. Okay, so for the last question that I have for you, if you can choose one of your teammates to have a 1v1, who would you choose?
I choose 505 and just to show that I'm the superior player. Yeah.
Oh, for power play. Okay. All right. Thank you so much for sharing,
Thank you.
Baby Cakes. You played awesome. Thank you.
you.
Thank you. So yes, we understood a little bit more about Baby Cake. So yes, he is very silent in real life, but so powerful in game. So we are so excited about the matches that happened today. Now that was match 3, RSG versus Zion. Now later on at 7 p.m, another highlight match that you definitely don't want to miss coming up, and that will be Slate versus SMG. See you then.
OSIM.
Hello, little friend.
You are the problem. Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body. No way! I will get rid of you. With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control.
Vanix, tell me more about your new members in Zion.
For example, like Azura and Sky. Sky had to change from EXP to tank, so it's quite hard for him. But actually, it's quite okay because EXP and tank has the same role. It's just that EXP need to clear lane. Then for Azura, he have to change from jungler to mage, which is quite hard for him also. So we train a lot. Then I think we are doing quite well for the trainings.
So this year in MPL Season 4, we have the award for the Most Handsome Player Award.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. We're gonna have the Most Handsome Player Award. So the top contenders are Diablo, obviously. Maybe you're in third place, but a close second would be Supergirl. Are you? Do you think you have what it takes to beat him in terms of how you look and the handsomeness factor right there?
That's not up to me to decide. That's up to the girls to decide.
Ooh, okay.
So what are your commitments in life right now apart from MPL for you, Vanix?
For me, it's just studying for my final exam. So I think there will be a final exam for during one of the MPL weeks.
For me, I'm still in national service. So
you're gonna lose your hair.
I'm gonna.
Thank you for serving our country.
Yeah. So I have time to kill. So I'm here and I'm back. Yeah, stronger. So yeah, that's my only commitment right now.
I see.
Who is the player to look out for this season?
Maybe Zion.
As the biggest threat?
Yeah, probably. But it's the team itself. None of the players scares me. It's just the team, because of Potato coaching them. Then, yeah, it's kind of like a threat. For players, I don't think anyone threatens me. So yeah.
We also need to talk about Stellark because there's sync over there. So, LI4, what do you feel about Stellark?
I'm kind of glad to see Sing come back into the scene again.
That's correct.
Because I think it's been a very long time since he has played MPL, and we used to be very close together.
Actually, to be honest, I don't know much about that team. Only the main names like Bambi, Sing. I think only these two, right? It's like the more famous one in SG MPL. And also
there's also Fossa.
Oh yeah, Fossa, yeah.
Yeah, there's also Fossa.
So basically, that team is all quite old, basically.
I would believe that I can expect seeing BZ, randomly going overly aggressive at times. If it happens, what would you guys do?
We'll try to tone down his level of playing, right? Because it's a bit unmatched than what we have here in the local scene. If you compare to other countries, the playstyle is very different.
Let's talk about other teams. What do you feel? Is there a player that you want to point out? You're scared of him, or is it like an admiration?
All the teams, I think, because we have played with them in rank or what, I feel
That's
that
correct.
it's quite equal in the strengths and weakness. It's just that no matter, it's just basically who trained the hardest for this season will win.
Okay, so busy. Of course, you are from a different country. In Laos, is this the same case for you? Are your parents supportive?
No, my parents don't support me to playing this game. They just like lock me in the room and don't let me play this. But I just try a lot to show them that I play this game. I'm good in this game, and they give me a chance to continue study university here for playing MPLs. I also don't think about it like I just arrived here 2 weeks. I didn't think about I will get in the MPL too fast like this. I'm still thinking I'm not ready for it, but yeah, I get in already. No choice, have to try it.
Yeah,
no choice.
No choice. No choice.
It's the era of change, a time where new teams fight old teams.
Every year is the same. This time is different.
We see old squad mates becoming competitors, and some becoming a new dark horse.
This year is going to be the hardest fight for us. Without a challenge, there's no way to elevate yourself and the league.
We will bring our best at every fight for the honor that we are all trying to attain.
RSG are the favorites, but we are evil. That will stop the track to the finals.
Being a new team has never been our disadvantage. The old boys just need to remember, it's just another day for us.
This year, we will be the champions.
How has the team changed since qualifiers, since getting into MPL, and right now going into this, in terms of how you think, how you communicate, your strategies as a team, and so on?
Qualifier in last year is all about like we always set a limit goals, right? Like for qualifier we say we just need a good qualifier. For the last season we just like okay, we have to get top 6, so next year we will be back again, then we can retry and get the top 2. So we slowly set our goals higher and higher, and in the meantime we bond a lot during the time.
Do you have a member that you want to point out, good or bad?
I think I want to point out LY4.
LY4.
Yeah, even though he just joined the team, I think he have bring a lot of knowledge and like all the skills, be it micro or macro wise. He really taught us a lot. he's always the one that is like being the positive one. It's like the daddy lah, basically.
The daddy, the backbone of the team.
Actually, I want to find out. I'm curious. So you guys are cousins, right?
Yeah.
What does your family think of like this? You guys playing ML together?
Actually, my mother's not very supportive of me playing Mobile Legends.
Okay.
But I make sure that I balance my play and my study.
For me, just balance it well lah, for studies and playing game. Then my family will support me.
So your parents are okay with you guys playing ML, but do they know you're professional players?
After they see us on the live stream and they starting to understand we are playing professional.
I remember there's this one time where, Evil came up and started slaying all the Titans. Hopefully you guys can beat them. So, are you guys ready to face up like other dark horses like Evil?
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely, right?
Yeah, I think Evil as a team, even though they are young, but I feel that they have quite a bit of potential also.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Gusion. Gusion's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Gusion with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Amon's mana shards design at the end of Gusion's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Gusion's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Gusion. That's why we're bringing Gusion's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Gusion in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Gusion's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, We'll be seeing you in the land of Dawn.
Dawn's relay. Petals.
We all know the previous season, SMG didn't really quite make it. So what's the difference between the previous season and this season?
As a team, we agree that there was some gap somewhere along the team. So there were conflicts here and there. When the season ended, the whole roster disbanded. And I came back and reformed the team. So I find like players that like Noah and I think they got potential.
Notice that Jox is not on the roster. He's in SMG right now. Is there a reason why he need to leave?
Due to the previous season performance, he himself felt that he needed a place to start learning first. He thinks that it's better if he gets the first-hand experience, right? Instead of being on the bench while learning. Jox is definitely gonna come up as, you know, one of the new generations. Seeing that he's approaching this with a very, very good mindset.
Which team right now, in your opinion, is the most inconsistent and maybe has some, problems?
Rocky issues.
I would probably name our own team. We've been facing some issues recently when we come to training. So there are some quarrels here and there. I don't know how it's gonna turn out. You cannot just look on the surface of other teams and try to figure out whether they got any internal conflicts of their own or not.
What do you feel about this current jungler role that you're feeling up, especially taking over Jox?
Yeah, like what Adam said, I think he decided to go on a more
Step by step.
Yeah, slowly first. Go down one step. Maybe learn a bit first, then maybe he can come back with us. Yeah.
So you're still looking forward to Jox's return so that you can go back to the XP lane?
Yeah, then I can retire.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
Sim. little friend.
Who the hell are you?
Alan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control.
Hand over the stone! Interesting proposal, but no. Get him!
A bit early for warm up, but I'm fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of anima, I, Fusion Haxley, will never surrender!
So Vanix, tell me more about your new members in Zion.
For example, like Azura and Sky. Sky had to change from EXP to tank, so it's quite hard for him. But actually, it's quite okay because EXP and tank has the same role, it's just that EXP need to clear lane. Then for Azura, he have to change from jungler to mage, which is quite hard for him also. So we train a lot. Then I think we are doing quite well for the trainings.
So this year in MPL Season 4, we have the award for the most handsome player award.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, we're gonna have the most handsome player award. So the top contenders are Diablo, obviously. Maybe you're in third place, but a close second would be Supergirl.
Supergirl, yeah.
Are you? Do you think you have what it takes to beat him in terms of how you look and the handsomeness factor right there?
That's not up to me to decide. That's up to the girls to decide.
Ooh, okay.
So what are your commitments in life right now apart from MPL for you, Vanix?
For me, it's just studying for my final exam. So I think there will be a final exam for like during one of the MPL weeks.
For me, I'm still in national service. So
You're gonna lose your hair.
I'm gonna.
Thank you for serving our country.
Yeah. So I have time to kill. So I'm here and I'm back. Yeah, stronger. So yeah, that's my only commitment right now.
I see.
Who is the player to look out for this season?
Maybe Zion. With
As the biggest threat?
Yeah, probably. But it's the team itself. None of the players scares me. It's just the team. Because of Potato coaching them, then yeah, it's kind of like a threat. For players, I don't think anyone threatens me. So yeah.
We also need to talk about Stellark because there's sync over there. So, what do you feel about Stellark?
I'm kind of glad to see Sing come back into the scene again.
That's correct.
Because I think it's been a very long time since he has played MPL, and we used to be very close together.
Actually, to be honest, I don't know much about that team. Only the main names like Bambi, Sing, I think only these two, right? It's like the more famous one in SG,
there's
MPL.
also there's also Forza.
Oh yeah, Forza, yeah.
Yeah, there's also Forza.
So basically, their team is all quite old, basically.
I would believe that I can expect seeing BZ, randomly going overly aggressive at times. If it happens, what would you guys do?
We'll try to tone down his level of playing, right? Because it's a bit unmatched. And what we have here in the local scene, if you compare to other countries, the playstyle is very different.
Let's talk about other teams. What do you feel? Is there a player that you want to point out that you're scared of him, or is it like an admiration?
All the teams, I think, because we have played with them in rank or what, I feel that it's quite equal in the strengths and weakness. It's just that it's just basically who trained the hardest for this season will win.
Okay, so BZ, of course you are from a different country. In Laos, is this the same case for you? Are your parents supportive?
No, my parents don't support me to playing this game. They just lock me in the room and don't let me play this. But I just try a lot to show them that I play this game. I'm good in this game, and they give me a chance to continue study university here for playing MPLs. I also don't think about it I just arrived here 2 weeks. I didn't think about I will get in the MPL too fast like this. I'm still thinking I'm not ready for it, but yeah, I get in already. No choice, have to try it.
Yeah, no choice.
No choice.
It's the era of change. A time where new teams fight old teams.
Every year is the same. This time is different.
We see old squad mates becoming competitors, and some becoming a new dark horse.
This year is going to be the hardest fight for us. Without a challenge, there's no way to elevate yourself and the league.
We will bring our best at every fight for the honor that we're all trying to attain.
RSG are the favorites, but we are evil. That will stop their track to the finals.
Being a new team has never been our disadvantage. The old boys just need to remember, it's just another day for us.
This year, we will be the champions.
How has the team changed since qualifiers, since getting into MPL and right now going into this, in terms of how you think, how you communicate, your strategies as a team and so on?
Qualifier in last year is all about we always set a limit goals, right? Like of qualifier we say we just need a good qualifier. For the last season we just okay, we have to get top 6, so next year we will be back again, then we can retry and get the top 2. So we slowly set our goals higher and higher. And in the meantime, we bond a lot during the times lah.
Do you have a member that you want to point out, good or bad?
I think I want to point out LY4.
Daddy LY4.
Yeah, even though he just joined the team, I think he have bring a lot of knowledge and like all the skills, be it micro or macro wise. He really taught us a lot. He's always the one that is like being the positive one. It's like the daddy lah, basically.
The daddy, the backbone of the team.
Actually, I want to find out. I'm curious. So you guys are cousins, right?
Yeah.
What does your family think of like this? You guys playing ML together?
Actually, my mother's not very supportive of me playing Mobile Legends.
Okay.
But I make sure that I balance my play and my study.
For me, just balance it well for studies and playing game. Then my family will support me.
So your parents are okay with you guys playing ML, but do they know you're professional players?
After they see us on the live stream and they starting to understand we are playing professional.
I remember there's this one time where, Evil came up and started slaying all the Titans. Hopefully you guys can beat them. So, are you guys ready to face up like other dark horses like Evil?
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely, right?
Yeah, I think Evil as a team, even though they are young, but I feel that they have quite a bit of potential also.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skills animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skills mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Gusion. Gusion's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Gusion with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Amon's Mana Shards design at the end of Gusion's scarf to reflect the 2 brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Gusion's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Gusion. That's why we're bringing Gusion's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Gusion in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the 2 heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Gusion's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Thorns remain, should petals early.
We all know the previous season, SMG didn't really quite make it. So what's the difference between the previous season and this season?
As a team, we agree that there was some gap somewhere along the team. So there were conflicts here and there. When the season ended, the whole roster disbanded. And I came back and reformed the team. So I find like players that like I know and I think they got potential. And
Notice that Jox is not on the roster. He's in SMG right now. Is there a reason why he need to leave?
Due to the previous season performance, he himself felt that he needed a place to start learning first. He thinks that it's better if he gets the first-hand experience, right? Instead of being on the bench while learning. Jox is definitely gonna come up as, you know, one of the new generations. Seeing that he's approaching this with a very, very good mindset.
Which team right now, in your opinion, is the most inconsistent and maybe has some, problems, rocky issues?
I would probably name our own team. We've been facing some issues recently when it comes to training. So there are some quarrels here and there. And, I don't know how it's gonna turn out. You cannot just look on the surface of other teams and try to figure out whether they got any internal conflicts of their own.
What do you feel about this current jungler role that you're feeling up, especially taking over Jox?
Yeah, like what Adam said, I think he decided to go on a more
Step by step.
Yeah, slowly first. Go down one step. Maybe learn a bit first, then maybe he can come back with us. Yeah.
So you're still looking forward to Jox's return so that you can go back to the XP lane?
Yeah, I can retire.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM.
Hello, little friend. Who the hell are you? The one who gave you the mark. So you are the problem? Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body. No way! I will get rid of you! With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Hand over the stone! Interesting proposal. But no. Get him! A bit early for warm-up. But I'm fine with it. Even if you have the heart of anima, I, Gujin Haxley, will never surrender!
So Vanix, tell me more about your new members in Zion.
For example, like Azura and Sky. Sky had to change from EXP to tank, so it's quite hard for him. But actually, it's quite okay because EXP and tank has the same role. It's just that EXP need to clear lane. Then for Azura, he have to change from jungler to mage, which is quite hard for him also. So we train a lot. Then I think we are doing quite well for the trainings.
So this year in MPL Season 4, we have the award for the most handsome player award.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, we're gonna have the most handsome player award. So the top contenders are Diablo, obviously. Maybe you're in third place, but a close second would be Supergirl. Are you? Do you think you have what it takes to beat him in terms of how you look and the handsomeness factor right there?
That's not up to me to decide. That's up to the girls to decide.
Ooh, okay.
So what are your commitments in life right now apart from MPL for you, Vanix?
For me, it's just studying for my final exam. So I think there will be a final exam for like during one of the MPL weeks.
For me, I'm still in national service. So
You're gonna lose your hair.
I'm gonna.
Thank you for serving our country.
Yeah. So I have time to kill. So I'm here and I'm back. Yeah, stronger. So yeah, that's my only commitment right now.
I see.
Who is the player to look out for this season?
Maybe Zion. With
As the biggest threat?
Yeah, probably. But it's the team itself lah. None of the players scares me. It's just the team, like because of Potato coaching them. Then yeah, it's kind of like a threat lah. For players, I don't think anyone threatens me. So yeah.
we also need to talk about Stellark because there's sync over there. So, LI4, what do you feel about Stellark?
I'm kind of glad to see Sing come back into the scene again.
That's correct.
Because I think it's been a very long time since he has played MPL, and we used to be very close together.
Actually, to be honest, I don't know much about that team. Only the main names like Bambi, Sing. I think only these two, right? It's like the more famous one in SG,
there's
MPL.
also,
and also?
There's also Fossa.
Oh yeah, Fossa, yeah.
Yeah, there's also Fossa.
So basically, that team is all quite old, basically.
I would believe that I can expect seeing BZ, randomly going overly aggressive at times. If it happens, what would you guys do?
We'll try to tone down his level of playing, right? Because it's a bit unmatched. And what we have here in the local scene, if you compare to other countries, the playstyle is very different.
Let's talk about other teams. What do you feel? Is there a player that you want to point out? You're scared of him, or is it like an admiration?
All the teams, I think, because we have played with them in rank or what, I feel that it's quite equal in the strength and weakness. It's just that it's just basically who trained the hardest for this season will win.
Okay, so BZ, of course you are from a different country. In Laos, is this the same case for you? Are your parents supportive?
No lah, my parents don't support me to playing this game. They just lock me in the room and don't let me play this. But I just try a lot to show them that I play this game, I'm good in this game. And they give me a chance to continue study university here for playing MPLs. I also don't think about it I just arrived here 2 weeks. I didn't think about I will get in the MPL too fast like this. I'm still thinking I'm not ready for it, but yeah, I get in already. No choice, have to try it.
Yeah, no choice.
No choice.
It's the era of change, a time where new teams fight old teams.
Every year is the same. This time is different.
We see old squad mates becoming competitors, and some becoming a new dark horse.
This year is going to be the hardest fight for us. Without a challenge, there's no way to elevate yourself and the league.
We'll bring our best at every fight for the honor that we're all trying to attain.
RSG are the favorites, but we are evil. That will stop the track to the final.
Being a new team has never been our disadvantage. The old boys just need to remember, it's just another day for us.
This year, we will be the champions.
How has the team changed since qualifiers, since getting into MPL and right now going into this, in terms of how you think, how you communicate, your strategies as a team and so on?
Qualifier in last year is all about we always set a limit goals, right? Like for qualifier we say we just need to go qualifier. for the last season we just like, okay, we have to get top 6. So next year we will be back again. Then we can retry and get the top 2. So we slowly set our goals higher and higher. And in the meantime, we bond a lot during the time.
Do you have a member that you want to point out, good or bad?
I think I want to point out LY4.
LY4.
Yeah, even though he just joined the team, I think he have bring a lot of knowledge and like all the skills, be it micro or macro wise. He really taught us a lot. He's always the one that is like being the positive one. It's like the daddy lah, basically.
The daddy, the backbone of the team.
Actually, I want to find out. I'm curious. So you guys are cousins, right?
Yeah.
What does your family think of like this? You guys playing ML together?
Actually, my mother's not very supportive of me playing Mobile Legends.
Okay.
But I make sure that I balance my play and my study.
For me, just balance it well for studies and playing game. Then my family will support me.
So your parents are okay with you guys playing ML, but do they know you're professional players?
After they see us on the live stream and they starting to understand playing professional.
I remember there's this one time where Evil came up and started slaying all the titans. Hopefully you guys can beat them. So are you guys ready to face up like other dark horses like Evil?
Definitely.
Definitely, right?
Yeah, I think Evil as a team, even though they are young, I feel that they have quite a bit of potential also.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Gusion. Gusion's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Gusion with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Gusion's scarf to reflect the 2 brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Gusion's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Gusion. That's why we're bringing Gusion's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Gusion in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the 2 heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Gusion's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Dawn's relay to Petal's earth.
We all know the previous season, SMG didn't really quite make it. So what's the difference between the previous season and this season?
As a team, we agree that there was some gap somewhere along the team. So there were conflicts here and there. When the season ended, the whole roster disbanded. And I came back and reformed the team. So I find like players that I know and I think they got potential.
Notice that Jox is not on the roster. He's in SMG right now. Is there a reason why he need to leave?
Due to the previous season performance, he himself felt that he needed a place to start learning first. He thinks that it's better if he gets the first-hand experience, right? Instead of being on the bench while learning. Jox is definitely gonna come up as one of the new generations. Seeing that he's approaching this with a very, very good mindset.
Which team right now, in your opinion, is the most inconsistent and maybe has some, problems? Rocky issues.
I would probably name our own team. We've been facing some issues recently when we come to training. So there are some quarrels here and there. I don't know how it's gonna turn out. You cannot just look on the surface of other teams and try to figure out whether they got any internal conflicts of their own.
What do you feel about this current jungler role that you're feeling up, especially taking over Jox?
Yeah, like what Adam said, I think he decided to go on a more
Step by step.
Yeah, slowly first. Go down one step. Maybe learn a bit first, then maybe you can come back with us. Yeah.
So you're still looking forward to Jox's return so that you can go back to the XP lane?
Yeah, I can retire.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM.
Hello, little friend.
Who the hell are you?
Howard, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control.
Hand over the stone! Interesting proposal, but no. Get him!
A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of anima, I, Gujin Haxley, will never surrender!
So Vanix, tell me more about your new members in Zion.
For example, like Azura and Sky. Sky had to change from EXP to tank, so it's quite hard for him. But actually, it's quite okay because EXP and tank has the same role. It's just that EXP need to clear lane. Then for Azura, he have to change from jungler to mage, which is quite hard for him also. So we train a lot. Then I think we are doing quite well for the trainings.
So this year in MPL Season 4, we have the award for the most handsome player award.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, we're gonna have the most handsome player award. So the top contenders are Diablo, obviously. Maybe you're in third place, but a close second would be Supergirl.
Supergirl, yeah.
Are you? Do you think you have what it takes to beat him in terms of how you look and the handsomeness factor right there?
That's not up to me to decide. That's up to the girls to decide.
Ooh, okay.
So what are your commitments in life right now apart from MPL for you, Vanix?
For me, it's just studying for my final exam. So I think there will be a final exam for like during one of the MPL weeks.
For me, I'm still in national service. So
You're gonna lose your hair.
I'm gonna.
Thank you for serving our country.
Yeah. So I have time to kill. So I'm here and I'm back. Yeah, stronger. So yeah, that's my only commitment right now.
I see.
Who is the player to look out for this season?
Maybe Zion. With
As the biggest threat?
Yeah, probably. But it's the team itself lah. None of the players scares me. It's just the team, like because of Potato coaching them. Then yeah, it's kind of like a threat lah. For players, I don't think anyone threatens me. So yeah.
we also need to talk about Stellark because there's sync over there. So, LI4, what do you feel about Stellark?
I'm kind of glad to see Sing come back into the scene again.
That's correct.
Because I think it's been a very long time since he has played MPL, and we used to be very close together.
Actually, to be honest, I don't know much about that team. Only the main names lah, like Bambi, Sing. I think only these two, right? It's like the more famous one in SG,
there's
MPL.
also,
and also?
There's also Fossa.
Oh yeah, Fossa, yeah.
Yeah, there's also Fossa.
So basically, that team is all quite old lah, basically.
I would believe that I can expect seeing BZ, randomly going overly aggressive at times. If it happens, what would you guys do?
We'll try to tone down his level of playing, right? Because it's a bit unmatched. And what we have here in the local scene, if you compare to other countries, the playstyle is very different.
Let's talk about other teams. What do you feel? Is there a player that you want to point out that you're scared of him, or is it like an admiration?
All the teams, I think, because we have played with them in rank or what, I feel that it's quite equal in the strengths and weakness. It's just that it's just basically who trained the hardest for this season will win.
Okay, so BZ, of course you are from a different country. In Laos, is this the same case for you? Are your parents supportive?
No lah, my parents don't support me to playing this game. They just lock me in the room and let me play this. But I just try a lot to show them that I play this game, I'm good in this game. And they give me a chance to continue study university here for playing MPLs. I also don't think about it I just arrived here 2 weeks. I didn't think about I will get in the MPL too fast like this. I'm still thinking I'm not ready for it, but yeah, I get in already. No choice, have to try.
Yeah, no choice.
No choice. No choice.
It's the era of change, a time where new teams fight old teams.
Every year is the same. This time is different.
We see old squad mates becoming competitors, and some becoming a new dark horse.
This year is going to be the hardest fight for us. Without a challenge, there's no way to elevate yourself and the league.
We'll bring our best at every fight for the honor that we're all trying to attain.
RSG are the favorites, but we are evil. That will stop the track to the finals.
Being a new team has never been our disadvantage. The old boys just need to remember, it's just another day for us.
This year, we will be the champions.
How has the team changed since qualifiers, since getting into MPL, and right now going into this, in terms of how you think, how you communicate, your strategies as a team, and so on?
Qualifier in last year is all about we always set limit goals. For qualifier, we say we just need to go qualifier. for the last season we just like, okay, we have to get top 6. So next year we will be back again. Then we can retry and get the top 2. So we slowly set our goals higher and higher. In the meantime, we bond a lot during the times lah.
Do you have a member that you want to point out, good or bad?
I think I want to point out LY4.
Daddy LY4.
Yeah, even though he just joined the team, I think he have bring a lot of knowledge and like all the skills, be it micro or macro wise. He really taught us a lot. He's always the one that is like being the positive one. It's like the daddy lah, basically.
The daddy, the backbone of the team.
Actually, I want to find out. I'm curious. So you guys are cousins, right?
Yeah.
What does your family think of like this? You guys playing ML together?
Actually, my mother's not very supportive of me playing Mobile Legends.
Okay.
But I make sure that I balance my play and my study.
For me, just balance it well lah, for studies and playing game. Then my family will support me.
So your parents are okay with you guys playing ML, but do they know you're professional players?
After they see us on the live stream and they starting to understand we are playing professional.
I remember there's this one time where, you know, Evo came up and started slaying all the Titans. Hopefully you guys can beat them. So, are you guys ready to face up like other dark horses like Evo?
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely, right?
Yeah, I think Evo as a team, they are, even though they are young, but I feel that they have quite a bit of potential also.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Guzhan. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's mana shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the 2 brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the 2 heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Gushin's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time. And until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Thorns remain, should petals fall.
We all know the previous season, SMG didn't really quite make it. So what's the difference between the previous season and this season?
As a team, we agree that there was some gap somewhere along the team. So there were conflicts here and there. When the season ended, the whole roster disbanded. And I came back and reformed the team. So I find like players that like know and I think they got potential.
Notice that Jox is not on the roster. He's in SMG right now. Is there a reason why he need to leave?
Due to the previous season performance, he himself felt that he needed a place to start learning first. He thinks that it's better if he gets the first-hand experience, right? Instead of being on the bench while learning. Jox is definitely gonna come up as, you know, one of the new generations. Seeing that he's approaching this with a very, very good mindset.
Which team right now, in your opinion, is the most inconsistent and maybe has some, you know, problems, rocky issues?
I would probably name our own team. We've been facing some issues recently when we come to training. So there are some quarrels here and there. And, I don't know how it's gonna turn out. You cannot just look on the surface of other teams and try to figure out whether they got any internal conflicts of their own or not.
What do you feel about this current jungler role that you're feeling up, especially taking over Jox?
Yeah, like what Adam said, I think he decided to go on a more
Step by step.
Yeah, slowly first. Go down one step. You know, maybe learn a bit first, then maybe you can come back with us. Yeah.
So you're still looking forward to Jox's return so that you can go back to the XP lane?
Yeah, I can retire.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM.
Hello, little friend. Who the hell are you? Alan, the one who gave you the mark. So you are the problem? Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body. No way! I will get rid of you! With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Playmates. Hand over the dough. Interesting proposal, but no. Get him. A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it. Even if you have the heart of animal, I, Gushin Paxley, will never surrender!
So Vanix, tell me more about your new members in Zion.
For example, like Azura and Sky. Sky had to change from EXP to tank, so it's quite hard for him. But actually, it's quite okay because EXP and tank has the same role. It's just that EXP need to clear lane. Then for Azura, he have to change from jungler to mage, which is quite hard for him also. So we train a lot. Then I think we are doing quite well for the trainings.
So this year in MPL Season 4, we have the award for the Most Handsome Player Award.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, we're gonna have the Most Handsome Player Award. So the top contenders are Diablo, obviously. Maybe you're in third place, but a close second would be Supergirl. Are you? Do you think you have what it takes to beat him in terms of how you look and the handsomeness factor right there?
That's not up to me to decide. That's up to the girls to decide.
Ooh, okay.
So what are your commitments in life right now apart from MPL for you guys?
For me, it's just studying for my final exam. So I think there will be a final exam for like during one of the MPL weeks.
For me, I'm still in national service. So
You're gonna lose your hair.
I'm gonna.
Thank you for serving our country.
Yeah. So I have time to kill. So I'm here and I'm back. Yeah, stronger. So yeah, that's my only commitment right now.
I see.
Who is the player to look out for this season?
Maybe Zion. With
As the biggest threat?
Yeah, probably. But it's the team itself. None of the players scares me. It's just the team, because of Potato coaching them. Then yeah, it's kind of like a threat. For players, I don't think anyone threatens me. So.
we also need to talk about Stellark because there's sync over there. So, LI4, what do you feel about Stellark?
I'm kind of glad to see Sing coming into the scene again.
That's correct.
Because I think it's been a very long time since he has played MPL, and we used to be very close together.
Actually, to be honest, I don't know much about that team. Only the main names like Bambi, Sing. I think only these two, right? It's like the more famous one.
Yeah,
SG,
there's
MPL.
also,
and also
there's also Fossa.
Oh yeah, Fossa, yeah.
Yeah, there's also Fossa.
So basically, that team is all quite old, basically.
I would believe that I can expect seeing BZ, randomly going overly aggressive at times. If it happens, what would you guys do?
We'll try to tone down his level of playing, right? Because it's a bit unmatched. And what we have here in the local scene, if you compare to other countries, the playstyle is very different.
Let's talk about other teams. What do you feel? Is there a player that you want to point out that you're scared of him, or is it like an admiration?
All the teams, I think, because we have played with them in rank or what, I feel that it's quite equal in the strengths and weakness. It's just that no matter, it's just basically who trained the hardest for this season will win.
Okay, so BZ, of course you are from a different country. In Laos, is this the same case for you? Are your parents supportive?
No, my parents don't support me to playing this game. They just lock me in the room and don't let me play this. But I just try a lot to show them that I play this game, I'm good in this game, and they give me a chance to continue study university here for playing MPLs. I also don't think about it like I just arrived here 2 weeks. I didn't think about I will get in the MPL too fast like this. I'm still thinking I'm not ready for it, but yeah, I get in already. No choice, have to try it.
Yeah, no choice.
No choice.
It's the era of change, a time where new teams fight old teams.
Every year is the same. This time is different.
We see old squad mates becoming competitors, and some becoming a new dark horse.
This year is going to be the hardest fight for us. Without a challenge, there's no way to elevate yourself and the league.
We'll bring our best at every fight for the honor that we're all trying to attain.
RSG are the favorites, but we are evil. That will stop the track to the finals.
Being a new team has never been our disadvantage. The old boys just need to remember, it's just another day for us.
This year, we will be the champions.
How has the team changed since qualifiers, since getting into MPL, and right now going into this, in terms of how you think, how you communicate, your strategy as a team, and so on?
Qualifier in last year is all about we always set limit goals, right? Like for qualifier, we say we just need to go qualifier. for the last season we just like, okay, we have to get top 6. So next year we will be back again. Then we can retry and get the top 2. So we slowly set our goals higher and higher. And in the meantime, we bond a lot during the times lah.
Do you have a member that you want to point out, good or bad?
I think I want to point out LY4.
Daddy LY4.
Yeah, even though he just joined the team, I think he have bring a lot of knowledge and like all the skills, be it micro or macro wise. He really taught us a lot. He's always the one that is like being the positive one inside the.
Alrighty, so ladies and gentlemen, right now is week 3, day 1, and perhaps we have saved the best match for last. And without further ado, match 4 right now is perhaps our most anticipated matchup today. Slate Esports, with their clean slate with clean sweeps all around, will face off against SMG SG, a team who has performed remarkably against every team they have faced so far. So what will happen? We can only find out. So now, introducing the Revenants. Here to prove their mettle, we have Slate Esports. And next, we have a team that played their heart out and never gives up, living true to their name, still moving under gunfire. And can they break Slate's perfect record? Introducing SMG SG. Alrighty, so as you guys can see right now, both teams are locked and loaded, ready to head on over to Sanctum Island right now. So without further ado, handing over to you guys, casters. Take it away.
3, day number 1, and this is going to be match number 4 here. Slate Esports, the powerhouse, up against SMG, the strong contender from the qualifying teams. My name is Scrubby Cheeks. Here with me is Kin Tofu as well as Eris.
Yeah, not gonna lie, this is quite a bit of an unexpected experience for me as well. Yeah, feels good to be in the caster seat once again. But the issue at hand, you know, you have 2 really good teams on the plate right now. Slate Esports up against SMG SG. Just want to hear you guys and know what your thoughts about this game.
Well, I think it's great, right? It's going to be a very exciting match for sure. SMG, every opponent they've been placed against, they have fought valiantly. Of course, yes, they do experience some losses, but nonetheless, still moving, right? Still moving true to their name. I think they're going to put up a very big fight against Slate Esports. What do you think?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, so far, SMG has dropped a game against RSG and took 1 series from Team Flash. So both very veteran teams, but the thing is their roster has been changing a little bit in the course of these matches as well. Today, I believe Anya is back on the team playing on this for the series. So it's going to be exciting to see how exactly that changes things up for them. Another thing that is interesting to me is that Jox was previously also from the X roster of Slate, so maybe that might help in understanding how the team plays as well.
I'm pretty sure it's always nice to have been able to train with the team, and now that he's on the opposite side, anything could happen, right? And obviously does help to know a little bit more about the team that you have been part of before. And I think this kind of gives a very big storyline that is in place for both of these teams. You have one team that's kind of like the overwhelming favorites to a certain extent alongside RSG SG in Slate Esports, and then on the other hand you have SMG SG, right? A David versus Goliath story. SMG SG performing so well in the opening weeks. Unfortunately, the only game they've lost thus far is against RSG SG. As we can see, stats now coming up on the screen, fantastic across the board.
Yep, it is going to be an average of 8 points for the average KD, as well as assists on the side of Slate. We all know these players, FFM, Sela, Admir, Gear, and JPL. They have the very, very unique signature heroes as well. We have a Clint, Kagura, Esmeralda, Bauman, as well as the Cho. Now, we have seen a lot of the plays that they have done as a team, so it'll be nice to see what kind of strategies they can pull off today against SMG.
For sure, and I think even though they have signature heroes, it's pretty interesting that their hero pool is very, very wide. So far, I think in the game so far, Gear and JP Hell have played unique heroes every single match. So you can really see how wide it is and the ability to flex around their compositions. Now we're gonna probably also take a look. Now that we've talked about Slate, we also want to know a bit about SMG. Now here we are on the screen with the stats. I guess a little bit lower across the board as well, but granted, they've also had more losses compared to Team Slate.
Yeah, one outstanding fact to me is that Davey, look at his average damage taken. We saw JPL, who was near the 3,000 mark, but for Davey, nearly double there, hitting 5,600. And it's not like he wants to, it's just that the difference in play styles, for both JPL and Davey are significantly different, right? You have JPL playing self-supports in your Matilda, as well as your Rafaelas, whereas Davey coming in with hard tanks, right? Picking up your Atlas, picking up heroes like Marsha Roam, not the most conventional Roam, but nevertheless an effective one from what we saw in the first 2 weeks.
That's right. Later on, we'll be taking a look at the head-to-head to take a look at these stats. And I'm very interested to see. So some fun facts, we were talking about it just now. Alright, let's talk about this first before we drop that fun fact. It's going to be a total damage dealt for both sides. SMG a bit higher, right? Meaning Slate, they are more calculative with the damage that they deal. Right, at the same time, so far, Slate perfect run at this current season, 100% win rate. So SMG has a lot to prove, right? Whether they can take down Slate, be that first one to break this cycle. And as well as the total KDA, Slate is a very kill-heavy team, 101. I think one of the only teams that has hit a 3-figure mark in terms of kills.
But also very all-rounded. Talking about objectives, they do get the objectives and the towers as well. So not only do they get the kills, it's very targeted. You get the kills for the sake of taking objectives as well. So all around, you can see Slate, I think early throughout the game, they are a pretty consistent team.
Yeah, I think this is a very good story to tell between both teams, very stark differences as well. On one hand, Slate Esports very dominating in the early game, and even towards the late game when they are closing out, they're very disciplined. They rarely give up a lead, they rarely rush into fights that they're not ready for. Whereas on the other side, right, you get SMG SG, which is a team that never says die. No matter how far they are behind, even in their game against RSG SG. Remember, they played the longest game thus far into Season 4. 31 minutes and 3 seconds. Boy, that is a long game.
Yep, exactly. And as we take a look at the keys to victory for both teams, I think we need to see, right? Slate, I think definitely they have a lot of markers for success. They have this early rotation, right, to ensure that both EXP lanes as well as gold lanes can get farmed. Slate also known to snowball pretty hard given the right formula as well. And one of the other things is they like to deny vision in the jungle. And this is one of the key to victories across the many games that Slate has won so far. And of course, the last thing you must take note is SMG has a very strong objective game sense, right? So if they can't deny that, it's going to be very difficult for SMG to break them apart.
Yeah, in many ways, both teams have their similarities, and one of them being key objectives. Obviously, stats kind of leaning the favor of Slate Esports for now, but as we all say, stats, you hype the game up, but at the end of the day, it's what happened in game that counts. Now, speaking of SMG SG having very similar tactics and key victories to Slate, let's take a look at what are those points. First off, they do prioritize an aggressive roamer for Davey. We talked about the Atlas, we talked about the Marsha, both very different roamers, but are roamers indeed that can create the space, create disruption, and can, most importantly, frontline for your team. And then moving on to the second point, they do like to pressure Sayla during the early game. That is one key victory that they can look to do. Sayla has been performing immensely well in the past few weeks, even winning MVP in week 2.
Yeah, I mean, Sayla, especially Sayla and Gear, right? Really, it's so hard to get a lead over them because they play so well. And I think Sayla knows exactly how to leverage his lead. The way he plays Kagura is insane. He gets his power spikes and he plays like an assassin, basically. And that helps them to take a lot of kills and convert that into objectives. So for SMG, they really have to focus on being able to take this away from Slate to be able to deny that and instead use that to their advantage.
Yeah, I like that you pointed pointed out on Sela as well as here, because these two players are playing on roles that require the most amount of rotation early into the game. You're talking about your mage and you're talking about your jungler. These are the two heroes that can dictate the tempo from the get-go alongside from your roamers, and that allows you to kind of unlock the side lanes, kind of bringing the whole team together towards the mid and the late game, where there's going to be a lot of team fights, and those team fights are generally dictated by how well you do in the first part of the game, aka the laning phase.
That's right. So I want to hear your predictions for the match. What do you have?
Oh boy, this is a tough spot. Whatever I say feels like it's going to be wrong, and you know, history is going to be wrong for that. But before we go about the juicy points, let's take a look at the audience prediction before I review mine.
Okay.
Well, understandably so, 65% on Facebook going in favor of Slate Esports. YouTube, not too far off. In fact, 67%, and it's kind of understandable, right?
Yep.
Slate Esports, perfect record throughout the weeks, and then you have SMG SG. Yes, they've proven their worth in the first 2 games, or rather the first 2 weeks, but we saw that against the big boys, they do tend to struggle just a little bit.
I would say though that this is quite a good surprise as well. You know, it isn't more inclined towards Slate. I thought it would be a huge majority in terms of Slate, but this is just 1/3 of the vote still voting for SMG. So I think this is the audience knowing that SMG also has the potential to be able to be a strong contender to Slate.
I do think that even if they don't win this game, even if it's a 2-1 in the favor of Slate Esports, it's a big testament to how far they have grown from the previous seasons leading to this one. You know, trying to find the right roster, you know, playing up against the big boys, and not only that, it is a statement for them going into the playoffs. Right now, you know, right? As a Team SMG, they're not here to play, they're here to win it. And if they can put such a tough match against RSG SG, who knows, maybe the past week they went back, they did a little bit of AAR, kind of went through the mistakes, went through drafts, and they could be even more prepared for Slate Esports than they were last week.
That's right, I agree with you on that point. And I think it's going to be a big morale booster, right, for SMG. The fact that you are fighting against the big boys. Yes, you might not win that game, but to be able to make them sweat, or at least break a leg or two, I guess, it would be great, right? Number one, it shows you that your team does have a potential that you can realize. And the second point is that it is achievable, right? Even if you don't win the game, of course, winning the game will be a perk, right? You get extra points.
It's the best.
Yep. But at the same time, it also proves that your strategy works. There is something to grow from there. Right, so SMG, I think this is really a test for them. Do we have a potential to fight with the big boys? And after that, can we realize this potential maybe in the playoffs? Who knows?
Yeah, it's going to be a very big confidence booster if they win the first game. I think this is what they're looking for against teams like RSG SG and Slate Esports. It's not that they can't, it's all about winning the first game, building that confidence, building that momentum, and you know, kind of just being comfortable against playing against probably the favorites in some sense.
Yeah, and the thing is, after a number of weeks now, Slate has shown a little bit of their hand, right? The way that they draft, the way that they play the game as well, and executing the game. So maybe SMG is also able to start figuring out how they might be able to come up against them. And I think especially for Slate Esports, this starts in the drafting phase.
Yeah, I love that you pointed out drafting. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie, SMG SG and Slate Esports, it's not the toughest to predict the draft. The tough part is knowing that they will pick that hero and then thinking about how you're gonna counter it. But without further ado, let's start right into the draft. SMG SG taking away that 1-1, and Valentina, Slate Esports taking away the Beatrix, all early game heroes that can kind of detect the momentum other than 1-1. But then again, Slate Esports have been shown that they can play the 1-1 really, really well. So I think this is kind of like, you know, the meta ban. You just take away the 1-1 just because it's so annoying to deal with in the late game.
Yeah, I think, you know, just for the stage for this match, right? To me, I think SMG looks a bit more composed. Slate, well, maybe this is their game phase, right? You guys can see them on screen, and some of you are live in the audience down here as well as Zenwave Productions. Competition does get to your nerves. It is a test of your mental mettle as well. So I would like to see how they're going to play this out. Granted, they are a strong team, but Slate, they are not immune to the nerves and stress of competition as well.
Yeah, I think SMG SG, you know, they started the draft really well, betting away the Valentina, kind of setting up for the Faramis first pick. So that kind of forces Slate into a decision. Do they want to let through the Faramis? So they ban away the DD, not the counter. So now they either get the Faramis or the Atlas. Or if Slate Esports are really up for it, they could just release both and take one. But knowing Slate Esports, I think they will take away the farm just because it's too good of a pick right now. The Caught Alter allowing you to prolong fights, and it's kind of like a free mortality if you kind of think about it.
Yeah, and I think other two heroes that are left on the table as well is also Bauman and Akai. So between these heroes that you have just mentioned, there is huge potential for either one of these teams to take it, especially because we know that both of these teams like to play around the objectives, and we talked earlier about how a key to victory is securing the objective. So this jungler pick here is going to be really crucial for both of these teams.
Well, you spoke about the Archive and Slate Esports immediately taking it out. And so this question remains, do they go for the Atlas, the Farmist, or do they actually want to go for something to deny Slate Esports from the Esmeralda? Honestly, I think the Farmist is there for the taking. It's too good of a pick. You've already banned out the Digi and you ban away the Valentina. There's really not much to kind of say that Farmist is a back pick here. At the same time, they could go for a comfort pick in the Atlas. But true enough, SMG SG just playing their card safe. No reason to leave it out, and they will pick the Farmist. And wow, immediately snap pick there, Atlas and Belmont. You can tell the Slate Esports were prepared for SMG to snap pick that Farmers.
Yep, that's right. I mean, the Atlas provides a lot of CC and a lot of fear on the side of SMG SG. Yes, they do have access to Cult's Altar if they need it, and it might be very necessary in the big team fights as well, because they have gear on the Balmont, whose lethal counter, not only does it help with a retreat, a double retreat for the team fights of objective taking, it can also net them a lot of kills and set the tone and the pace for the map control. Now, the only question for me that I have for Slate is more of Sailor. While the rest of the members on Slate, we all know how strong they are. JPL, one of the strongest players in the league in my personal opinion, along with Gear, who was touted as the previous child prodigy right next to Braid. We know how strong they are, but Sailor is one of the pinnacle parts of the team. He is what brings them that extra X factor to win the fights and really boost the advantage they have over the opponents.
Yeah, my question here is, will Slate Esports pick up the Paquito? Because it has been left open, and I think at this point in time, SMG SG is kind of matching Slate Esports, or it could be vice versa, in terms of the game's pacing, right? Slate Esports, they have the Belmont, very decent, or in fact very good, cam wave clearer, and you can get your levels in really quickly. You're impactful the moment you get a lethal counter at level 4. It sets up for the team fight, and true enough, they go for the Paquito. So in terms of pacing in the game, in the draft, SMG SG and Slate Esports are kind of matched, right? You have a Julian, you have a Farmist, but SMG SG now locking in the Claude. This kind of just reviews the goal lane already. So Slate Esports, I think they're going to focus on starting to ban away, your junglers, just in case they do throw Julian in the mid lane.
Yeah. Based on the draft so far, I think the name of the game here is first to move losers, right? So what I mean by that, first mover, if you commit your Cult's Altar first before the Fatal Links comes in, you're probably going to be in a bad spot. So what both teams will probably try to do is to bait out the skills as much as possible, because when you're out of options, both lineups can easily destroy you in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, I think Slate Esports, they have very decent team fight comms now. So they were looking to ban away, heroes that can kind of just pick someone off just to throw the draft into disarray. And Karina is one of those key heroes that SMG actually has been picking up in the past few weeks, and I do respect that ban. I think that ban is vital here because, like I said, SMG SG is lacking a jungler, and Karina just suits smoothly into that roster.
Yep, exactly. And now we're gonna see the next ban coming out from Joe before we see the final 2 picks from both teams. Once again, Sailor, is he going to get his hands on this Kagura that we have seen smashing everyone up?
Yeah, I think 2 heroes in mind. One, Kagura, the second one, Phobius. Lina is also one of them. The only reason why I kind of mentioned the Phobius is because, Slate Esports does have the Paquito. So Slate Esports, if they choose to take away the Phobius, I think that's really good. They don't only have an answer for him right now. Phobius is one of the key heroes, and they haven't reviewed their MM just yet. So if something like a Beatrix does pop up, which it's already been banned, what am I talking about? Slate Esports in general, Phobius counters the Paquito, and that's something that they don't want on Adamir. They want Adamir to have a smooth EXP lane so that he can catch in the rotation, leading into an early game team fight.
FMM gonna lock in the final ban on their side on the Bucks here, leaving Jocks with the final decision for of the team before they go into the final 2 picks. And Baxia, like we said, the anti-heal capabilities are going to be very good. That's going to slow down the options for the side of SMG Esports in every team fight, right? Based on the draft, I think what Slate wants to do is to have a very fast and very clean fight. The longer it takes, SMG will have a bigger advantage because of the existence of the Ram Paramis as well as Enya on that claw. So given a bit more time, I think in the extended team fight, it might look better for SMG SG.
I absolutely agree on that. I think another hero that Slate Esports can think about picking coming into the second half of the phase is someone like a Clint, right? Someone that can, kind of sustain lane and can win against that claw. Because you gotta ensure that Enya doesn't, not only do you have to ensure that he doesn't get enough farm, you have to make sure you win the early game, because that's the draft that Slate Esports is going as for now, right? Early game comms that can rotate quickly, bully your lanes, and then go into the mid game as fast as possible. You have the Atlas with Catch, you have the decent enough CC with Paquito as of now, but Irito is the choice. I think it's very decent. You have decent wave clear, you got enough burst, and the fact that you have an Atlas, Irito's ultimate just works perfectly into an AoE damage.
Yup, you need not commit into the fight. You can really kite around the area, and that saves you a lot of potential jump that SMG's lineup offers, right? With the pull from Rum, as well as the dive from Dairy, with that knockup, and Enya with, their Blazing Duet is going to be a problem. And I think, yes, I agree with you as well. For this, Sayla's pick on Iritel is really beautiful. Now, the final ban that they have on the side of SMG SG is going to be Pupo and Koopa. One of the very scary heroes that we've seen across these 3 weeks. So understandably so why they ban out this Pupo and Koopa. Late game insurance for them is going to be a hassle to deal with. So they're going to complete the draft here. Joe is going on that Yi with the RWM, as well as Marsha for Jocks.
Yeah, so it looks like it's going to be a hyper Julian here. We saw what happened the last time around. Julian, not exactly the fastest jungler as compared to the Balmond, and we could very well expect an early game invasion coming from Slate Esports. We've seen them done it, and it's possible they can do it again. So I think, the Marsha pick is quite smart. You have someone that can roam quickly, kind of another lane bully similar to Paquito, but Marsha obviously gets tankier as the game goes on with those Guardian Helms, and I'm pretty sure SMG SG is going to build on them. They're going to throw the farmers into a roam with Eve down the mid lane. I think this is good for SMG SG. My only worry for them now is the pacing that Slate Esports has on the table. It looks really scary, it looks really fast-paced, and to add on it, it looks like Sayla is going to be picking his signature hero on the Kagura. Boy, this is scary, right? They have pace, they have decent wave clear, they've got good amount of burst damage, and they've got good team fight. Everything that throws into the ingredients of a Slate Esports draft. Can Team SMG SG take it? I have no idea.
Yep, that's right. And of course, we're taking a look at a Sayla, Kagura, and a FMM Iritel. If you haven't seen the games from week 1, week 2, you should really take a look and see how the Slate lineup destroyed everyone just with these 2 character picks as well. One more thing to note is that they are very mobile on this lineup for Slate. So that's going to be an issue for them to deal with. Joe on the Yi, yes, with the RWM, is going to provide a lot of damage, but it's going to be very dangerous for them because the ability to kite is one of Slate's strong points. So we're going to have to see how that is going to go. And of course, our final game of the day, let me throw it over to Scrubby Chicks.
Well, it's going to be both of us taking this last match, actually, game number 1 between SMG and Slate. Now, this is going to be one banger of a game. We are already here in the land of Dawn. Let's see exactly how these 2 team compositions pan out. Now, off the bat, I think we're actually on down bottom. We're seeing JPL deep in the jungle already of SMG, just causing some disruption to the jungle of Jocks. And we talked about how Julian might not have an easy time clearing. This is going to perhaps delay his farm even more.
Yep, they might be able to catch out JPL if he takes a few more hits, but I think at this point it's really just pushing him away. Right, he does suck up a bit of experience in lane, and yeah, it's looking like Gear is going to be the first blood.
Ooh, this is probably not good. I mean, down bottom, I suspect the retribution was forced out of Jox there to be used, or maybe he had used it on the Little, but that first death onto Gear I don't think was great. Now Jox is slightly ahead of Gear already. Not that everything is over, of course, he is after all a Ballman, and this is just the beginning stages of the game, but bottom side, gold lane, FMM also pressured into the turret.
Yeah, I mean, it's an unforced error from the side of Slate, right? They did get punished for it. It's not exactly the end of the world, like you mentioned. It is going to be around a 500 gold lead for the side of SMG SG. And what you're going to notice is that Slate is going to keep their eyes on Enya at the bot lane. You do not want to let a Claude go into the game and get the lead as early as possible. So Gear is going to make his way into the lane at the top side as Rum. He still has 2 lives, so he shouldn't be that worried about it at this point. But they do have notice on the rotations, and we have the first turtle of the game appearing. And like we said, Slate, very strong objective gaming. Can they make this work in their favor?
It's okay. Well, it was tough, but now JPL has just hit level 4 in time for this turtle, so it's great that they have the ultimate. But down bot, FMM gets a 1v1 up against Enya, so this is definitely starting to look up for them. Top side though, contesting the turtle here. Adamir, the real world manipulation comes up, bursts him down. JPL trying to make it out of the grid will be able to do so, but they lose priority over this turtle.
Yeah, but it's okay for them at this point because Gear is busy stealing the jungle camps from SMG at the bottom side, so they are able to reset and just move away from the lanes right now. And with this kill, solo kill for FMM at the bot lane is not looking good at all for Enya, right? SMG fans, they expect Enya to be the core of the team. They want him to get fat. But right now, they're going to try and get the turtle started. And it looks like it's going to be a fight for us.
JPL is going in, trying to find that ultimate potentially, but he has already zoned out the members of SMG. So the turtle completely reset here. Just the amount of respect. Adamir, though, goes in onto Dairy, puts out some damage, but takes some himself. Now has to back out just a little bit. Quite a bit of a dance here at the turtle.
Yep, that's right. Gear, of course, I think recognizes that this is going to be a waste of time. And okay, not really a waste of a time there as Sailor takes out Dairy, which means now they have the man advantage. So Slate, I think this is the call to action. They are going to get the turtle started right now.
Yep, nice burst there with the Yin Yang overturn, and now Jox using that, I think his second skill to be able to dash out of that, but that gives Slate Esports free turtle, and it's starting to look up in their advantage as well. Slight gold lead ahead of SMG.
Yep, I have to highlight the fact that at the bottom lane, Enya is really suffering quite a bit, and it's tough for them because they have to focus on the turtle, and FMM definitely used this chance to, you know, dominate and let his presence be felt by Enya, as it looks like they're going to enter the jungle again on the side of Slate, and looks like Jox and Dairy, they have to try and make this defense happen.
Yep, you can see Slate Esports really pressing on their advantage, and this is what they do so well. They get a lead and they start to invade the jungle, put on that pressure and push SMG out of the farm, choke them off the gold that they can get here. Trying to get something here, but Sailor falls out really low. Real manipulation already popped to zone them out of the jungle, and it looks like it will be a clean disengage from both teams.
Yeah, beautiful bait by them, but I'm very interested in the bot lane because FMM is baiting Enya in. They are going to get this skirmish underway, but it's going to be even Stevens, right? A stalemate because both Hypers are going back to the base, which means there is a lot of room for SMG to explore at this bottom lane. It's still a lot of gold to get from this.
Yeah, I mean, for now, right, we've just seen Enya as well pick up the Demon Hunter Sword, so he's slowly building up to his power spikes. And with the Blazing Duet, that's going to put out a lot of damage. Taking a look at the emblems here,
Yep, I want to focus on the Irritel because FMM is doing quite well at the bottom lane. He's going to be using the Electro Flash, which allows him to have increased movement speed as well as HP restoration. And that's very critical and important against Enya, right? The ability to force him out of lane is going to be very critical for them. As you can see, they are forced to commit resources to the bottom lane, and that's not going to work out in their favor because once Slate knows that SMG is around the corner, they will tend to play a bit safer.
Yep, I think that works in FMM's advantage, right? As an Irithel, it's normal that you get the Electro Flash. Whoa, hold on though! The Fatal Links doesn't quite hit the mark. Called Alter Pop trying to chase down the members of Slate. FMM in some trouble. Enya with the Blazing Duet doesn't get any kill off of that so far though. So Slate managed to get out of that. Sayla trying to run away. He pops the Cyclone Eye and still gets out. In the meantime, so much time bought for Slate where Gear takes the turtle up top.
Yep, I'm gonna be honest, I think I was looking at it from SMG SG's point of view. I had tunnel vision. I didn't even notice the turtle being taken, and that was a good play by Slate as expected. But it looks like JPL might not be long for this world because Joe is gonna get the kill. Yeah, so this tunnel vision play by Slate, extremely potent.
Forcing, right? SMG to chase them down. I'm not sure if it was a intentional trade by them. They're like, okay, maybe I'll try to go for the kills while you take the objective, but still didn't work out in their favor. Down bot, Enya with the Blazing Duet. They trade off the damage. Sailor comes in to rotate and takes the credit for that. So I guess it seems like a pretty even trade, even though the credit goes to Sailor.
Yep, the advantage is still with Slate, but I think SMG is happy with that trade because now FMM has a lot of time off his hands. He's not in the game for the next 2 seconds or so, but this is very valuable for them.
They don't look like they're gonna press the advantage bottom, leaving Sailor to try to just fend off the minions there. The last leg of that turret actually standing maybe on 1 HP. So with that tower potentially down, it might be harder for FMM to continue farming there. They might go, there you go, into a lane swap already.
Yep, I mean, but here's one thing. If FMM gets this kill on Rum, it's going to be disastrous for him. He does not need this EXP deficit. And right off the bat, I mean, Slate, they're showing you why they are top of the league at this point.
Adamir goes into the mid-tier turret. This is really just a distraction. Adamir plays this so well to be able to just zone out the members of SMG and other teams as well, while Gear clears out the jungle of SMG. So they're just snowballing, increasing their lead ahead of SMG at this point.
Yep, definitely. I think at this point, it's no question. It is a very purposeful tunnel vision play. The way that they're making plays across the map, they want SMG to go into a tunnel vision, allowing them to take the real objectives that they're going for.
Adamir again, down bottom. All this while Slate is taking the Lord up top. SMG has no space to contest this at all. Jox might spot this out here, but he is just one person. I don't think he will be able to contest this. There you go. But Slate presses their advantage in the mid and the bottom as well onto Dairy. Adamir getting out, but Gear wants to take this kill. Lethal counter secures that.
Yep, definitely. So Slate putting on a masterclass for everyone here live as well as for the audiences online. Now we know why everyone is skewing towards Slate for the victory in this match, as the Lord is going to be taking its stroll down the top lane.
Oh, JPL in some trouble here. Rum and Jox team up to be able to take this down. Sayla unfortunately wasn't there to save him, so slight consolation tries there for SMG. FMM though taking some damage here from the role manipulation. Adamir comes in to save him, but the dashes, will he be able to make it out alive? 1v4. This guy is just so obnoxious.
Yep, I mean, you have the level advantage, but come on guys, you're really pushing it at this point. And with that, of course, the Lord is going to be continuing its lovely stroll on the top lane, and it looks like SMG SG, they do not have an answer at this point because there's many things that Slate has been pressuring them around the map. They have all of the waves crashing in, Jox is left alone, and it looks like JPL is trying to set something up.
Yeah, I mean, he's sandwiching Jox here. He has nowhere to go at all. Immediately bursted down, and they are one member short now for this defense on the side of SMG as Slate continues to siege down. Actually, they don't even need everyone. FMM goes to the mid lane while all this is happening.
Yep, it's a tough call, right, for SMG SG to make, right? Who do they commit the resources to and when do they commit this? It's very tough because SMG, they have to deal with 3 levels and 3 waves of attacks as JPL is just baiting them in, showing off his movement speeds as well. Right now, I think Slate will be very comfortable to just take a breather, go around, reset, get the farm around the map as well. And SMG, they have to figure something out.
Yeah, looking at the items here, SMG, is there anything they can fix? You can see Slate Esports already having key power spikes, Wind of Nature built on FMM so he can mitigate all of that damage coming from the Blazing Duet.
Yup, this is really tough, right? SMG, they are trying their best, but Jox is not able to provide anything because Adamir is just doing what he did in the past 2-3 weeks, right? He's just being a nuisance, getting vision. While he's being a nuisance, he's getting vision for his team. And SMG cannot deal with it. They can't jump him. They cannot loosely use their skills. In case SMG, in case JPL jumps in with that 4-man, 5-man Fatal Link, it's going to be disastrous for them.
Yep, definitely. Adamir, again, just bottom side. You know, what surprises me is the bottom tier 1 turret for Slate is somehow still up. It has been there for the last 5 minutes now, even though it's left on 1 HP. So it really shows, you know, that SMG have lost so much map control that they cannot even contest these tier 1 turrets.
Yep, definitely. And I'm pretty sure the SMG SG side has taken a look at the replays of Slate. Similarly to one of the games for week 1 for Slate, I think Stellark made the mistake of trying to chase Adamir with 4 members. They committed everything and they lost the game from there. So you can see why SMG, they're not committing to anything to chase Adamir at this point, as Rum is finally gonna get that 1 tower down on the tier 1 bot.
And that could potentially be their comeback strategy, right? Distract everyone with Rum. There you go, the members of Slate coming in, crashing onto him. 4 members trying to chase him down, but they will decide not to chase and commit too much because the Lord is up. So Slate, they force the other team to get tunnel vision, but they themselves do not tunnel vision into getting the kills.
Yep, exactly. It's just a very spectacular masterclass here to be able to see how Slate is making SMG understand the options they have and just taking it. It's the worst kind of feeling, right? When you can't do anything about it.
SMG, they're deciding to go for Adamir instead of the objective, and everyone's trying to chase him down, but to no avail. And Slate gets this Lord completely for free. This is going to give them the pass to start dishing out that push onto the mid lane, I believe, here that the Lord is going to be marching down on. Oh, actually, it's the top.
Replay of Slate week 1 for sure. They committed everything for Adamir. They didn't even kill him, and once again, Slate got access to the Lord, meaning SMG now has to deal with an impending doom push from the top lane. Wow, they have the wave management to make sure that all other lanes are crashing in at the same time.
You know, usually you would be your Call Alter should be effective against an Atlas and trying, you know, against JPL. But in this case, there's just so many angles that Slate is potentially coming from that they haven't had the chance to be able to pop it for it to be effective as well. And there you go, Call Alter pop. Sailor actually goes down though, but they are still trying to push this. Slate 4 members left, still pressuring down SMG. The Lord is gone, but they have the creeps. Will they try to make this push? Jox takes so much damage using the enhanced sword to get out of that. Dairy chases FMM down in the back like Rum. That burst coming out, but the rest of Slate coming for the backup onto Rum. Knockup comes through. Adamir, JPL, no, actually is down, but it's gonna be Rum that's taken down from this fight. 4 left against 2 members of Slate. They have to back out of this one.
Yeah, the longest fight in this game so far. It is slightly even in terms of kill score, but the goal is far away from there. And it looks like it's going to be a good 7k goal deficit from the side of SMG SG. Whether they can still come back into the game is still up for question. I don't think they are, you know, losing that bad. They still have some options for themselves to explore. But Slate, I think they need to kind of understand how SMG is going to think about their win conditions, right? They have threatened multiple occasions. JPL, he has the access to his Fatal Links, and all he's doing is literally walking in front of SMG SG, and you can tell that they are fearful for that multiple man Fatal Link. And like you said, JPL, you can see he's just showing off, right? SMG, you want to fight? I'm here. Do you guys want to take this on? Right? And this allows Slate a lot of room and a lot of time to manage the waves, manage the jungle creeps, manage their gold accumulation as well.
100%. You can see JPL, just the threat of that Fatal Links, right? Even if he doesn't do anything, it's enough to keep SMG on their toes. But right now, the Void Crystal slowing him down a little, but this buys so much space for Slate Esports. And not just JPL, Adamir also zones that very, very well. Now, Slate really needs this next Lord. They cannot afford to lose it, especially because SMG, this is where their composition shines a little bit. They have that burst damage, so it's difficult for Slate to siege into the base, especially with the Cult Altar and the Blazing Duet. So they really need this objective if they want to make the push.
Yep, it makes things easier once you have the Lord because SMG then has to explore the usage of their options very carefully. They do catch a glimpse of the Lord attempt. There is a Lord's dance, but it's probably going to end very fast because Davey, I think the call for the team is to back off. They can try to contest, but Jox is around the corner. It would be risky for him to try and engage anything at this point. And I think it looks like a little too late for them to try anything. So now they have to run with their tails in between the legs as Adamir might chase in.
Yeah, he's trying to chase, but it's Gia that takes the charge first. The Shadow Stampede pulls him in together with the real world manipulation. Chunks out half his HP, but the rest of Slate is here to come crashing in onto SMG. The Cult Altar is popped, but will it be enough? Here comes the Blazing Duet as well. And yeah, and it's only one down on the side of Slate. Great defense put up by SMG here, but it's only round one. The Lord is coming. Slate, will they choose to push with it? Looks like they're choosing to take the safe route. Again, this is where SMG shines it so hard for Slate to break in.
Yeah, very good management by SMG SG. Remember I mentioned about first movers lose. I thought when they proc that Cult Altar, it would have been a lost cause because all Slate had to do in that skirmish was to wait for JPL to land a 5-man Fatal Link. Of course, easier said than done. But SMG, I think the way they managed that fight was beautiful. Not only did they push off Slate in correct and record time to be able to deal with the impending Lord push as well. So Slate, I think the timing was a bit off for them. They could have taken the fight a little later, and that would have been the death of SMG.
Yeah, at this point though, SMG, it is in their advantage to keep delaying this game because now the members are slowly getting their farm up. The only person who isn't level 15 yet is Davey bottom side. Rum again, causing disruption as much as possible. Is SMG going to help that Sailor camping for someone in the bushes? Doesn't get anyone to knock up onto two members, and the Blazing Duet with the Cult Altar. Will it be enough to take down the members of Slate? A full retreat, but Gear comes in with the Cyclone spins. Will be able to take down Enya. Dairido goes down, a double kill for Slate now as they continue to press on their advantage onto Jox. 3 traded out for 1. This is looking dire for SMG.
That's right, Dairy and Joe, you have to hold the base by your own for the next 18 seconds and it looks like it's not going to work out.
He's trying to pull Adamir in with the Shadow Stampede, but it's not going to be enough. Slate, they have their eyes laser focused on the core, will be able to close out this game number 1 in their favor.
Alright, so Slate, very clean game and you can see they are very happy with the way they have performed. I would be as well. I'm super impressed with Slate. I mean, granted, yes, they have a 100% win record at this current stage. But nonetheless, the fact that they showed us how to clean up SMG is very impressive. SMG is not your average team. They are a team of superstars as well. We have players like Davey and Enya. And it's quite tough to see, right, SMG? Can they recover from this? Aries, give me your thoughts on this.
Yeah, I think, honestly, you have to commend the way that SMG SG held off the waves of pressure coming out from Slate Esports in the early game. Pretty much almost everything that we kind of predicted came true, right? You saw Slate Esports become the early game draft, going in for the invade. Gear is just having the time of his life in the jungle, taking away the red buff. Yes, they did lose a bit of that early game domination because they were constantly trying to go for the turtle. But the moment that they realized, alright, it's not going to be possible, we're not going to win this early game just because Faramis is there, the vicious retrieval allows him to just constantly come back and take part in the fight. Let's not waste time, right? We're going to create a distraction using Adamir's Paquito. Come in, look like we're going for the turtle, while Gear is doing all the heavy lifting in the jungle, sneakily backdooring, taking away those creeps, getting the level advantages, and then at the instant when they feel like they can win the game, they swap the lanes, right? FMM immediately goes top, takes away the top tower. Paquito's main role is just to hold off the Claude, and that's where they kind of started that snowball going, and from then on, it was just about Slate Esports holding on and waiting for SMG SG to slip up.
Yep, that's right. I think if we take a look at Joe, actually I'm quite impressed as the Eve. He is 5-0-3 as well as round 3-3-2. That's a nice KDA to have even though you lost the game, right? Of course, the way that Slate have won this game, I would describe it as clean, but the way that I picture it is Slate managed and kind of conditioned SMG's behavior around that game. right? This is a level up from the first week's performance when they did this exact same strategy to Stellark.
Yeah, I think what really helped Anya and the goal lane, even though he was kind of, losing that lane matchup against FMM's Irito, was that he took Ares. It helps, just because he's not in lane often, but with Ares, he still gets that goal going, still is able to keep the items up. But unfortunately, before the team is ready for those 5v5 team fights, Slate Esports just got too much area and map control to the point where SMG SG had to hesitate going for the Lords. And you can tell from the stats, look here, right? The damage to tower, it's kind of obvious given Slate Esports kind of wiped out the entire base of SMG SG. But look at the Q participation here. Jock's doing his best as that Julian, constantly trying to make the plays. Same goes for Davey and Joe, but just unfortunately, the early game from Slate Esports is just too much to the point where SMG SG got choked out. It's kind of like playing against an Anaconda, right? As long as they get the early lead, they start to strangle and wrap themselves around your map, and they start to get control and just choke you out of the game.
Yeah, I think that's a very, very apt analogy. Slate does this all the time to their opponents, slowly choke them out of their objectives, off their jungle, and convert all the team fights into just, chunks of, well, meat or flesh, if you will, that they take out of their prey.
Yeah, well, let's find out who's going to be the MVP for Game 1 between SMG SG and Slate Esports. And, well, I wouldn't say it's a surprise, but there were a lot of close contenders here. It is going to be Admir's Paquito. Even though he didn't get a single kill, he did create a ton of space in the early game and eventually towards the late game. Very heroic performance to go in, sometimes even 1 versus 3, 1 versus 4, just to buy time and create the distraction for the rest of teammates to follow up.
That's right. It's so interesting that, even though he had a lane swap, he had a role swap actually in this season, he has been performing so well on this EXP lane.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with that as well. I mean, Adamir is just a monster of a player, right? Like we said, it's really like watching a replay. To me, this is just week 1, but a different competitor.
It's like Adam's game and everyone is just part of it, right? He was playing go lane in cruise mode, and then he's like, you know what, I need a new challenge. Let's just go to EXP, pick up a Paquito, sometimes an Esmeralda, and he's just doing really well. And I think it's really tough to play against a player like that, just because it's so hard to even pressure him out the lane. His hero pool is so huge, whether it's on the goal lane, the EXP lane, and he can even play Hyper, I believe, if he wants to. But let's just go still for the highlights and take a look at just how Slate Esports snatched Game 1. So early game, like we said, Anya getting a little bit of that pressure early game. He does do a good play here, picking out FMM. However, Stellark comes in just at the right time to trade it for the 1-for-1. And then from then on, it was all about the lane swaps. We see Stellark here once again pulling off a solo kill, while at the top lane, you see constant waves of pressure from Slate Esports. They're like, alright, you know what? We're not going to be able to push against the court. Let's do it against that Marsha, just because we have the numbers. And then from then on, it's just constantly about wrapping around the base of SMG SG, not giving them a slither of hope or even a slight inch of a possibility of a comeback.
Yep, I like the fact they use the word slither because based on your description, Slate is really like a boa constrictor, right? Really just strangling their opponent to death. And granted, SMG, I think they have performed really well. From this nice play here, I thought they could have turned this game around from here, but that option delivery from the side of Slate showing them that, hey, there are still members that you have not thought about, which are here and Adamir, jumping into the backlines, as well as Sailor, who comes in with that sliver of health again, probably with that Winter's Truncheon getting killed. And I mean, it's deaths that they are willing to give.
Yeah, I think both Sailor and Gear could have won MVP as well. That was just how balanced Slate Esports are as a team, right? That's the scary part about playing against Slate Esports. They don't have that one person or one individual, which alright, if I target this guy, my opponent is doomed, right? You go for Adamir, you have Gear. You go for Gear, there's Sailor carrying the early game. It's just, they've got so many angles, like Scrubby said, end game, right? They have so many angles which they can come from. They can set up the fights in so many ways. They have so many tools at their disposal for winning you, whether it's early, mid, or late game.
And the thing is, it's so hard. You want to actually target FMM because he's the carry as the gold laner, right? But to do that, you have to get through so many people. And it's just... It's really tough to play against them. And when you're in a high stakes game like this, you really need comfort and rest to be able to get through the game. So in order to do that, you can get yourself an OSIM chair to rest in comfort. Now, OSIM is here to support the player's physical well-being with their latest U-Throne V gaming massage chair, Transformers Edition. And now they have a patented V-hand massage technology with improved ergonomic features on their chair, and this will definitely help you as a player to level up your performance in Mobile Legends.
Not gonna lie, it feels like Kid is just gonna fall asleep in the chair. I'm looking at his face, he's like, yeah, this is the life.
I concur with your point, and I think it's tough, right? For us, it's different. Our intensity and when we feel tense is when we are looking at the games for these two teams, right? So, of course, while we like to relax on this chair, there's a reason why this chair is provided. It's because the tension is extremely heavy. This is a monster match, to be honest. Like SMG and Slate, they are really providing us with a lot of clean strats. And we have a new expectation for this season, how these teams are actually playing it out, right? Slate being very clean, and like we said, they like to constrict their opponents. And it's very clear the level they are playing at. Because for JPL and Adamir to just go in front of your face and showcase to you, hey, this is what I have to offer. Can you fight me?
Yeah, I think we're speaking a lot of wonders about Slate Esports, and it's hard for us not to do that just because of how dominant they are currently in Season 4. And one of the scary things, I think one of the last pointers I want to talk about Slate before I move on to SMG, is that you look at the way they draft, right? Faramis, it's the most banned hero coming into Season 4. And Slate Esports like, you know what? We don't really need the Faramis. Yeah, I'm gonna give it to Faramis. I'm gonna take your Atlas. I'm gonna beat you at it. This is how scary Slate Esports is. It's not that they're undefeatable. It just seems impossible at this point. And well, maybe some miracle might happen in Game 2. But speaking about Game 2, I think Team SMG SG is the team to do it. If any team, I think they are a team that always are able to pose a threat even when they're on the back foot. Like I said, you look at the draft from from Slate Esports, and we might as well touch on RSG SG as well. These two teams are the most dominant teams in MPL at this point, and both teams, even though they can dominate games, SMG SG always gives that little hope. We talked about the early game and how Slate Esports was supposed to dominate it, but SMG SG put up the tough fight, right? They didn't exactly lose the lane outright, but they did create trouble. They prevented, Slate Esports from taking the first turret. They prevented them from taking the turtle, but obviously not without difficulty, right? Eventually, they did lose, but I think that's a good starting point. At least you show that you can hold off the early game. Now, working on that foundation, you start to work on, okay, so is it a draft problem that we fix, right? Is it a macro play? Is it something that in the lanes that we're doing wrong?
Yep, I think that's a great question as well. And I think now we really have to see. SMG is, like you said, it's not that they have failed. I think they've figured out at least a portion of the success that they can have, right? If we take a look at the gameplay, from the laning phases, the fact that they could still even up things for Enya against FMM at the bottom lane, I think that's a sign of hope that they can build upon, right? And the fact that they recognize, let's be honest, if I were to draft, I would not give Sayla Kagura. I think Sayla's Kagura is so scary. The fact that SMG allowed that to go through as well means they have been doing their homework. They know what to expect. It's just that maybe the execution was a bit lacking for them in this particular aspect. But nonetheless, every failure is an opportunity to learn, right?
Wow,
so SMG
breaking out all the
wise words.
Yeah, I mean that's the whole point of being a professional, right? You will never win 100% of the time, all the time. Slate, yes. I'm waiting for someone to break the streak, and someone will break the streak. I'm very confident of this because they still have to face RSG. When two juggernauts fight, one will fall. There's always one winner, one loser, right? Technically.
All right. After this game, we're gonna put the money where the mouth is. We're gonna talk about this off air, right? About Slate's perfect streak. But yeah, I like the way that you pointed out right there, right? The fact that they seem to be able to do it. They just not able to pass that finishing line. Yep. And I think one of the key things also comes down to game 1's draft. I think we spoke about how Julian is a weaker jungler, or at least takes longer to clear the jungle compared to Beatrix, and true enough, right, JPL on that Atlas, he just throws into the jungle, creates problems for that Julian, and then that sets off a chain, reaction or a chain of events which allows Slate Esports to get the grip. So I think if they change up the Julian, maybe go for something slightly earlier in the game, that could very well be that answer to that early game pressure that Slate Esports is putting on.
Yeah, I mean, pair that with Balmon, who's like additional pressure on the jungle. There's so many things for the jungler of SMG to consider, right? But as we go into game 2. Right off the bat, we're going to have a couple of bans already. Arkai and the Faramis going to be banned instantly. And now Slate going to deny the Balmond, the easy jungle pick, as well as the Fanny. And with that, I think Slate, let's see how they're going to try a new way of being a Boa Constrictor against SMG SG.
I think Slate Esports, they could just ban out the DG here. If you're looking for those huge team fights, DG is one of those heroes that you gotta ban out. There's also Valentina and Atlas, which we've seen them play just the game before on the table right now. SMG on the other hand, they don't want that many of team fight hero composition available. They take away the Faramis, which is a meta pick, straight up no-brainer, and they also ban away the Archive. So for Slate Esports, it looks like they're gunning for the Valentina. They're forcing SMG to ban away the Valentina, and then that allows Slate Esports a ton of options, whether it's the Beatrix, Paquito, or someone like a DG to just straight up stop SMG SG in its tracks for team fights.
Yep, exactly. I mean, Slate really know how strong they are. Like you mentioned, perhaps securing a Beatrix for themselves is one of the surefire ways to kill SMG, because Enya loves his Beatrix, and if you don't give it to him, he is going to have a hard time. With that, Enya, as we're talking about him, he is going to complete the third ban on his side, banning out the Valentina. So no options for the IMU, and as well Gear banning out this Atlas. So no Fatal Links in this game. Nonetheless, DG I still think is a very viable option for both teams. DG with the time bombs, always an irritant. And like you just mentioned, FMM gonna get his hands on the Beatrix. 60% win rate so far with a 31% pick rate. We all know how dangerous Beatrixes are, and pair that up with an FMM, it's gonna be,
Yeah, I mean, the only options that you go up against a Beatrix in lane is either completely stop fighting against the Beatrix, or you man fight her with something that's better, someone like a Clint or a Popo and Koopa. So those two options are available for SMG SG. Honestly, I think Popo and Koopa is slightly better just because of his survivability in lane, the fact that he's way more durable, and the most important is that Popo's surprise gives you, the vision. And, well, instead of going for those two counters, I think SG is like, you know what, we still want to go for our comfort picks. I think Julian and Marsha are still very good picks. In fact, those two had a successive degree in the mid-game when they were starting to fight pickoffs. I think it's more of the execution in mid-game where they found the Marsha constantly getting cut off by Slate Esports, constantly getting caught out of the position. So that could be something they want to clean up coming into game 2.
Yep, I think they fully understand that the kills that happened on Rum in previous game were a forced error from Slate. This is not a miscalculation from SMG's part. Rum had to clear the lanes. If he didn't clear the lanes at that particular time, the wave management by Slate would have just trampled them all across the base when the Lord push was coming. And ooh, okay, we might see an Amon here. Amon as well as a Paquito. Okay, I personally love Amons, and that invisibility is going to be a huge problem for the side of SMG.
Yeah, Slate Esports, they're kind of drafting in a way, and in the first phase, we always talk about drafting, especially in the professional scene, in two phases, right? You get the first phase where they go for comfort and priority picks, right? Priority picks meaning your meta picks, heroes that are too good to give up, as well as some of the heroes that you have high success rate on. One of them being the Paquito for Enemy. He's been doing fantastic on it. No point changing what's not broken, right? And then you have the second phase where you move into the counter and the pocket picks, right? Counter picks where the heroes in the first phase have already been revealed. Now you have to deal with them. And how you gonna deal with them? You deal with counters. You pick Kufas against assassins and all of that stuff. And then you have your pocket picks where you go for heroes that are not countable if you pick them at the very last moment, right? Cheese picks that won't be predicted. And it looks like SMG SG going for a very non-regular, or should I say off the menu for flavor of the season with that Brody. We haven't really seen too many Brodies this season. One of them being reason, heroes nowadays, they want to pick those team fight comps. And Brody, on the other hand, is a very single target, hard-hitting MM. Right, he wants to just push down that lane, get those gold plating, and that could be something that SMG SG wants to rectify. They want to pick up that early game MM that can make sort of a presence and be able to take objectives early.
Yep, that's right. And I think Enya with this Brody pick might provide some difficulty and a definite challenge for Slate as well. I'm very interested to see what Joe and Dairy are going to pick. But before that, we're going to take a look at the final two bans from each team, with Dairy banning out the Yves. no RWM, I mean, that's a fantastic choice. RWM was definitely one of the ways that they were going to come back in game 1 if Slate didn't deal with it properly, right? And that's only because they were playing from behind. Should it have been the reverse where they had the advantage, I think playing against a Yves is going to be very difficult.
Honestly, with the fact that Slate Esports picked up the Amon in the jungle, SMG SG has to consider this possibility that they will play this Beatrix in the mid lane on Sayla. That is a very real possibility, and the fact that SMG SG has already revealed Brody in the goal lane, Slate Esports can now then go back to picking another MM for FMM to win that goal lane. No pun intended.
Yeah, exactly. Now with that, the final ban is going to be a Lilia by Joe. So with that, SMG has completed their bans. We're gonna see now for Adamir, how is she gonna set the stage for his team as well as for SMG to go into what may be a potentially final game if Slate takes it home.
I like this Frango ban coming up from Slate Esports. You look at the heroes coming up from Slate Esports, they are assassins, right? Assassins that can be locked down by a single bite. And I think that's something that Slate Esports wants to avoid. And now coming on to the second half of the draft with SMG SG's pick, I think a Kakura is still a pretty decent pick, right? If you're not gonna let it through to your opponents, you can might as well pick it up for yourself. And given that a mage is still available, they can have that option.
Okay, so wow, very interesting picks from the side of Slate. This is a very refreshing lineup. But before we go into that, I want to just update you that Dairy has picked up the Matilda, leaving Joe with the final pick of the game to set the stage as they go for game 2. But before that, Aries, please talk to me about this Slate pick. I mean, you were flabbergasted by it.
Yeah, I love this Camilla pick, right? It's a frontliner. Not much they can do against her except for the fact that she can use her ultimate with the Curse of Blood, and the fact that you have a Sicilian and hard-hitting mage from the back line. And now, if you look at Slate Esports, the balance in terms of the damage output for both physical and magical is perfect. You have a late game insurance in the Sicilian, you have early game bullies with the Amon and Paquito, and not only that, you have an additional skill that can be activated with both the Sicilian and Camilla. So you know what's not to love? An additional skill, we'll go for it. And coming in as the last pick for SMG SG, it's going to be the Benedetta that's going to be played by Jox. We know that Jox can play the Benedetta well. He didn't really have the ability to show it in the previous seasons, but now coming into this game against his previous team, he wants to prove a point. And I think SMG SG, they know they have nothing to lose coming to game 2, and they want to go for those comfort picks that potentially can win a game 2 for them.
Yep, I'm really liking this lineup and draft from both teams. At this point, right, with no other input in terms of information, I believe this is a pretty even game. Of course, pressure-wise, it is going to be difficult because SMG, they might have their backs against the wall. Yes, they may have nothing to lose, but nonetheless, they still want to prove that they are in contention to get a win over Slate.
Yeah, well, speaking of win, no pun intended, I think the Matilda pick is a decent one. You can guiding win. It's gonna help, you know, SMG SG get out of problems, especially for that Brody if he needs a quick escape. But speaking about that, guys, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to game 2 really soon. I'm gonna pass the time on to my lovely casters, Kin, as well as Grubby Cheeks.
Well, game number 2, Slate Esports and SMG. So much on the table for SMG here. We are going into a little bit of a technical pause here just for them to sort out the issue. We talked about how there's a lot of stakes now on the table, so it's important that we make sure this is a fair fight between both of these teams.
Of course, a very beautiful start with a pause to the game, but this is going to build the pressure for sure for both teams. Not sure which team is the one that initiated the technical pause, but nonetheless, it is very important that both teams have the best environment to play the competition at. Right, this is a high stakes match end of the day, and so for this, we have to take a look at the draft, right? And what are the different opportunities they can explore. Of course, now we don't have the help of Aries, who's going to be very busy on the sidelines. And with that, I mean, what are your thoughts on this, Kirby?
Well, technically, he is still here. Aries is still here, and we can pick his brains a little bit on this draft and composition still. I mean, this draft from Slate Esports, very, very unique, unorthodox, especially with the Amon and the Carmilla coming up.
Yep, I think we are gonna have to go on our own for now. But this technical pause is causing a bit of tiredness for the players. You can see Enya is a bit tired from this. Enya, don't worry, we can see you. You can take a rest while we're all waiting. And with that, I mean, we have about another minute or so, hopefully, before they fix the problem. But now the game, I think, is gonna be ready. We are going to get it started as soon as we can. So meanwhile, while they're getting that sorted out, who are you favoring based on the draft so far, Scrubby?
Honestly, it feels quite different, right? Slate Esports has a lot of burst damage coming up from the Beatrix, coming from the Amon as well, and the Sicilian in the late game especially. So putting all that together, it seems like a pretty scary draft. Of course, the kind of spanner that they're throwing in here is the Carmilla. I'm sure there is a very solid game plan behind this, and it remains to be seen how exactly the execution is going to pan out. On the other hand, though, SMG, it seems like they're going for a very, very objective-oriented draft. They have the Brody for that push. They have the Benedetta who is able to manage lanes and the waves very, very well. So split push potential is off the charts.
Yep, I definitely agree with that. But I'm not trying to sound biased, but I really like Slate's lineup so far. I think there's a lot of coverage that they offer across all the different fronts, right? If you're talking about, let's just talk about range and the options available. If it is a full-on 5-on-5 face-to-face fight, they are able to kite around with the Paquito as well as having Sicilian with the Sanguine Claws. If the distance is right, it's going to be a very dangerous setting for SMG because not only do they have to deal with the Sanguine Claws as well as the bats on the side of Sicilian, they have to deal with the many options of damage that's coming from the side of Team Slate. I think the players are getting ready already. We might be going into the game really soon. But my prediction for this on my personal level, I'm going to skewer it a bit more to Slate, but I would really love for SMG to prove me wrong.
For sure. I think we're already going into the game now. We have sorted out the issues, thankfully, and it's going to be so far, I think, across the map. Interesting, JPL took some damage. I think probably tried to go into jungle, or maybe it was pressure for SMG. Still nothing too out of the ordinary across the board, but it looks like SMG does have control over this mid.
Yep, JPL, showing off what that Camilla can do in the early game. Different kind of pacing from Slate this time. No very heavy aggression or invade into the jungle of SMG. I think they want to take this slow.
I think what's interesting to me is with this Carmilla pick, it feels as if Slate's composition it might be a little less tanky than I'm used to seeing also on Slate. And top with a Vengeance on Carmilla makes that pretty interesting. Still, you're able to steal that magic and physical defense stack, so maybe the play is to be able to, put on that CC, have some defense, and still be able to flank and dish out that burst damage that they have a lot of.
Yep, I like the fact that Dewi is contesting JPL here, the Battle of the Roamers, right? They want to make their rotations as difficult as possible because Slate, as we already mentioned in Game 1, Slate, the moment they get an advantage, they do not let go. And it's very hard to pry this advantage away from Slate once they have it. So SMG SG, they're going to have their eyes set first on the major objective, which is the turtle, which has just spawned. And Jox is going to get that started. But with that being said, Slate already recognizing this, they are going to shift their members down.
Oh, FMM actually being taken down 1v1 up top there. But in the meantime, Jox also takes the turtle, so a huge advantage going the way of SMG. They have managed to pressure out Slate from all of the lanes, giving them the control over this objective.
Yep, so far JPL is falling a bit low, but he should be fine because he has the support of Sailor as well. This is a nice and refreshing scene for us SMG fans down here who are live at our Zenway Productions showcase here for the MPL. Let's see if Adamir is going to survive this. He probably will be unless he chooses to jump in a bit too far. But nonetheless, I think SMG having a pretty decent showing now in Game 2.
Yeah, very calculated there. I think Adamir knows exactly how to flex his heroes, super comfortable on the Papito, so will be able to survive that, but kind of pressured, I guess, into the lane. And now looking at the emblems, JPL also opting for the tank emblems here to be able to fend off some of that damage coming through.
Yep, I think two of them taking the mystery shop, the Amon and the Cecilon. This is going to be vital for them, right? Because having the early lead in terms of items is going to be very critical for the side of Slate. So having Gear as well as Sailor being the two main cores of Slate, having an advantage in terms of itemization is definitely going to push the pressure and put the pressure on SMG as well. And looks like they want to set up at top lane.
Yeah, I mean, Adamir being taken down by the Electro final blow here. Jox gets a kill to his name. Slate, in the meantime, trying to pressure up the top lane, taking off that gold plating from the first tier turret. So a little bit of farm for them, but Jox with the enhanced chain, knock-up comes through onto Sailor. The circling eagle as well will land, but will it be enough to secure anything? Enya is the one that goes down. JPL taking credit for that, trading across 1-for-1. Both teams each a piece.
Yep, it's looking good though. SMG, I'm really liking this gameplay so far, and I think there's a lot here. We're gonna take a look at the replay and see what went down. Now, that was a beautiful fight, right? That nice kite by Dewi to kind of break up the whole contest in that lane itself in the bush, allowing Dewi to just chunk in the damage, and they do manage to get the kill. No, they didn't manage to get the kill on FMM, which was kind of sad for the side of SMG SG, right? If they got that kill, it would have been a very different story now. They're going to try and set up in the jungle as well.
Yep, pushing Slate out of their jungle. They're trying to fight back here, but JPL falling so low. Enya takes the credit for that. Jox, though, the endless shards will be able to secure that one for him. So still, I think well, traded out for Jox might be a small lead in favor of SMG, but not sure who took the buff, so it might have been evened out or even more advantage. I think right now, looking across both of the teams, Jox, this is where he wants to be, right? Ahead in terms... Actually, no, he's a level below Gear, which is quite surprising given the objective and the kills that he has. But with the Demon Slayer emblem, it's quite understandable why he was able to secure more objectives, and it was tougher for Gear to be able to get that, waiting for Amon to come online.
Yep, I mean, the kill score is definitely in favor of SMG as well as the gold count, right? But here's, just to be clear, Slate actually has the advantage. Right, with the mystery shop, it means that Gear and Sailor can be equal in terms of damage output and survivability against the SMG lineup. So they have to be very careful. SMG has to maintain this advantage.
So far, looking at both the junglers, they have both secured Genius Wands for themselves. In terms of the marksman, it looks like, you know, SMG already got the BOD. Jox in the mid lane using that Electro final blow, but it's not going to be enough. Gear will rack another one up to his name, but I think topside, FMM actually going down, so they still... SMG still gets something out of that, and with that they can also take this tier 1 turret, although Slate has something to say about that. Rotations coming through, stun onto Joe. The enhanced chains does come through, but it's not going to be able to do enough to JPL. Vengeance popped as well to reflect some of the damage and force SMG to disengage.
Yep, SMG, that was a nice play. Now, although there were no kills on either side, SMG recognizing how far they can push the limits of their characters at this point, and I'm really liking the gameplay by SMG, right? They understand they have to keep a very decent lead against Slate. And with that, Jox is going to set his sights on the second turtle of the game as we hit the 7-minute mark. But Enya not going to be surviving. I think this is okay at this point. They are pulling the jungler away quite far away from the actual objective, which means that Jox is going to get his hands on it for his team. It's 3 turtles already for the side of SMG SG. Now, the only thing is, what can they do with this advantage?
Yeah, they definitely have to convert that because, yes, you have the objective, but at the end of the day, you need to be able to make something out of those turtle kills. So I think this was also in the game plan of Slate. It's okay that Amon falls behind in the early game. Go for the kills, go for, you know, the ganks onto Enya and be able to take that as farm instead of going on the objectives, which is why he doesn't need something like the Demon Slayer as well. Just the magic shot to get online as much as possible, and has changed though onto JPL. Will start the fight here. Electro final blow also laid down to end his life. Adamir in some trouble. Enya actually flickers backwards to be able to put out the torn apart memory, but it's not enough yet to be able to take down other members of Slate.
Yep, that was beautiful from the side of SMG SG. I think they're really showing some signs of life in Game 2. They're maintaining this advantage. I'm very, very nervous about this because SMG, every small mistake is going to be amplified by the playstyle of Slate. So they have to be very careful about the way they position themselves. And you can see now Joe getting chunked out with that shots by FMM. And that is only going to increase in damage. So I have to say, Sayla and Gear, they have not been shut down yet at any point. But Joe might be getting some trouble in his face.
Yep, they're trying to siege the bottom lane here. And yeah, also picking up the Malefic Raw. But pressure here from Slate. Oh, top side, Adamir tries to take down Enya, but it's just one hit away. He does still manage to get that turret. Gear comes in to finish that off.
Yep, it's not going to be a good trade for the side of SMG. While they do get 2 kills, Ram is the only person left on the bot lane. More importantly, they do take out Enya and Joe, so delaying Enya's farm again. You know, SMG is on a timer here. Sayla as well as Gear, they are very late game characters as well. So this late game is the win condition for Slate, and it's very important to them that they maintain this advantage.
Yep, I mean, that's why, you know, Sayla has just kind of been quietly farming.
Yep.
He has gotten 2 kills already and 4 assists, so this is definitely going to start building up more and more for him to get his stacks. So yeah, like you said, on the timer, SMG, earlier on we talked about how they need to convert their lead of the objectives into something, but so far it hasn't really shown up yet. Slate has even managed to even up almost the kills between the two of them.
To them at this point, Slate doesn't really care about the goal difference. Their only goal is to make sure that they are even, right? They don't even have to be in advantage. Right now, it's really about farming the stacks for Gear as well as Sayla, and for FMM to get fed as well. So FMM is their super late game insurance, right? But in the meantime, I was talking about the synergy of the team. The fact that they can move around, they can fight you face to face, close range, or they can take a range battle with Sayla just spamming you with the Sanguine Claws and the bad dice. It's really a tough journey for SMG. So now SMG, they are feeling the pressure already. They have to make something happen.
I think they're trying to do that as well, but Slate's not going to give them an easy time doing that. And SMG's draft also very well committal in that sense, right? You have Enya going in with the torn apart memory. On the other hand, Slate can easily just throw out a few combos with the Sanguine Claws, can also shoot a Renner shot into the Brushers just to get them low and poke them out of objectives. So SMG needs to find the right angle, but not like this. Sanguine Claws takes half of Dairy's HP, forced to back a little bit. Adamir comes in with a flank as well, but takes a lot of damage. Bat speed going to be popped here to fend off the members of SMG. Will it be enough? Adamir goes down. They trade out for Joe. 2 members, 3 now down on the side of SMD. They chase down Rum, puts him in the dirt. Jox dashes away, will be able to get out, but he gives up his jungle.
Yep, 6 feet under for 4 members on the side of SMG SG. Jock's gonna try to get a free kill on JPL. Does get it, but trades his life. It is a shutdown and a monster kill for Gear, which means this is the first wipeout of Game 2. Allowing them a lot of space on the side of Slate to set up for the Lord, first Lord of the game. Not sure if they are able to do it, but I think with the addition of FMM into this, it's going to be an easy pickings on the side for Slate to get this Lord. So first Lord already put down. Like I said, they're not concerned about the goal growth, right? All they have to do is to make sure that they're even, and they already have the advantage. So Slate showing perfect understanding of how their synergy and the draft works. And now SMG, they couldn't maintain the lead. And when I say the lead is just to keep them in the same level as Slate. Now they have to deal with the mistake that they have made in terms of the goal accumulation styles. And so SMG, they have to prepare for this Lord push, which is going to go down in the middle lane.
Yep, but the Circling Eagle lands onto Adamir, though. He gets almost taken down. Torn apart memory used to try to prevent the siege coming from Slate Esports, but they press on with the Bat Speeds. All the damage coming through. Rum, taken down by the Bat Impact as well. So that's 1 member less to deal with this on incoming onslaught by Slate.
Yep, it's not looking good at all. That was a perfect time for Slate to take a fight, putting them down in numbers. So SMG, they're going to struggle a bit in clearing this. They will get it done, but it is risky because Slate now has options to explore. Can they get a kill? They have not dealt with JPL, and like I said, Sailor on the backline, just pressuring them, poking them, prodding them, and it's going to be a difficult defense to mount on the side of SMG.
Oh, three-man Sanguine Claws gets SMG, and it's going to be enough to clear them out. The Vax piece also to be able to put down the damage, and SMG, they are so close to being sealed in a coffin now. Enya has to run away, but all the damage dished out from the side of Slate. They are going straight for the core, and they will be able to end game number 2 in a super convincing fashion.
Yep, Slate, I mean, easy pickings for them. 2-0 against Team SMG. I won't say it's a result that I didn't expect, but SMG, they definitely did well to try and put up a fight against Slate so far. I mean, like we mentioned, right, they are on a timer on the side of Slate, so that time bomb went off and Slate, Team SMG could not contain them before they exploded.
I think the thing is, not just the timer, right? Slate accelerated that timer for themselves, right? They had things like the magic shot, they also had a lot of kills in the early game. So even though they were even, if they were even, it means they were ahead. And by the mid stages of the game, they were already starting to have a lead on top of SMG that puts them really, really behind.
Yep, correct. So like we said, right, Slate, as long as they have even farm, it actually spells disaster for Team SMG based on the draft. I'm really, really loving the draft that Slate showed up, showed perfect understanding of what their win conditions are. And I think this is a good learning lesson for Team SMG as well. They can definitely take this strategy and put it in their books as well.
Yeah, I think one of the key things about Team SMG is that they didn't really improve from the first 2 weeks, right?
Yep.
It was more of the fact that now that you're up against the RSGs, your Slates, every single mistake that you make, the best teams can pick on them and they amplify them into a winning strategy for themselves. So I think this is where Team SMG kind of got caught apart. And one of the key things coming out from Slate Esports was they were able to pull something out of the back, and very unorthodox pick coming up from Sicilian as well as the Camilla. Sicilian not so much, but the combo that we see coming up with these two tanks, it's not the most surprising, but it is an unorthodox pick compared to the rest of the hard and the soft supports combined, which we've seen for the last two weeks. I think that was a really good combo coming out from Slate. We talked about bad impact, being so painful once those overflowing stacks start kicking in. The fact that you have the Vampire pack coming in for Camila, which is a very good lockdown. And the thing about Camila that a lot of people tend to forget is her passive. It allows you to kind of just steal, magical and physical defense from the front line, and this is very effective against soft supports like a Matilda, and even to Rum who's playing on that Marsha at some point in time. And you can see it was a target point for Slate Esports, right? Constantly catching the front line, bursting them down, no matter who it is. And once the front line is gone, given the fact that SMG SG don't even have the tankiest front line to begin with, it makes it a lot easier for them to just pick up the leftovers, like your Brody and even your Benedetta to a certain extent.
Yeah, and I think also the fact that there was not a lot of lockdown coming from the side of SMG. Basically it's hard to catch FMM, it's hard to catch Gear out, or Sailor for that matter. So it's just Slate it seemed like they had free reign to go around SMG, taking the kills, taking the ganks, and taking the farm.
Yeah, once again, Slate Esports, it's the name of the game for them. It's always about the early game. We want the first objective, we want the early game. This time around, maybe not so much because they want the late game on the Sicilian, but it shows, two sides of the game. They can play the late game if they want to. Well, fortunately for them, they didn't even have to go that route. 30 minutes in, Sailor with 89% on that Sicilian, and correct me if I'm wrong, he did not die a single time in the entire game.
Yep, I believe Sailor did not die at all, and that just contributes to the amount of growth that he had throughout the game. The fact that SMG could not deal and find the opening to kill off Gear and Sailor throughout the game was detrimental to their defeat, right? And FMM, they did shut down FMM pretty hard. They had their attention on him, but once again, it's the mind games. I really like the way that Slate uses information from the previous game to kind of play into the game of the second following match, right? So SMG, they felt like I had to shut down FMM, and because they focus on FMM, Gear and Sailor just creep down from behind.
Yeah, I think all of this would also be impossible if JPL wasn't there, right? 13 assists, look at the amount of damage taken, but at the same time, it didn't really felt like he was out of place. He was constantly in the face of SMG SG, creating so much havoc and providing the CCs when Slate Esports needs them the most.
Yeah, that's right. We will be taking a look at the MVP of this game. Before they show that on screen, what is your guess?
Oh, I really want to give it to JPL, but it is going to be Gear because, you know,
9-0 and 5.
He's the carry, and carries always gets the MVP. But jokes aside, you know, Gear's aim on was impeccable. 9 kills, 5 assists, 78% in terms of kill participation, and the pacing of the game. It was perfect coming out from Gear, right? They're always in the right place at the right time, still finding the time to take away the jungle as well as finding the pickoffs from the side lanes.
Yep. I mean, when you kick into high gear, it definitely becomes a monster for the side of Amon. And I think Gear, like we said, touted as the previous child prodigy, he's bringing his experiences as well as his grit. And I believe this is one of the winning formulas for Slate.
I mean, he doesn't even care about the title. I think in a previous interview he mentioned, you know, take the title. He just does what he needs to do, wins the games, and that's exactly what he has been doing so far. So huge props to him, really understanding, even though an sort of unorthodox pick going into this draft, he also knew what exactly he was supposed to do. Focus on getting kills, 9, 0, and 5, full build online. You know, the moment he had that Holy Crystal Divine Glaive, it's just so hard to shut him down.
Yeah, and well, there is second game for Slate Esports against SMG SG. Once again, still a perfect week, still a perfect record so far for Slate. So, Kian, tell me, are you confident that this is going to go on all the way to the end of the regular season?
No, I actually don't think so. I think there is a potential challenger. Perhaps we haven't seen them match up against RSG yet. So I would really love to see this RSG against Slate game and to see of these two juggernauts who is going to break each other's armor at least.
For sure, I think that's a highly anticipated game by all of the audience. But in the meantime, we're going to look back on this previous game and what went on in the highlights.
Now, you know, early game, it was kind of a little bit of a mess. Both sides kind of just throwing, you know, punches back and forth. Obviously, you know, very, very even game. And, you know, the early game was just very... It was kind of like this medicine ball that was thrown back and forth, right? You take the lead, you get a kill, you get it, and you talked about FMM being constantly gang, and look at that, you know, it was constant collapse onto the backline. But what they failed to recognize for SMG was that Sailor was constantly building on this stacks, and eventually we'll start to see this damage. Ademir doing a good job here, going in, creating havoc, and that allows FMM as well as Sailor to just deal damage from the backline. Eventually, the Curse of Blood from JPL kicks in, and that is where the Sailor pops off those bad impacts. And well, from here on, it was kind of just them constantly applying pressure. Like we said, you know, it's the added corner that bold restricted gameplay. Look at that bad impact. It was like, he was at half HP and it was like a tunnel snap and it was instantly gone.
Yep, definitely. I mean, the way that Slate has played, they really show you they are of a different class in this season. And I am very excited, like I mentioned, to see the fight against the different class teams, right? RSG already shown that they are top class. And Slate today shown they are master class. So let's take a look at what kind of curriculum they can show each other.
Yeah, I think a lot of classes to pick up here, depending on your playstyle as your draft. I think we saw a ton of it. Well, do you have anything to say, Scorby?
Well, I mean, there hasn't been a king in Slate's armor so far, and it's just so difficult. I really think, you know, like we mentioned earlier, it comes down to the drafting, and from that time onwards, you just need to figure out a way to beat the draft and then beat the execution. But we wouldn't know for sure. We need to hear it directly from Slate. So Cheryl, let us know.
Alrighty, how about that? That was absolutely amazing. Now consecutively 2-0 clean sweeps all around right here from Slate. And right now I have Adamir right here with me today. He must be a familiar face after all this wins so far. So yes, we do have questions for him still. Now Slate gave a spectacular showing today in both the draft. And what was your game plan going into this matchup with SMG SG?
I think going to this series, we were feeling very confident from the previous wins. So we just told ourselves to play our best and just don't be afraid to do anything, so that we will play on our best form.
Yeah, so that was exactly what happened, and that was why the clean sweep was what we all saw. Now, can you shed some light into the thought process on the Game 2 draft specifically?
I think the thought process was that Sela wanted to play a long-range mage. So we just kind of gave in to Sela.
Oh, so it was all Sailor's doing for the second draft. Interesting. Okay, so for the third question, who do you think was key to your Game 2 win?
I think it's Sela as well. Because once he lands the claws, then we'll win the fight.
Definitely. All right, so what are your thoughts on SMG SG as a team now that you have faced them head-on at Sanctum Island?
I think that SMG is quite a strong team. Maybe they just need to work more on their teamwork and have less arguments. Then they'll succeed very well.
Oh, that's actually really, really nice to say, like constructive criticism, no shade at all. And final question, do you have anything you want to say to your coach, Youngin? Yeah, shout out time.
I would like to thank Yang Yin for always carrying me in the draft. Thank you.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, that was Adamir right here with us. Thank you so much for your time. It's such a cute shout out, wasn't it? Thank you. All right. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was Adamir right here from Slate. We do have so many exciting things that's gonna happen tomorrow on week 3, day 2. So without further ado, let's take a look at the current standings. So as you guys can see, ladies and gentlemen, right here on the screens, we can see that for aggregate points for both 1 and 2, it's currently tied for Slate and RSG SG. And for SMG SG, right now it's currently at 6 points, whereas for Flash, it's currently at 5, and that went up today. And we have Revival, that's currently at 4, Stellark and Zion, which are currently all tied at the same position. And at the 8th spot, we have Evil today. So yes, don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, we have teams facing off tomorrow's as well. And that is for week 3, day 2, we have Stellark SG versus Revival for match 1 that is happening at 10 a.m. And then we have Evil versus Slate Esports that will be happening at 1 p.m. And for the third match, we have SMG SG versus Zion Esports, which will be happening at 4 p.m. And thereafter, for match 4, we will be having RSG SG versus Team Flash. So that's right, ladies and gentlemen. Today is week 3, day 1, and we would love to see you tomorrow as well. So thank you so much to everyone for our physical audience that are right here with us for joining us today and to support your favorite teams. Now, MPL SG Season 4 is powered by Moontan Games, Zangwei Productions, and supported by Frank Bio CBC, OSIM, and TikTok. Join us tomorrow as our 8 teams face off once again in different matchups. And for more amazing MLBB action, check us out right here at MPL SG Season 4. It's me, Cheryl Yao, signing out.